live, going live, live, live. Oh, oh, it's so lonely in the chat right now. Is there anybody there? Oh no. I've got the stories to tell, but that's only if there are gonna be people here. Ooh. Alright. Now, what type of problem am I gonna have now? Uh-oh. Now, the question is, can y'all hear me? That's the... Hey, there you guys are. I was panicked. I was like, oh no, did I... I pissed off chat last week with the super boring games. Look, I'm sorry. We eventually got a fun one. But I do have a few that are also... Uh-oh. Do I have sound? No, because you guys are reacting to me. So you definitely can hear me. Hello Dave, hello Adam, hello Darby, hello Transmission, hello Nickel. How's everybody doing? I already asked that. Hello Lame Ocean, you have a great name. Something off, hello. Fall asleep. Oh no, that's fine. That's usually what I kind of expect with this stuff, because this is what I do too. Like I'll listen to creepypastas and stuff like that at night and just kind of doze off. Not because the story's boring or anything, it's just because you get relaxed, you know, you're like just laying back and you hear all the stuff. Okay. I'm pretty sure I put it in the description, but I read a creepypasta recently that I thought was like genuinely good, and you guys probably have heard it, but it's short. It only took me like 15-20 minutes to read, but I thought it was really good, and there's a part that made me go when I read it, so you guys might like it or might think it's terrible. 11-month subber, just about ready to run out to the streets. Oh, Mystery Science Theater. Oh, the old ones. I love them so much. You know, that's funny. I was always... But then again, that's when I got into... Well, the series was way canceled by the time I found it on, like, Sci-Fi Channel when I was younger. Or, like, a little kiddo. But yeah, the Mystery Science Theaters I would watch, and I always preferred Mike over Joel. But that's just because, you know, that's... It was the first thing that if I started from the beginning, I'm sure it'd be the opposite, like a lot of like the older fans. But I always liked Mike over Joel. I've been falling asleep earlier ever since I moved. Are you in the same place, or did you move like far? Didn't you do like a far move? And by the way, congratulations, Nickel. I know being sober is so difficult. Or staying sober. Getting sober and staying sober, from what I understand, is a never-ending battle, and you are winning it every day. Yeah, the old ones are very dated. Yeah, that's, I don't know if you've noticed, but because I'm such a huge fan of Mystery Science Theater, my channel kind of evolved into me, because Mike's a dumbass. Yeah, from New York to, yeah, okay, that must be what it is, Darby, because you moved multiple states over, right? But yeah, my channel kind of evolved into that same dynamic with the idiot host, which was always my favorite dynamic. The dumbass with the two shit talkers. It was always one of my favorite. Oh, this one's pumpkins. I have the candy corn ones in the other room, but I think the wiring's bad, because they were like kind of showing up, but not really, so I was doing pumpkins. I know it's kind of hard to see. Maybe if I stop touching the lens with my greasy hands. Oh, but So before I start, now don't spoil it if you guys are in the Discord, because I want to show you guys something. I'm babysitting. You guys want to see the cutest baby ever? Because I'm going to show you. I'm not giving you an option. Just give me a second. I'm going to show you the cutest baby ever. Where are you, little one? Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you're so cute. Look at the tiny, itty bitty little baby turtle. Or it's a tortoise, but she's probably super pissed I just woke him up. But yeah, here. Try for like chapstick. There you go. I don't have a banana, so chapstick is gonna have to be like your best scale. But he's so tiny. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. You can go back to bed. I'm sorry. Go back into your nice warm bed. Thank you. Oh my goodness. You have no idea how excited I am to be babysitting the little tiny thing and the and the insane audience. I love my audience. My audience rules. Oh, hi Zach. I actually had a headache all day today, and it just recently went away. So I feel your pain. I am right in your I hate a greasy strip. Watch it be a severed. Damn it! Oh, that would have been so funny. Damn it. Nickel, you're funnier than I am. I even have like a prop severed head in the guy's lap. I don't know if you can see it, but yes, a prop severed head. Camera, yeah. Camera is really neat. Camera is full of meat. All right, so do these animals just find their way to you? So here's the thing about me, because obviously you guys know, like I used to be kind of like indifferent towards animals when I was younger, just because I was allergic to everything, but never cruel to them. I was like, I can't touch you because my skins will light on fire. But as I got older, I was like, you know what, I don't care. I'd rather get hopped up on like Benadryl, possibly cause early onset dementia, because apparently there's like links to it. But anyway, or Alzheimer's. It's one of the two. Either way, I ended up getting allergy prescription because I'm technically allergic to my birds too. But the giant size head from Pee-wee's Adventure. But I love them, and people started like, hey, it started with one tortoise. They're like, hey, would you like a pet tortoise? I was like, doubtful it's hypoallergenic, but it's probably not as bad as like a dog or a cat. And I got him, which is Colossus. And then after I got Colossus, I got Kiwi from another friend who found him. And Kiwi was not that small. He was like twice that size, but he was still really small. But it was pretty obvious that he also was a pet, and he had no idea where it came from. Like, he had no idea because it was in like a new area. So I got that one. And then I ended up buying. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, with the exception of my beta fish and Tippy, every single animal that I have, I took because I was like, no, because I was like, I know I will take care of these babies. So yeah, every single pet, they just kind of make their way to me from other people, because people know that I love them, and I will take good care of them. I would eat a bottle of Benadryl a day to hang out with my cat. Oh, absolutely. Hello, meaty moo. You are now the guardian of animals, St. Francis. Ooh, yes, I would love to be an offshoot of St. Francis. I'm gonna butcher this name because I always butcher names. As Sissy. called Night at the Gate of Hell. Is it any good? Yeah, sorry. I know I tend to go on tangents, but I also get, again, I don't talk a lot during the week, so I kind of just word vomit on you guys, so I apologize. Saint Fear. Yes. Yes. Assisi? Okay, good. Because the way I looked at it, I was like, I am not going to say Assisi. Assisi. I was like, I refuse to butcher that name. Okay. Alright, so the creepypasta that I would like to read you guys is called Off the Beaten Path. And it is written by Michael Whitehouse. It says it's 37 minutes, but I don't think it's going to take me 37 minutes to play. Look what you did, Leah! I'm just going to be known as the Scarecrow movie person. I try. I'm sorry if I stutter sometimes, but I'm not really used to reading to an audience, and except like a bunch of kindergartners when they feel like reading, or feel like actually sitting down to listen to something. I actually read Stinky Cheese Man for the first time in like 20 years. I forgot how much I liked that as a kid. Some of the kids forever. Hi, Renegade! Forever and oh, you guys are so sweet. What in the world did you put yourself through that for, Darby? Those Resident Evil movies are just, I can't. Like, I wanted, and I also really wanted to like Welcome to Raccoon City, because I was like, at least somebody had played the games. But it was, I don't know, not quite a Scream Queen. Hell yeah, I'll take that title, Adam. I'll take Scarecrow Queen. Got nearly close to lightning. Oh, really? God, yeah, luckily, I've never been around where lightning has struck. I've gone to a site with friends of mine where they knew it struck, which was kind of interesting. Horrible movies, yeah, they're a nightmare. But I didn't understand why Welcome to Raccoon City. Why did they make Leon like a bumbling moron? I didn't quite understand that. I was like, he was never like that, even in the original. I mean, the the voice acting and the script was kind of blunt force, but he was never stupid. He was just everybody was just like very, very, very excited to say their lines. They really dropped the ball with Leon's casting. I've never seen that actor before, and I'm just kind of like, I don't care if the person can act and they can play the person fine, but it's yeah, I didn't quite understand why they made Leon stupid. It was just really bizarre. I don't know. That's terrifying, Darby. Did that thing happen? Because I know if you're very, very close. Hi, Salish. I hope I'm saying that name right. I'm sorry. If lightning strikes super close, apparently the hair starts doing that static thing. I thought Leon was Carlos in that version. Oh, you know what? That actor would have been perfect for Carlos, the guy who they picked to be Leon. I would have been totally down with that too. I don't know. It's weird the way some people will completely see a character, because I think most of us can agree like Leon is at least the male fan favorite of the series, and I think it's a tie between Claire and Jill, but I think Claire's like a closer running to like a majority of fans like Leon and Claire, just like in general. So it's weird you'll take a character that people genuinely love and adore and then just turn him into a bumbling idiot. I don't quite understand it. Goes from regular cop to special forces to your threat in less than 2 games. He sure does. He sure does. It's like the entire air is static electricity, and you can. I was gonna ask if you can taste that weird staticky. I've only ever had it explained to me. I've never actually had the sensation, which I guess I should be happy with. Okay. Alright. Stalled long enough. You guys are going to have to listen to me stutter through stories. Okay, so... Alright, so we got... Get everything ready. Oh, that's right. The animated films, just... Another one came out recently, didn't it? I saw it on Amazon Prime, but in classic Jen form, I was like, ooh, watch later, and then completely forgot about it until just now, because I never get a chance to sit down and watch movies anymore. Mostly it's me, because unless it's a movie that I'm going to review, then I was like, I could be doing something. I could be editing a video or doing something instead of just sitting here. I wonder what the other characters are up to. Probably relaxing. They've got to. Man, I would hope that they would have like some type of relaxation, or they could be wondering why the hell, out of all the characters, Chris goes through such an insane change. Like, he looks nothing like he did in 7. I loved when he came down. Oh, spoiler! You might want to mute me for a second because I'm going to spoil an ending to 7. But when at the end, when Chris comes down, he's like, "Hey, I'm Chris Redfield," and I remember out loud, I was like, "No, you're not." I was like, "I know what Chris Redfield looks like, and you are not him." I want a happy ending for Aiden. Yeah, me too. I mean, early on in the series, I really wanted Claire and Leon to get together, but I was like, oh, they're so cute together. But Leon and Ada has such a long history. Okay, so the creepypasta Off the Beaten Path by Michael Whitehead, narrated by Jennifer. Alright. By the way, I apologize if I have any Irish folk in my audience right now. There's a bunch of Irish words and names in here that or Scottish? Yeah, sorry, Scottish. Really apologize for that one. I'm definitely 100% going to butcher some of these words, so I apologize way ahead of time. Spoiling 7 and 8 seems like impossible because it's all mold nonsense. Boulder put. Alright, sorry. I get excited when I talk about Resident Evil. My favorite part, or one of my favorite parts in Village, is when you're fighting Heisenberg and his factory explodes, and he goes, "That boulder punching asshole!" I don't think I laughed that hard at a video game for a long time, because I was like, I get that reference. Okay. Sitting at his table, illuminated by a small bedside lamp, Robert Francis pored over a map, jotting down notes each time his eyes fell onto some point of interest. It was 10:30, and he reckoned that if he set off at 6 in the morning, he'd be able to avoid the early traffic and catch the first train to Milgavie before cycling from there, making it to Aberfoyle Village in a couple of hours. His itinerary was set, and he was filled with excitement at the thought of finally being on holiday. It had been 11 months since he had so much as taken one day off. Oh my God, one day off from his work. I don't know how I missed that the first time around. So the thought of spending 8 whole days cycling through the Scottish wilderness with only his backpack and a tent for company was frankly exhilarating. He owned a number of bikes, but for this adventure, he would take his favorite and most trusted one. With a custom paint job reading Rob in large white letters across a frame of black, this was a bike which had never failed him. No bumps, no bruises, not so much as a punctured tire. Oh. In the morning, Robert... Uh-oh. The website froze. What? Hey! I'm reading here! You gotta be kidding me. Well, off to a great start. What is this doing? What is this doing? Well, the end. Oh, Dave, you and your weed. interest again. Oh, that's why the advertisements. God. In the morning, Robert woke filled with excitement, starting the day with purpose. Negotiating the light traffic there was in the city with glee. Before he knew it, he was hopping off the train in Milngavie and making his way along the quiet country roads towards Aberfoyle. Scottish summers are notoriously unpredictable, and it was colder than Robert had expected, but he did not care. As he made his way through the open countryside, passing the occasional car or rural household, a smile crept across his face. Cycling was his passion, and Robert was in his element. A couple of hours passed as the sparse yet rolling green hills soon gave way to a more imposing and altogether impressive setting. Slight hills soon became domineering mountains, pockets of woodland soon gave way to thick and visually impenetrable forest, and a wide open road soon made its way for their narrower and less trodden counterparts. It was not long before the welcoming side of the village of Aberfoyle came into view, flanked on one side by steep incline dotted with picturesque cottages, and on the other a wide open plain stretching out towards a mountain range in the distance. A childish excitement grew in the pit of Robert's stomach. Aberfoyle was the last evidence of humanity which he wished to see for the next 8 days, and on leaving it behind he would be truly alone, able to relax in the serene beauty of the Scottish countryside. It was now on to Queen Elizabeth Park, one of Scotland's largest nature reserves, and into the true wilderness which it contained. After stretching his legs on the unusually deserted Aberfoyle main street, Robert embarked on the last leg of his journey for the day. Within minutes he was out of the small, innocuous town and into the unknown. For the past 3 months he had been in a quandary about where to go on his adventure, but when he passed over an old stone bridge with a babbling stream underneath like 1,000 voices whispering for attention, and found himself face to face with a forest which covered the hills, mountains, and valleys like a blanket, for as far as the eye could see, he knew he had made the right decision. A dirt road cut through the labyrinth of trees, and it occurred to Robert that he cycled further into the reserve, or as he cycled further into the reserve, the sun seemed to diminish with each mile, blocked by huge pine trees on either side, as if light itself was an unwelcome visitor. Not the Canadian. You guys are funny. But, oh, Adam, you've heard of this one? Oh, I didn't know if anybody else heard of this one. Oh, never mind. You were joking about the great story. By 6 o'clock, the sun was dipping towards a line of craggy mountains on the horizon. It was time for Robert to find a suitable place to camp for the night. He continued onward, struggling over uneven hills and patches of wet mud, scanning his surroundings for a suitable location to camp in. Finally, he spotted a small clearing in the forest not far from the road. Clambering through some thick underfoot and entangled bushes, Robert managed to haul his bike through the tree line and then into the clearing. It was a small pocket of grass, and several fallen trees were spread across the area, trees which Robert assumed had created the clearing in the first place. After finding a flat patch of grass, he set his tent up for the night, gathering some dry wood nearby, which he gleefully turned into a campfire with the aid of some lighter fluid and matches. I don't know why I said them like that. Building fires was one of Robert's favorite parts of camping in remote areas. He often thought that there was something of an arsonist about himself, but that was a fact he kept only for his trips in the wild, and in any case, he loved nature and was always careful not to harm it. Night fell, and unimpeded by the false light of man, the stars shone bright and bold. After a few hours of sitting next to the warm glow of fire, Robert reluctantly turned in for the night, excited by the prospect of another day's adventures in the morning. In the early hours, the fire still smoldered, and Robert felt refreshed and rested, more so than he had done for many years. Packing up his belongings and making sure the fire was extinguished, he set off once again. It had rained slightly during the night, but thankfully the road was relatively dry. After cycling for another hour, Robert noticed a change in the landscape. It had become more unkempt, less constrained. The trees seemed closer together, and any occasional gap in the forest scenery were filled by clearings and small fields which had obviously been left unattended for countless years. Robert realized that he had traveled far enough into the forest that he was now out of reach of even the park rangers who would normally maintain such a place. It seemed as though, beyond this point, the land had been neglected by its carers for some reason. The thought that even those familiar with that wilderness were afraid to tread there flirted with his attention momentarily before being quickly dismissed as a flight of fancy. The sky grew gray as the day wore on, and It was clear that rain of substantial volume was well on its way. After pushing his bike up a steep incline, which he felt was too uneven to cycle on, Robert reached its peak, revealing a landscape which opened up, sprawling forward between pockets of woodland and still, stagnant pools of water slumbering in a deep set valley below, which stretched across the land for miles. It was populated by sparse areas of long, vibrant grass. Sorry. That's been tickling my nose for this whole damn time. Hi, Apple! With rain imminent, Robert decided that he would set up camp early in a wide circle of grass he could see at the foot of the hill. Not half an hour later, he was there. The tent was up, and all that was left was to gather some firewood. It was important to get a fire going as quickly as possible, as the Scottish midges, a type of fly which feeds on blood, were out in force. Isn't that a fly? Sorry. Hi, everybody. Were out in force, and the smoke would help disperse them. The only problem was that Robert had picked a camping spot dominated more so by grass, bushes, and shrubs than trees. He would have to venture out across the valley for a little while to gather from one of the wooded areas nearby. A collection of pine and fir trees, which seemed to form an isolated island of woodland about half a mile across, was close enough to his camp, and another 10 or 15 minutes trudging through the long green grass, occasionally sinking his foot unwittingly into remnants of a marshy bog below, Robert found himself at the edge of the woods. Its boundary was dominated by older trees, which had long since withered, covered by thick brown hanging moss, nature's own burial shroud. The broken trunks of once beautiful and majestic pines and sycamores littered the ground, open and rotting from the inside, not unlike a poor wounded animal. It occurred to Robert that these woods seemed somehow out of place. The trees did not belong to the landscape as the others did. The long grass which characterized the entire area seemed to thin out and change from a healthy, natural green color to a morbid yellow-brown. As this thought ruminated, accompanied by an increasing sense of unexplainable dread, Robert realized that he was looking at a large, dead ring of grass which followed the tree line perfectly, encircling that pocket of woodland as if marking the limits of a tomb. On their own in a forgotten part of the world, many would have caution of such a sight, but Robert quickly shook off his initial sense of vigilance, finding the area to be an intriguing nature occurrence, and with a bold stride step over the woodland threshold and into the dim light within. On the forest floor, he could see many relics of past trees lying on the ground, but the wood was soaked through as if it had laid for countless years at the bottom of a river, and Robert rationalized that dead wood further into the area would be drier as the canopy above grew increasingly thicker with each step, sheltering below from the rain. Scanning the floor, Robert looked up and suddenly realized that he had wandered quite far into the woodland interior. Indeed, while it was daylight outside, the woodland trees were now blotting the sun from the sky, and if he had not known better, he would have sworn it was dusk. At last he found a collection of broken branches and logs which were dry. Robert knew that this was as far as he should go, as it was becoming increasingly difficult to navigate through the trees, which seemed to be growing closer together, their branches often interlinked and touching, as if trying to keep those inside from escaping. What a silly thought, Robert smirked to himself. It had started to rain, and although he could hear the drops of water pelting off the leaves above, his surroundings were perfectly dry. It made sense to make his way back and get a fire started as soon as possible, because once everything was wet, it would prove increasingly difficult to do so. He quickly gathered the last of the wood up in his arms, but just as he was turned to leave and follow his own tracks in the pine-covered floor out of those unnerving woods, something caught his eye. Several feet away, obscured by a ring of trees particularly close to one another, appeared to be a strange arrangement of stones on the ground. Robert, being Robert, he just had to investigate. After clawing his way through the net of branches, he found himself staring at what looked suspiciously like a grave. Hundreds of uneven gray stones the size of a fist, and some substantially bigger, had been piled on top of one another about 3 feet wide, 7 feet long, and a couple of feet off the ground. It looked as though a mourner had marked the resting place of a body. A shudder crept up Robert's spine as he momentarily experienced a feeling as of being watched. He soon abandoned his frightened state when he noticed that lying around the stones was a collection of randomly scattered belongings. Several empty beer cans lay strewn on the floor, a jumper covered in rotted leaves sat on the ground, while a sleeping bag, scraps of newspaper, and even some old food cans betrayed the grave for what it really was, someone's campsite. Robert breathed a sigh of relief and surmised that from his surroundings, that a few students had probably come here in the summer, got caught in the rain, moved into the woods to remain dry. The stones were probably just placed there out of boredom, or even as a prank to creep out some passerby in the future. University summers were really great, Robert thought, casting a fleeting eye back to the memories of summer trips with his friends. One thing about the stone configuration, however, intrigued him. Sticking out between two plain gray rocks in the side of the pile was a stone which appeared to be marked differently from the others. Triangular in shape, it was wider than a human hand, smooth in places, and not dissimilar to black marble, tapering off into a dull point at one end. Before he considered it with any degree of scrutiny, Robert dropped the firewood, bent over, and tugged at the stone. It felt polished and cold in his hands, but it seemed not to wish to leave its home, wedged as it was so tightly amongst the other rocks. Growing slightly exasperated, Robert wrapped both his hands around the stone, and finally, with an exerted judder backwards, it was free. Staring at it intensely, it looked suspiciously like an ancient axe head. Whether it was or not, Robert was not qualified to answer, but it certainly looked like a man-made object, and he could see chisel marks along its side. Perhaps a previous camper found it nearby and then used the rock in their construction without knowing of its significance. Robert was excited by the prospect and knew instantly that on his return home he would ask a friend of his, who had studied archaeology at university, whether it was what he suspected. After examining the object for some time, Robert was reminded by the sound of rain above that he really should make his way back to his campsite. Pocketing the stone, he bent over to pick up the firewood, but as he did, he heard a noise. It appeared as though one of the stones in the pile had slid off and landed on the ground. A creeping sense of unease started to exert itself upon Robert's nerves. He quickly picked up the firewood, leaving the rest of the stones unmoved, and began to make his way back. With every step, something deep within him was telling Robert that he was no longer alone, and in fact that he was being followed by someone in the woods. But with every glance backwards, he could see nothing. A few times he even fancied that he had heard a sound of twigs and pines crackling underfoot, but again, no one was there. Breathing a sigh of relief, the tree line came into view, and Robert was filled with delight knowing that in a few moments he would be back out in the open. But just before he reached the edge of the woods, he heard a crack again. This time it was definite. It was louder than before, more pronounced, and accompanied by the hairs on the back of his neck rising in unison. He was convinced that someone was standing just a few feet behind him, staring at him. Caught between the fear of knowing and the fear of not knowing, Robert finally turned around slowly. Yes, there it is. He saw it. Only for a moment, but he saw it. A shoulder, or an arm, something, disappearing behind a tree nearby. Robert's mouth grew dry, making it difficult to swallow, and his heart started to thud deep in his chest. He began to backpedal slowly, hoping that he would not trip on an unseen root or weed on the floor, leaving him vulnerable on the ground. With each step, the forest grew lighter, and as he neared the edge of the light from outside, bathed its interior in a bluish hue. He did not take his eyes off the large sycamore trunk where the shadowy figure seemed to be hiding, not for one moment. It was peculiar, but an overpowering sense of safety out in the open dominated his thoughts. Normally a person feels exposed and vulnerable in the open wilderness, but not Robert, at least not in that situation. As he edged slowly towards the grassy plain outside, the subtle foreboding sound of leaves rustling and swaying, almost in anger, progressed into a crescendo of noise. But there was no wind to gust, no breeze to disturb. There was only one conclusion to be reached. Something was moving. And then he was outside, out of the woods, away from whoever had been following, no, not following, stalking him. Robert was not a superstitious man. You could not afford to be one when camping alone in such remote locations, as the mind tends to play tricks, twisting the benign sounds of nature into something much more malevolent. But regardless, he did not wish to stay around long enough to find out who this unwanted companion in the wood had been. Dropping all but the sturdiest piece of wood, which Robert reckoned would make a good makeshift weapon, he ran as fast as he could towards his own camp, all while glancing back at the strange island of trees surrounded by dead grass. But nothing emerged from within it. Arriving at his tent, out of breath and agitated, Robert packed up his belongings as quick as possible, carrying his bike up a hill and back onto the dirt path. Waiting not one moment longer, he cycled hard and fast, hoping to put as much distance between himself and that place and its strange resident before finding somewhere safer and more welcoming to camp. The road was now nothing but a single track of mud which covered Robert in a shower of dirt every time his bike sloshed through an uneven depression in the ground. The weather was bitter, unusually so for that time of year, and the rain, accompanied now by a freezing wind, battered his face, making each foot of progress feel like 100. Robert tried to continue onward for as long as he could, hoping to leave the necessity of making camp until the last usable ray of sunlight, but after a couple of hours, the skies opened further and the rain came down in sheets. He had to find shelter, and quick. What do you guys do? Are you guys getting into Are you guys getting into emoji fights? Robert concluded that he had to put at least 15 or so miles of winding, difficult track between him and that bizarre coven of trees. Regardless of whether it felt enough or not, it was simply impossible to continue due to the elements. On the left-hand side of the path, there was a rather steep drop which led down to a large field, but would not provide shelter Robert knew he required. To his right was a humble gradient of grass which rose up into another wood. Following his strange experience from earlier, some hesitancy did present itself to him, but he again dismissed this as preposterous, and after pulling his bike up through the grass, entered the forest. The torrential rain filled through the tree canopy, and it took a while before Robert could locate a suitable spot to camp. Finding a large bush under several slightly knit fir trees, he pitched his tent there. He pitched his tent there as the area remained relatively protected from the horrible weather outside in the open. Using some dried roots, grass, and twigs from the forest floor, he was able to start a small campfire which allowed him to cook some food while raising his spirits. Night began to close in, and as the wind and rain diminished, the sound of sausages sizzling in a frying pan on the fire provided the first sense of well-being and comfort that he had experienced since that morning. Thinking over his experience in those woods, Robert began to rationalize the events. He had found various belongings in there, a sleeping bag, clothes, food, and beer cans. It was obvious now that he just disturbed a fellow camper, someone who no doubt became frightened seeing another human being wandering around their campsite in the middle of nowhere. That must have been it. The man, as he was reasonably sure that it was a man from what little he had seen of him, probably hid behind that tree because he was simply scared or unnerved. Robert relaxed with a sigh of relief, but just as he did so, he slipped his hand into his jacket pocket. Touching its cold black surface, he completely forgotten about the unusual stone he had picked up from that collection of oddly arranged rocks. Removing it from his jacket pocket, and observing it in the low red light of the campfire, Robert was certain that it had been shaped by human hands. It felt old, ancient even, but he would wait to contact his archaeologist friend before getting his hopes up too much. He would have to admit that the idea of finding a relic from the past was something which thrilled him deeply. Oh, come on. I don't know why it reset. Hold on. Give me a second. The website refreshed for some reason. Come on. That's so frustrating. 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm trying to find where I left off before, it's got 100 million pop-ups and stuff all over it. Maybe I should try another website. But I figured this one would be fine. But no, because it keeps doing this. If it does it one more time, I'm gonna take a break, read the comments, and find another website. There it is. Since he was a child, he was always obsessed with hidden or undiscovered history, which perhaps explained his fascination with exploring the Scottish countryside, a land steeped in stories and myths of strange and forgotten peoples. Above all else, he hoped that it was of Pictish Amish origin. That mysterious indigenous people who vanished without a trace over 1,000 years... Oh, I remember. Okay, I do remember them. 1,000 years ago. Something which historians still ponder and puzzle over. Whew. Don't mind us. And it's all those, hey man, that's how I live. It's how I live. Where's the fun if you don't go to dirty sites every once in a while? Of course, in all probability, it was a modern replica, but the romantic side of Robert's personality hoped that it was much more, and enjoyed entertaining that hope. As he stared at the relic, something unusual began to filter into his awareness. Something different. Above the crackling sound of the fire, the now settled wind, and the occasional rustle of woodland animals nearby, came a noise. It was distant. How far Robert couldn't tell. But it echoed out throughout the ridges and the valleys nearby, scattering through the trees in the dark. It repeated again and again, only with a moment's pause between utterances. It was an utterance of some description. An animal, perhaps? Robert could not identify it, despite his impressive knowledge of local wildlife. The sound possessed strange characteristics of a creature unknown to him. In some ways, it was reminiscent of a bird of prey, parts of high-pitched and shrieking, but under this lay a painful, wretched noise, more akin to that of a fox crying in the night looking for its young. That was it exactly. It sounded like it was looking for something. For the next 3 hours, Robert lay awake listening to the screeching noise ebb and flow as whatever was producing it moved closer, then farther away, closer, farther away. As he eventually drifted towards sleep, the thought occurred to him that the movement of the sound was not unlike that of a search party, yelling and shouting, looking for someone lost in the wilderness, following a distinct search pattern. In the cold light of day, the noise was gone, and while Robert had accepted that what had scared him yesterday was simply a timid camper cautious of a stranger nearby, he could not shake the feeling of impending dread deep from the pit of his stomach. The day passed quickly, and while Robert made good progress, he did not do so with the daylight he had previously exhibited. Something toxic lay in his mind, just outside of his awareness, something which suffocated his spirits. That night again, he camped in a clearing, and yet again that same horrible shriek came out of the wilderness looking for something lost, something precious. Shrieked with one subtle difference from the night before. It was closer. Sleep did not come easy once more, and Robert fancied that during the night he had heard steps nearby, but attributed these to simply nocturnal wanderings of a lonely deer or stag. Hey! While the following day remained overcast and gray, the wind and rain were gone, both a distinct memory, but for the occasional accumulation of water on the dirt track. Robert moved onwards, negotiating a network of paths while realizing that he had strayed from his intended route at some juncture. He was confident, however, that he knew where he was and that this change would simply be a small detour, nothing more. At times he made great progress when the ground was even enough, stopping occasionally to take in a variety of deep-set valleys and rising peaks. Uncharacteristically, however, he kept his distance as much as he could from the woods and the forest which often accompanied the road. While dismissing it as merely his imagination, at times he felt like there was something within him, peering out from the dark, watching. Or something within them, not him, sorry. At times he felt like there was something within them, peering out from the dark, watching. It was late afternoon and Robert was beginning to feel tired, most probably due to a restless night combined with the unrelenting pace he had set himself through the day. In the back of his mind, he was still somehow running from something. The path he had been on for the past couple of hours had been rather predictable for the most part, but now it curved sharply around a grassy hill to reveal a change in the landscape which had been previously hidden from view. A long stretch of dirt and uneven track penetrated a thick forest of fir trees. What Robert found interesting about the path was that it was unnaturally straight. What he found oddly frightening about it was that it was also narrow, only a couple of feet across. Spreading your arms, you could touch both sides of the forest. This proximity provoked the deepest feeling of overexposure and claustrophobia. If he had been a soldier in a war zone, Robert would have highlighted this long, narrow path as a perfect place for an ambush. Standing with his mountain bike only a few feet from the beginning of both forest and track, he felt uneasy about the current situation. It was clear that the path was the only way forward, and it appeared as though it exited the forest only a few miles onward. There was something inherently dubious about it. What, Robert couldn't tell, but he did feel that he did not wish to traverse it. Weighing up the pros and cons, he realized that both the way he came and the unknown land ahead provoked trepidation in him. For that reason, he dismissed the sense of dread as a figment of his overactive imagination, and with measured movements, slowly set off down the long, straight track, hoping to quickly pass in and out of the forest without incident. A black cloud hovered above as Robert negotiated the overly uneven path as quickly as he could. The feeling of foreboding, which he had so nonchalantly dismissed, began to ferment in his stomach, rising up through his body, forcing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. He kept his head down for the most part, occasionally glancing ahead at what he assumed was his exit in the distance. He just wanted to be through and out of that place as quick as possible. Just over halfway down the path, an unnerving yet unwelcome familiarity overtook him. A sensation which had accompanied him for days, but now seemed to be sharper, grating more profoundly on his nerves, and filling Robert's every thought, the feeling of being watched. Stopping for a moment to catch his breath, he tried as best he could to shake that unmovable sensation that he was not alone. The path stretched out ahead, and as is common amongst those who attempt to reach a goal or threshold, without thinking, he looked back to measure his own progress. He had managed to cover a substantial amount of the track's length, and he was quite confident that in a short amount of time he would escape that narrow stretch of dirt. But just as he turned to continue onward, something caught Robert's eye farther down the path in front of him. He immediately wished that he had not taken the route he had chosen, and that he had turned back and started homeward. It was there, unmistakable, unwavering, and utterly paralyzing. Some distance away in the direction he was heading stood a figure. Robert could not entirely define or make out the features of the person because they were standing to the side of the path between a cluster of trees covered in shadow. But this was certainly not his imagination. Someone was standing there, watching, and while Robert was at a distance away, it felt to him as though the figure's presence was almost on top of him. Its stare accompanied by an uncommonly potent sense of, malice was the best way that Robert could describe it to himself. And then it was gone, disappeared back into the forest. But the feeling of danger, of the necessity to flee, did not diminish or decline, but grew in intensity. The sound of something moving between the trees rang out across the emptiness, increasing in volume as it neared. Robert panicked, turned, and cycled as quickly as he could in the direction he had come. So eager he was to escape that narrow passage, flanked on all sides by an impenetrable forest, that he did not see a deep hole in the ground. The front wheel of his bike crashed into the depression, sending Robert flying over his handlebars, scraping along the ground. Dazed for a moment, the shambling sound of broken branches and displaced leaves, which were nearly upon him, quickly brought Robert's mind into focus. Blood dripped from a wound in his leg, and his arm was badly bruised from the impact, but all he cared about was escaping from that suffocating pathway, away from whoever seemed to be moving in the woods. Robert's beloved paint job across the etched words "Rob" on the bike's frame had been scratched slightly in the crash, but that did not concern him. Yeah, I would think not. I think he's got, bigger concerns there. 2 spokes on the bike's front tire were broken, and that almost certainly did. The last thing Robert needed was to be completely stranded there. You have legs, Robert! So he would have to ride carefully in hopes that the wheel would not buckle, lasting long enough to carry him home. Home. That is exactly where he intended to go, as quickly as possible, and as he was now facing in the direction he had been traveling for days, there was no time like the present. The moving sound in the trees continued, and as Robert carefully, yet at pace, negotiated the broken ground, he hoped above all else that his trusted mountain bike would get him out of there. Despite his obvious advantage of speed, the sound seemed to be the only movement behind as he came closer to the edge of the forest path and out into the open. He heard a noise which chilled him to his very core. From within the forest spewed that same shrieking, tortured cry from the night before, echoing out, piercing Robert's ears and scratching through his nerves like a shredder. Was it that figure had been wandering near Robert's camp at night? Surely no human could make that sound. Panicking, he increased his speed as the front tire of his bike wobbled and creaked under the pressure and strain. Finally, he was out of that narrow place, but Robert did not stop, cycling for hours without once looking back. Only when he was sure his pursuer could not have possibly followed him did he stop to rest. Night was once again drawing in, and now every sound, every smell, every part of what had always made the countryside fascinatingly inviting to him took on a new, ominous, and menacing form. He decided that tonight he would not set up a camp. No fire, no tent. He was sure that the person following him had been able to do so because of the noise and light which he had made from night to night. It would not be pleasant. It would be cold, wet, and uncomfortable, but Robert wanted to make sure that he could not be tracked. There were various paths and dirt tracks in the area that he could have taken, but hopefully this man who was stalking him, for whatever reason he was doing it, would not be able to find him. Robert knew, of course, that his tire tracks would easily betray his location if his pursuer was smart enough to follow them. The bike marks were obvious. For this reason, Robert backtracked slightly off the path in an attempt to confuse anyone following should the need arise. The worst thing he could do would be to go to sleep next to where his tracks ended. Finding a large bush with space underneath the sleep, which was satisfactory enough from where his tread marks ended, Robert hid himself and his bike for the night with one question on his mind. If this stalker was able to keep up with his progress each day, he must have been using a bike or a vehicle of some description. But where were the tire tracks? Sleep did not come at all that night. But around 3 in the morning, that wailing, inhumane noise did. Moving around the area, searching. By now, Robert was beginning to suffer from lack of sleep and rest, but in spite of all this, at the first sight of daylight, he quickly uncovered his bike from its hiding place and started on his way once again. Not one foul noise was heard that day, nor any evidence that a stalker was anywhere nearby. Rationality began to overtake Robert's fears as night once again settled in. He covered as much ground throughout the day and had managed to take care as best he could of his bike's front wheel, which the bar and the occasional creak or groan was performing admirably. Robert concluded after much soul-searching that he had allowed himself to get carried away by the isolation of his surroundings and the, admittedly, unnerving person he had seen in the forest over the past few days. But surely it was preposterous to believe that he was really being followed. Perhaps the individual he had seen was not the same from that strange island of trees. It would make more sense that it was, in fact, just another camper. Maybe there were a few of them that explained the noises, and as the unfamiliar animal screeching at night, it must have been a bird species in the area which he had never heard before. That night, Robert would set up a campfire. He would cook his food well and enjoy the solitary countryside as he had intended to for such a long time since planning his holiday. After locating a suitable spot in the forest, this is exactly what he did. He cooked on a roaring campfire and sat for hours gazing at the night sky throughout the branches of the trees above. There were no noises, no strange shrieks, no shambling footsteps in the darkness, nothing. Confident that his unwelcome traveling companion had been left far behind, Robert retired to his tent exhausted and much need of a well-earned rest. 2 paltry hours of sleep later, however, Robert woke to the sound of something stirring outside of his tent. He had left the campfire burning as he was uncomfortable in spending another night in darkness, and its flames seemed to dance, shifting and changing the shape of night air, casting shadows all around into the thin canvas of Robert's tent like a naturally occurring cinema screen. Casting one shadow in particular, the shadow of someone sitting at the campfire. Robert froze. His mouth went dry, and his breathing became shallow and anxious. He could not believe he had been so stupid to persuade himself that no one was following him. In lighting another fire, he had led them directly to where he slept, and now they had the upper hand. God knew what they wanted. After a moment of utter terror, Robert realized that he needed to defend himself. Sitting up slowly and pulling his sleeping bag off and out from under him as quietly as possible, he scanned the tent looking for something he could cannibalize as a weapon. But anything of any weight was in his backpack. A metallic torch, the wood that he had taken days earlier, glass bottle, etc. And he had stupidly left that outside of the tent. He cursed himself for being so reckless, and could scarcely believe that he had left his bag outside when he had always kept it inside, away from the rain and wild animals. Exhaustion was the only explanation, but that did not help his current situation at all. Then he remembered the old axe head, the black rock which he had found at the stranger's camp. Indeed, if it wasn't a hand axe as he suspected, Robert reckoned it could still deal a nasty, perhaps fatal blow. Running his fingers along its once sharpened ridges, Robert composed himself, never for a second taking his eyes off the shadow projected by the fire onto the tent wall. The door to the tent was luckily unzipped, but the two flaps from the outer fly sheet were draped over the entrance, obscuring his view. With one eye, he peeked through the slit between the two flaps of canvas. Slowly. There it was. Someone sitting at the campfire. By his build, Robert was certain it was a man. The backlight of the campfire made it difficult to decipher any of his features, but the shoulders were broad, strong, and it was clear that this man had been in the wilderness for some time, as it appeared as though he was wearing rags of cloth which hung loosely around him. His head was covered in long strands of black, wet hair, which had clumped together in places, presumably because it had not been washed in some time. Staring at the back of the man's head, Robert tried as best as he could to subdue his fear. He thought that he could conceivably sneak up behind him and knock him out with a blow to the back of his head with the black stone, but that could be murder, and Robert didn't even know if the man was violent. Perhaps he was a nomadic type, a gypsy, traveler, gypsy, ooh. Isn't that a slur now? A traveler? Yes. Maybe it was best to wait. Maybe he would just wander off in the woods, although that seemed unlikely. Just as Robert affirmed to himself that if the man made a move towards the tent, he would rush out into the open and fight him head-on, he noticed something. Something was odd about the way the man was sitting. First of all, he was sitting still. So still that you would be forgiven for mistaking him for a statue. Not the slightest bit of movement was made, nor was there any indication of life at all. No subtle shifting of weight, no rising and falling of breathing, nothing. While his stillness was unnerving, it was Robert's second. Are you serious? This is the best part. Oh. Sorry. Whew. Damn it! I was really getting into it because this is my favorite part of the story because it's so fucking terrifying to me. Like I made me go. All right, sorry. I'm sorry. Once again, it had to just cut out at the. I knew it was going to do that shit too. Stop doing that. Actually, let me. No, because I'm at the good spot. I'm at the very good spot. Come on. Ugh. Oh, here we go. Okay. Not the slightest movement was made, nor was there any indication of life at all. No subtle shifting of weight, no rising and falling of breath, nothing. While this stillness was unnerving, it was Robert's second observation which bothered him the most. The man was sitting forward, facing the fire, but the shape and the position of his upper body and head was somehow off. They did not seem to quite add up. His frame seemed unnaturally positioned. A crackle from the fire, followed by a wayward flicker of light, revealed the truth. The flames lit up the area momentarily. The light bounced from tree to tree, even onto Robert's tent, and reflected back onto what surrounded it. 2 pinpoints of light momentarily shone in the night through the black clumps of matted hair. Yes, the man's legs were facing the fire, but his head and body were horribly contorted, twisted in an inhuman posture. The man's legs were indeed facing the fire, but his head and body were facing Robert. This was no man at all. How long it had sat there staring at Robert in that tent, waiting, he did not know. But a creak of movement from its neck was enough to send Robert out of the tent into the woods, consumed by terror so profound that it would be likened to madness. He did not know how long he had been running, nor if he had been screaming the whole time, but his feet were cut in several places, and the first rays of sunshine were peeking through the still, thick branches of the forest. In the distance, Robert could see the flame from his campfire still burning bright, and despite his terror at the knowledge of being stalked by something entirely inhuman, he had to get his bike to stand any chance of escape. For a while, he hid behind trees, under bushes, his nerves completely shattered, refusing to go anywhere near that fire. His perceptions were broken, but Robert was a strong character, and after a time, a modicum of composure returned to him. Step by cautious step, he neared his own camp. There was no sight of whatever had been sitting at that fire staring at him. By now, daylight had illuminated the entire area, and after much self-bargaining, Robert decided to reclaim his belongings, grab his bike, and continue as quickly as he could on his way out of Queen Elizabeth Park. Everything seemed to be accounted for, and Robert even allowed himself a smirk at the thought of the creature at least not being a thief. That smile soon vanished at the sight of his bike. Unharmed, yes, but strands of some black, putrid liquid covered the seat and front wheel. This was not the time to be concerned with sludge on his bike. It was still working, and that's all that mattered. Had it been a week earlier, Robert would have been angry about the slightest scratch on his beloved mountain bike, but now all he cared about was getting home, or at least back into Aberfoyle village, to civilization. After cleaning the liquid off and packing up his tent, Robert once more continued onward as fast as he could. Robert reckoned with a hard push that he could be out of that horrible place in a day and a half, and as long as he took minimal rests and cycled for the duration of the visible light, as long as he took minimal rest and cycled for the duration of the available light. The weather was not exactly ideal, but while rain occasionally came, it quickly disappeared, leaving long stretches of the journey clear from wearing effects of the elements. As the day progressed, so did Robert's uneasiness. He felt oppressed on all sides, as if he was running from something terrible, yet nearing an undefined danger. A horrible realization bubbled up from his subconscious. What if that thing followed him all the way home? As this thought swirled around his mind, he passed over the crest of a hill and down again, suddenly realizing what was wrong and why he was feeling so much ease about what lay ahead. A gulf in the land opened up before him. Pockets of stagnant water lay strewn between stretches of marshland and long grass, and in the center, there it lay, that horrible island of wretchedness. It was the woods where Robert had first seen his pursuer, and then, in a flash, it all made perfect sense. Call it superstition, call it blind stupidity, whatever you call it, Robert knew that he did not wish to see that twisted man again. As a child, he had been told ghost stories of people disturbing graves and the ghosts of the dead rising up to haunt the living. But he never took so much stock in it until now. What he did know was that he had inadvertently triggered the whole terrifying ordeal. He took something which did not belong to him. After hiding his bike in the long grass, Robert trudged forward into the isolated pocket of woodland, where what he now knew to be a grave lay, minus one oddly shaped black stone. He half expected that thing to be sitting next to its resting place, but while there were a number of strange noises and movements between the trees, there was no sign of Robert's unwelcome guest. He assumed it was still out there looking for him. Finally, he found the grave, that elongated pattern of stacked rocks and stones. After locating the gap where he had torn the black stone from, Robert wedged it back in as hard as he could. A noise echoed from the other side of the woods, and Robert did not wish to hang around to find out what it was. Running as fast as he could over the roots, muds, leaves, and fallen branches, he jumped out of that dark place into the open outdoors, filled with a sense of accomplishment and utter relief. It was not long before he was back on the dirt path, moving forward on his bike in search of one more place to sleep for the night, then home the next day. A weight had been lifted from Robert's shoulders. He knew he had unwittingly disturbed something unimaginable, unfathomable. But returning that which he had taken, he had narrowly escaped what he assumed would have been a terrible fate, death, or perhaps even worse. There was no explanation of this feeling of elation and survival. He just knew deep down that he had righted his wrong. That night, Robert lay in his tent. It was dark, as he had decided against a campfire, just to be on the safe side. He was confident that he would be left alone. However, and took great comfort in knowing that he was safe, while looking forward to the next day in the comfort of home. That was a funny thought. A man who had always adored the countryside, looking forward to a couch, a television, a beer, and a warm bed. Next year he would holiday at a sunny resort, lie on the beach for a couple of weeks, one preferably far removed from his homeland. Robert closed his eyes with a smile on his face. The noise, which he had heard outside for so many nights, suddenly screeched at a blood-curdling and overpowering volume. Without having to open his eyes, Robert knew. The sound did not come from the woods. It came from inside the tent. Robert Francis was never seen or heard from again. Scotland is old. It has an ancient hidden history of peoples and places long forgotten. Perhaps some trace remains, isolated and alone in the bitter wilderness. So should you ever wish to wander the hills, forests, or lochs of this old country, bear one thing in mind. If you find a collection of stones heaped together, not unlike a grave, and they are surrounded by trinkets of I can never say this word either, modernity, a sleeping bag, food cans, and perhaps even an old bike with the name Rob etched into it. Walk on. Do not look back. Do not touch anything, whether it is an unusual black stone or a simple piece of forest wood. Above all else, most certainly never take a souvenir, for those who lie in slumber nearby might just take one from you. The end. Yeah, like the way my stomach dropped when I read that the first time, when he was explaining that the creature that was sitting at the tent had like turned and its body was and head was facing him. I was like, that is a fucking terrifying visual. But I thought I would like to share that with you, just in case you hadn't read that before or heard of that one. Now, what have you guys been doing, Mom? Whole bunch of talking about Goosebumps, talking about Gatorade flavors. Hi, Arkham. I'm sorry. I probably missed you, but if you watch this later, hi. I'm sorry I missed you. Damn you, Google. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why it kept refreshing. It was kind of annoying, honestly. You guys having your emoji fight? Doing a smash or pass? It depends on what year. Dave, Pamela Anderson, you said smash or pass. Pamela Anderson. It really depends. Oh, Adam already asked that question. We were left unattended. Yeah, I should probably check in with you guys more often. Separate you when you start doing your weird emoji fights. Your Wi-Fi keep kicking out. Yeah, that, my Wi-Fi sucks too, so don't feel bad, Apple. I think it's just the Wi-Fi is just sucky. But it keeps getting more expensive, so that's fun. Alright, let's see how everybody... Boobs! You guys talking about boobs and murder birds. Who doesn't like the murder birds? Hello, PP. I'm sorry I didn't see you right away. I was reading another spooky. catch up with all you guys. His first mistake, going camping. Yeah, I am not a camping person. The first time when I was reading that, and it said that he got muddy water and everything all over him, I was like, oh my god, I couldn't sleep. It would drive me crazy having like muddy, I can't go to bed dirty. I have to shower before I go to bed. No, can't. Imagine how gross his sleeping bag smells. You want it like, yeah, I just flail like an inflatable flailing tube guy when I'm angry. Ah! Bum, bum, bum. Poor guy has Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and hey. I've seen Cirque du Soleil before. I've seen a couple of those. Those are cool. I like them a lot. You guys are so goofy. I love you guys. You guys are always so funny, and you're so chill with each other too. One of the reasons why I stopped watching live streams of a bunch of people, because I'd watch people get into stupid fights about nothing in the chat, and I was like, you guys, the person's playing like a game that doesn't even. I was like, we're watching him play like Silent Hill 2. Why are you getting into an argument about like, it's just ridiculous. Just the stupidest shit. Whew. You guys are so cute. Alright, what else we got here? I thought I heard her say Dave in the text. Apparently my ears are broken. It was Robert Francis. I've actually thought about because it's weed's legal here. I actually thought about getting God, what are they called? The vape, but I'm too. It's under tested, and I'm freaked out by vapes. Like, I don't trust it. I've never smoked. I've never cared for smoking, but I was like, maybe that might be better. But at the same time, I was like, no. And it's that thing again where I was like, I'm just gonna be tired and hungry, and while I'm sitting there eating like an entire lasagna or something, I'd be like, man, I could have been recording a video or something. So, but it's been years. I don't see the point of. We're adorable. That's a cute little face. Is that you giving me an angry face, renegade? So I haven't played Babysitter Bloodbath, but I do have all of the puppet combo games in my wish list that I'm planning on buying, and maybe I can play one next week. Well, I would hope so, Dave. I would hope it was weed. Uh-oh. Boop, boop. That's the sound of the police. Okay, so Babysitter Bloodbath. We did really very much enjoy. I know I did. I really enjoyed the novelization of what was it? Murder House. I thought it was like genuinely good. Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. I thought it was genuinely well written, like surprisingly written, like something you were like, wow, most novelizations are not even remotely good. When your body doesn't produce collagen right, so in some cases you have weak joints. Oh, including twisting your oh god. Oh. Puppet combo games do get really messed up. Yeah, they're after me. Dave, what did you do? Oh, god damn it, I forgot to hit send in Discord. I was like, hey, I'm streaming, but I forgot to hit send. But it's a good thing you guys can read my mind, because it's simple and it's like easily projected across time and space. Alright, so Puppet Combo Games, book one. This one's book one, so I guess Babysitter Bloodbath was the first one to release, then Murder House, then the Nun Massacre. We'd head Jenny. Well, I kind kind of feel I need to force myself to relax at least like one day, because I seem to always be doing something. If it's not involving the channel, it's involving doing something at the house, and if it's not the house, it's work. So I'm trying to, like, if I force myself by drugging myself, I'm like, maybe I can watch a movie or just eat a bunch of food or something, and they heard you talking about smoking weed, and hey, it's legal here. Babysitter Bloodbath was actually a fan-made Halloween, but it was threatened by, oh really, by lawsuit, so Puppet Combo just re-released the game and changed everything tied to, I mean, it's easy enough to do that. They call it the Winnipeg Chicken. Guys. Alright, so I don't know if I want to read it like this. This might be a little awkward for me to read like that. I needed to thank you guys for voting. Those of you guys who keep voting for me daily for that contest that I was asking you guys for help with. I really do appreciate it. I kind of didn't realize that there are a lot of rounds. I thought that it was just that one week and they were just voting. So I was like, wow, this is suspiciously easy for me. But apparently there are 9 rounds. So I appreciate you guys like voting for me every day and throwing what you can. I really, really do appreciate it. I think it would be so fucking cool if I managed to win that, but if I don't, it is what it is. Like, I'm not gonna be super, hey, shut up, transmission. I told you I was going to. I have to. I told you, it's like, so instead of like and subscribe, remember to vote for me so I can take a picture with Jason Voorhees. God, if I was in high school, because I was so into the Friday the 13th series, like I had t-shirts, and I was convinced that I was going to have like a tattoo sleeve of just Friday the 13th, and I got older, I was like, maybe not an entire sleeve, maybe a hockey mask or something, and then eventually it came. Meet Kane, make a video about it, write it off of your taxes as a business trip. Maybe I could be friends with Jason. You better win. That would be super cool, but then the way get the gun out. Wait, what can I use with the gun here? Hey! Look at the watch! Look at the Little Mermaid watch! You gonna make Ariel cry? Huh? Huh? It is 0 o'clock because this ran out of batteries when I was like 5. It's not even mine, it was my sister's. My sister. You might like something that came out recently. It's called Not Safe for Work, Adults Only, Liquid Diamonds. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought you were talking about a game. I was like, wow, that's a really weird. Adults Only, Liquid Diamonds, either. I thought the whole ass name of the game. You're like, hey, there's this game called Not Safe for Work, Adults Only, Liquid Diamonds, either cheeky cherry or mango twist. I was like, I was like, this is gonna be pineapple pizza all over again. Is it something that I'm gonna have to? We'll take out the other contestants. I gotta remember to post. Like, oh god, I feel bad because it means I'll have to do like my stories every day. Like, hey, remember to vote for me on your dailies. Daily vote, everybody. Daily vote. I can't vote, and I can't see any of the other contestants, so I have no idea how far ahead I even am. But I am, or was. Hi, Zach. I can't remember if I said hello to you. I was, or am, possibly, haven't checked. I was in first place. So, I guess as long as I'm in between, like, 1 and 10, like, then I'll be safe from being cut from the first round. Is it Thanksgiving from you, Myra? Like, wasn't there? What was the fake Thanksgiving horror or slasher from the Grindhouse movie? The the Quentin Tarantino one. Wasn't it was like Thanksgiving or something like that? Or is that the stupid turkey puppet one? That's actually a vulture puppet, which is hysterical. It's like, really, you can't tell the difference? You should read The Haunting of Hill House. I think you'd like it. Oh, I've read The Haunting of Hill House. Is it just called Thanksgiving? Oh, I thought it had like a don't look behind you type thing, or don't look, or something like that. Oh man, the root beer got a little warm. I don't like it warm. I think the company is not safe. Oh, okay. I was like, do I need to write this down? That one is called Thanksgiving. The turkey vulture one. Ugh. Brownie caramel cream root beer. They had this new section at the grocery store I was at, and it included like this brownie stuff. Where is this? I think it's a U.S. company. Go fuck yourself. Is anybody from Washington? WA's Washington, right? Mukilteo? Mukilteo? Is that it looks like native, like it would be a native tribe in the US. That's what it looks like anyway, the name. You know how we have Algonquian? Maybe that's like or like there's, I think what was US? Cherokee is one of them for sure. Oh god, I used to know way more about indigenous, like all over the place instead of just in my one little bubble. The person I know who's in first place is Chris from the Vegan Zombie. Is that a YouTuber? Oh no, am I gonna be oh no. If there's like Instagram influencers or like huge YouTubers, I don't fucking stand a chance. Like I don't white meat, dark meat, all will be carved. Home Sweet Home is the best Thanksgiving horror movie. It's pretty good, I do like it. Bad product design, if it's that hard to read something from. It's just it's tiny and it's dark in here. Like you can't tell by my camera. It looks brighter in here, but that's just because my monitors and I have my little lamp thing in the middle that changes colors. I don't know if you guys could tell the way it bounces off my face. It's another YouTuber. Oh no! Well, it was nice. It was nice going for at the beginning. I thought for sure, I was like, ooh, maybe I lucked out and like this went under the radar and maybe nobody noticed. Just call us Indian. But you're. Is that what you prefer? Because I thought Indians is like India, right? Is Canada's its First Nation. Thanksgiving. You come home for the holidays in a body bag. Or indigenous. Depends on sorry, First Nations is sorry, I'm apparently drunk. Indigenous folk. Yeah. Sorry, I'm very tired from having to deal with a headache that would not go away. Would not go away all day today. I still want Werewolf Women of the SS. That would be fun. Or start posting those thirst traps, Jenny. I mean, I probably can. Like the dress I wore a couple weeks ago pushed my tits up to my throat. I didn't realize it was as tight as it was because I didn't have a chance to try it on. I was like, oh, wear this. I'm like, whoa. Getting a look at the girls. Let's get Spoon to open up his OnlyFans faster. I'm actually kind of tempted to open an OnlyFans with Spoon and just post like his feet pics. Oh my god. That'd be so fucking funny. But what I get for not taking anything serious. Hey Dave, I have a question for you. Because I'm fascinated by the culture. What tribe do you what tribe do you hail from? I guess that boobs. Somewhere someone has a fetish for that. Oh, absolutely. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if, because apparently WikiFeed is a thing that I discovered because a podcast I listened to made a joke about it, and I was like, haha, that's funny. And then I was like, oh, I thought he was joking. That shit's real. Do it. I will. I'm gonna do a skit for the next episode. Then I'll start an OnlyFans for just Spoon. Just him and filthy, slutty poses. Okay. So this has, can you tell me how many pages? There is no way there's that many pages. Hold on. This says there's 2,000 pages. There's no fucking way there's 2,000 pages. Get out of here. Just tell me. No, I don't want that. I want to know how many pages it is, you weirdo. Okay, so 187, so it'll probably be a couple hours long. Spoon was already in a port. That is a good point. That is a very good point. On my family home movies, tisk, tisk, tisk. I keep hearing the joke that you have to pixelate your feet if you want to show them on YouTube. Well, shit, because I know for a fact, at least in a couple of my animatronic videos, and in fact, I think it's in the Baphomet and Buzzsaw video. I don't think I'm wearing shoes, so I would not be surprised if suddenly I'm on WikiFeet. I mean, I don't really care either way, but that's insane. It's that Navajo. Oh, Navajo is very interesting to me too, because you guys have Navajo is the Skinwalker, right? Because I think Skinwalker, and what was the other thing? You guys had another, like, creepy-ass cryptid type thing, because Algonquians had the Wendigo, which is another terrifying, like, the Skinwalker and Wendigos are two of the god, oh, hi, Palm! Are two of the scariest fucking things. Like, makes me, what an existence, to be palm size constantly around most people's ankles and not be in a feet at all. The Wendigo, yeah. Seem to remember you not wearing shoes in the video where you kick Scorpion out of your place. Oh shit, I think I did too. Yeah, I was technically house sitting there, so when the people were coming to move, I had to move out, but I was like, it's fine. Get some screenshots for WikiFeed. God, I hate... Maybe it's just because it gets warm in here and my nose doesn't like it. Man, I get runny noses sometimes when I'm streaming. Or maybe it's just because I'm so excited. Oh, shoot. Now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's when the neighbor... the neighbor and his buddy were barbecuing in the back. I did not see them at all, by the way. Because the way... It was... That house... Those houses were so weird because they were tiered. Like, the house next to that one... on that left side, the house was up a little bit, so I didn't really see them in their in the yard until I saw movement in the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh, hey, don't mind me. And then I had to have an awkward conversation. I was like, no, because I didn't want to admit, because I was like, I don't want you to go looking for my channel. So I was like, oh, I'm doing a funny skit for my niece for school, but she needs me to send it to her. So I was like, blah, blah. It's like, crisis averted. Hand fetish. Ooh. Okay, alright, so, sorry. We got really sidetracked. All of us have ADHD, apparently. We need movies about about Native American folklore. Native American, that's what it was. Sorry, I was trying to... It gets pretty cool. Yeah, I would absolutely love that shit. Absolutely love that shit. I would love sorry, my ear itches. I would absolutely love a Wendigo. Because again, the best part of the Pet Sematary remake was that tiny little scene with the Wendigo. And it's not explained. It's like, if you did not read the books, you'd be like, what the fuck was that? And it's never brought up again. It's like, ugh. Ugh. Oh, and by the way, today I found out that you can go to Derry, as in the town in It Chapter 1 and 2, and in the Stephen King universe. Apparently, that's a thing in Maine that I somehow managed to completely miss. So, good for me, I guess, for completely missing something like that. What are you guys? What are you guys doing? I have an opposite of a foot fetish. Hand fetish? You guys are such dorks. Oh, Dave. Frankly amazed with the success of Mr. Skin, that there was never a successful website started called Monsieur Feet or something. I'm terrified to ask what Mr. Skin is, because there are so many of those trap websites that I was like, nope, whatever it is, I don't care if it's super cute or anything, you're not getting me to go on any website. Nope, I do not trust you. I will Google what is actually on the website first. Ugh. Okay. Oh, okay. You finished the Shining novel. Alright, I thought you were being, perverted when you said I finished. Okay. Babysitter Bloodbath. God damn it. You guys are just you're too funny. You keep distracting me. Okay. Oh, and then my tablet went to sleep. Ugh. Okay. Prologue, 1960. Cool. Some houses were haunted. The Burr house was traumatized. Who could blame it? The family had lived a good life in its walls. So far as anyone could tell, they were happy there. So far as anyone could tell, was happy enough. Happiness aside, Pamela Burr loved that house. Maybe that was why, after her death, the building's molecules seemed altered. When she stepped into its living room for the first time, she said to her husband, Nicholas, or Neoclaus? It looks like it says Neoclaus. This is where I want to raise a family. And that is what they did. First they had a daughter, then they had a son. A baby still cooing in its cradle on the fatal night that Pamela, stuck before the stove, overlooked a roiling cauldron of pasta water. Jeannie, said Pamela to the empty room, go ahead and set the table, would you? But I'm busy, protested hallway wall outside the kitchen. I'm sure it can wait, whatever it is. I wish you wouldn't fool around in there so much. You could hurt yourself on a nail. Pamela banged her prolonged spoon against the edge of the pot to shake it free of water. A few burning drops splashed off and stung her skin. She barely noticed. She looked back at the clock. I'm assuming this is supposed to be just Nicholas, but it's spelled Neoclaus. I've never seen that name before. Bone tomahawk. Did I say Babysitter Bud? That's so funny. I'm sorry. She looked at the clock. I'm just saying Nicholas. Nicholas would be home any minute. Come on, sweetie, Pamela urged her daughter, provoking a sigh from a crawl space. Those tiny entrance lay beneath the stairs to the second floor. The space itself was narrow. How Jeannie could stand it in there, Pamela could never understand. Like a coffin, that tight hollow in the wall. Pamela had intended to use it as storage space, but the area was so cramped that she worried about getting things out again. Over time, Jeannie claimed this empty space as a playroom for herself, and her mother didn't really mind because it made her easy to find. The girl still behind the clown mask she'd worn since the party a few weeks prior, wiggled through the small door while dusting off her overalls. Only a as she entered the kitchen did she push the plastic mask atop her head to see her mother's work. Pamela smiled down at her daughter. Just what were you doing in there anyway? Visiting Aslan, answered the witty child. Ah, yes. Judy had been taken with those funny Lewis books since her grandmother bought her a few. Pamela had read them all to her. They had been wonderful. A wild, adventuresome story. Hey, do you guys know how the Never-Ending Story, Jesus Christ, The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, that whole series, do you know how that ends? Because goddamn, I didn't go past, I think it's like the second or third book before I was like, done. Because, you should Google it sometimes, because I did not see that shit coming. But then again, the books were written by a crazy person who was also a pedo, so, I think that's probably also why I stopped reading them, because I was like, nope, not supporting this anymore. But, I will say, sorry, my lips are dry. I will say that I do kind of want to do an unintentionally terrifying of the cartoon of Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. I've been arguing with myself about that, just because it, why is this cycling through all the different colors? Just because it looks, it's horrifying. Like, the animation freaks me out. Go back to blue. Blue was nice. Alright, sorry. The Last Battle? Yeah, I think it was. Apparently, he was supposed to continue the series, but I died before he could. I'm not entirely sure. Same with the Lord of the Rings series, books or movies. I keep getting bored as hell halfway through the second book and third movie. Oh, I loved the Lord of the Rings books and movies, but I was also a super nerdy kid who spent their lunch hour in the library. But that was before I had friends. When I got into high school, I made friends. Okay. Alright. Sorry, again, I'm fucking ADHD, I swear to God. Should probably have that looked at. Too bad Nicholas had never heard of any of it. He was always elsewhere in the house doing something by himself. Pamela was never sure what. Well, let's get the table set and you can go back. After dragging her three-legged stool to the cabinet, the girl spent a bit of time going back and forth across, doing as her mother asked. Soon enough, she was back in Narnia. Along with her... Sorry. Along with her thoughts, Pamela looked at the clock again. Yes, any minute now, Nicholas would be home. He certainly was late, though, wasn't he? Maybe that was what made her so nervous that night. There wasn't any other reason she could find. No reason at all for her to be so on edge when her husband finally opened the living room door. There you are! Joy lit in her voice at his footfall. Did you have a good day at the factory? I'm exhausted myself. Little Tommy had an awful time going down for his nap. You'd never believe it. Nicholas's heavy steps terminated at the threshold of the kitchen. Pamela looked over her shoulder and smiled at him. Then, brooding again over her pasta, she plucked up her spoon with one hand and the strainer in the other. Her husband's steps continued into the kitchen. She asked without looking, "Why don't you take off your boots before you sit down, Nicholas? Looks like it's almost time for you to get a new pair. Those old ones are so..." Her eyes widened at the sharp explosion of fiery pain in her right shoulder blade. Another, now, in her left shoulder. What was happening? What was happening? The strainer and spoon both tumbled from her hands. Nicholas! Wild-eyed, she stumbled back against the pot of boiling water. Fresh from the butcher's block, the knife gleamed with Pamela's blood in her own husband's hand. Nicholas! There was no making sense of it, no understanding, though her brain did try. It was natural to try to understand what was happening when your own husband came home before dinner, took up one of your kitchen knives, and stabbed you to death with it. He stared into her eyes while the blade sank again and again into her flesh. Its recently sharpened metal opened her skin so easily that some of the penetrations didn't even hurt, but more of them did. Some were so sharp that it was like her whole body had caught fire. Somewhere their daughter was screaming. Pamela realized that she, in an attempt to gain purchase, struck her hand against the pot of boiling water while the other lifted against the blows. She didn't feel the hot metal pot, but she felt that knife. Each time a new wound opened up to pour blood down her hand, her wrist, her forearm, if she felt it with a kind of hyperclarity, as if the pain were the only thing that existed. Nicholas! Her legs gave out from under her amid the pain, the severity of her blood loss. Nicholas, I don't understand. Pamela's quivering body slid upon the tile floor and came to rest in the vast developing pool of its own blood. With her last scraps of consciousness, Pamela remembered their daughter. Oh, her body was so weak. But somehow, she lurched forward as Nicholas stepped away, lurching forward and grabbed his dirty boot, begging, No, please, Nicholas, please don't. He kicked her in the head so hard it felt like her brain came loose inside her skull. While she sobbed, still searching for some explanation for why this was happening to her, for all the ways, was the way she was going to die. Nicholas bent over to catch her hair in his fist. With a quick, cold slash of the knife, Nicholas cut Pamela's throat. A crimson wave splattered out of her neck and down the front of her dress, over her dream house's carefully cleaned floor, across her husband's filthy black boots. Some of the stabs may have been so precise she hadn't felt them, but she did feel the slitting of her throat. In a single stroke, the blade cleanly severed the molecules of the flesh, tendons, and veins. The feeling of her having tissue split by her husband was written on her face as she died, mute in a pool of her own blood. Nicholas's left footprints on his way back to the living room. The urgent whisper of his daughter's high-pitched voice carried throughout the house as though its walls were made of paper. So did Nicholas's footsteps. On his coming, the wide-eyed girl gasped into the phone's black receiver. Please, operator, please help! Oh! Leaving the wall-mounted device hanging from its cord, Jeannie scrambled for the security of her crawl space. The girl was red-faced and sobbing, her words unintelligible amid her tears. Daddy, why would you do this? Why would you hurt Mommy like this? He didn't answer. The girl didn't wait for one. She tried to shut the door of the crawl space after her, but quickly found that she shouldn't have delayed for that either. The door slammed off its hinges as Burr reached in after his daughter. One great hand grabbed around in the dark, grasping exposed wood and open air before finally catching one kicking leg. No! Screamed Jeannie. No, please! I love you, please! Oh, no, I'm not trying to do that. Oh, shoot, sorry. I leaned on the sleep button. Immeasurably weaker than a full-grown man, all Jeannie could do was try and save her own life, was grab a hold of whatever she could. An exposed beam helped her for a few seconds. At the next hard jerk of her leg and the horrific thought that the limb might be pulled from its socket, she lowered her weeping head against the beam. In the last-ditch effort, Jeannie tried to pray. As she realized she was too afraid to remember the words to even the most basic prayer, her father jerked her leg again and she cried out. Her hair was torn by a crooked nail exposed from the same beam. The house itself was what tore the mask from her hair when, in a final wrench, Nicholas pulled his daughter out of the crawl space. He wasted no time. Jeannie screamed more than Pamela had. Pamela had just been confused. Jeannie was afraid, betrayed, keenly aware of what was about to happen to her. The girl threw her small hands over her head as though to block out the vision of her fate. In so doing, she exposed her torso to Burr's knife. The tearing of denim as the knife plunged into her entrails seemed almost as loud as her shrieks, almost as loud as the crying of the baby awoken upstairs. By the time Burr was finished killing his daughter, her blue overalls had turned a purple red, so dark that it was more common with black. Blood coated the white palms limp on either side of her body. No matter the blood she lost, no matter how dead she was, her eyes still seemed to stare. This corpse gazed in shock at the face of its father and killer. Nicholas looked only at the glistening knife still ready in his hand. The baby's wailing filled the house, but it wasn't loud enough to drown out the police cruisers parking outside. His movements, at once more urgent than they had been seconds before, Burr threw the knife into the far back of the crawl space. He didn't even stoop to see what it had came to rest between the beam. All that mattered was it getting out of his hands, throwing it away like the family it had destroyed. That's what was important. This done, he shut the door and followed the sounds of the crying upstairs. There he was, in his cradle, doing harm to nobody, only screaming like he understood what was about to happen to him. Through the window of the nursery, voices shouted from the street, "Open up, Burr! Nobody has to get hurt! Just come out! Let's figure out what's happened!" When no response was forthcoming, somebody cursed. The banging of the front door began at the same time Burr picked up the sobbing infant. As if knowing what occurred within the house, the banging grew more urgent. Burr's lips peeled back from his teeth. At first, when Burr's jaws pierced the cloth of the white onesie as easily as the blade had eviscerated Pamela, Tommy's sobs increased. The pressure of Burr's teeth intensified as blood surged into his mouth. Downstairs, the slam of the front door was an impressive competition for the sounds of the child's last scream. When Burr tore his teeth away, having liberated a mouthful of the baby's tender guts, the grip of his hand tightened. Something ripped. Fabric? No. He didn't even realize he had torn the child's head off. What? Whoa! Not until he looked back down to find one half in each hand. The nursery door burst open. Police surged in, guns drawn. "Hands up, you sick son of a bitch!" Oh my God. "Put your hands up! Put your fucking hands up!" He obeyed once he had thrown the headless corpse of an infant against the wall, and its soft body burst like an overripe melon. Jesus Christ. Come on, not the baby. Oh, hi, dead messes. Yeah, I'm sorry. You seem to have come in during the prologue when it seems to be, that. I see Neo Claus as a last name, but only one instance of the first name on Facebook. Oh, yeah, I've never seen that before. I'm just assuming it's supposed to be, like a Nicholas, but I was like, I'm not gonna keep calling him Neo Claus, because all I'm gonna think of is Kris Kringle with, like, neon clothes on, like an 80s Flashdance looking thing. Oh my goodness. I got a massive migraine from whatever extra frame per second bullshit they were pulling with the Hobbit movies. Oh yeah. So I do get headaches frequently, but man, when I get migraines, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced migraines, but the vision in usually my right eye either goes black, like I can't see anything. That's how I know. I was like, oh shit, a migraine's coming. Or it does like this weird fuzzy thing. Like there was the very first time I had gotten a migraine, I thought I was having a stroke and I thought I was fucking dying because I was still in university, and I was studying and I was taking a break, and I was reading something, and then it occurred to me I was reading, it was English, obviously I can read, but I just stopped because I could not. I was like, what is this word? The word was would've. But looking at it, I was like, what is this word? And my brain couldn't pronounce it, but would've, like would have. And then I was like, I can't read any of this. And then, like, the worst goddamn pain in my head. Like, it was terrifying. Like, for a few seconds, I thought, I was like, oh no, oh my God, I don't know what's happening to me. And then I told, or like luckily, because my sister deals with migraines, and hers is kind of similar, where it's that bad. She's like, I'm 99% sure you're having a migraine. You need to go someplace dark and cold and quiet right now. She's like, trust me, it's going to be bad. She's like, she's like, I'll go. She's like, we lived relatively close, so she actually ran home and grabbed some of her migraine medication. She used to get injections in the back of her neck. It was crazy. But she doesn't get them so much anymore. But man, that was awful. Because like I said, that's a terrifying thing if you don't know what it is that you're experiencing. It feels like you're dying. It feels like something has happened to you that you're not going to survive. Now you want baby back ribs? Jesus. We haven't even started, and the story isn't pulling any punches. Well, to be fair, the murder house didn't really pull any, or pulled all the punches too. Like, it was it didn't hold anything back. I mean, at least, well, actually, it kind of did, because I think I would have been disgusted with it if it went into detail about what the killer did to the kids once he captured them. I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have appreciated that. I think I would have been actually, frankly, pissed off. But I'm glad they held back from that. The gore, I was like, the gore I can handle. The abuse I can't. I can't do it. Okay. Chapter 1. 1982. My sophomore year in high school, I had to go home due to headaches so bad I couldn't open my eyes or think straight. Headaches have got to be some of the most bullshit things we have. But you know what I found out? And it works for you guys for future, even migraines. It helped me with migraine too. Get water as hot as you can stand it and put your feet in it, because all the pressure in your head, when you have your feet in hot water, the blood, the pressure leaves to oh, hot's going on down here, and it works. It weirdly works. So next time, remember, I mean, granted, those of us who have migraines know that you only get a couple minutes once you feel it setting in to get someplace quiet and dark and someplace, yeah. I usually end up in the ER where some bitch nurse goes, we don't give narcotics for headaches, right? Why become a nurse if you don't like dealing with people? I don't understand that. Okay. Hi, baby. I'm sorry. Did I wake you up? I have his little tank thing underneath me because I figured this was the warmest room. He has the little bedtime heat lamp in there, but he's like, "What the hell are you reading?" I've heard about that treatment. Don't you also have to bend your head down? I think so. I think that was another part of it. You have to go like this to kind of relax it. All right. Chapter 1, 1982. Okay. Monroe State Hospital has seen more than its share of violent inmates. Among the depraved minds consigned to its many rooms, Nicholas Burr was just another face. Everyone there had an awful story. Nurse Trixie wasn't impressed by any of them. "I'll kill you," an inmate might scream at her. "I know," she'd say. "I know you will. Just take your medication now. Thank you. Was that so hard?" "Your mother sucked my dick in Vietnam," another would holler while the orderlies ducked a hurled lunch tray. "Mr. Thornburg, if you please, we wouldn't have to restrain you like this if you didn't throw things at us." Another, the voices, I wish they'd stop talking just for even a second." Her cool response, "Well, why don't we see if a little art therapy helps us today?" Yes, Nurse Trixie was unflappable. It was her compassion that did it. Maybe it was thanks to the novel that Kessie Hold on, I need to make this brighter. That Kessie Fellow. But most people seem to imagine sanitarium nurses as cruel tyrants ruling their patients' lives with iron fists. I mean, usually they kind of are. I'm unimpressed by what I interned at a mental health hospital for a while, and some of those nurses, ugh. Sorry, I keep going on tangents, but yeah, it's like people are so just do not understand mental health and just do not care. It's so sad. But Trixie understood what these folks went through. She understood they were suffering. She understood that long before the hospital ever put them under lock and key, they had been trapped in prisons of their own mental illnesses. She pitied them, these patients. She pitied them, and by holding on to that pity, she didn't permit herself any room for fear. That was what was there to be afraid of after all? These people were just sick, truly ill. Most of them wouldn't have done the least... God damn it, stop going to sleep. Ugh. Most of them wouldn't have done the least harm to anyone under any circumstances. And those that already had, well, they couldn't do it again. They were treated fairly. They were treated as people, and especially after the sanitarium's recent change in management, they were shown actual compassion. Trixie loved that. She loved being allowed to take care of these people as if they were actually ill and in need of care. She loved seeing the difference kind treatment made in so many of their lives. She loved feeling confident and composed before even the most disordered patient. As though she might be a model for the responsible people they could be if and when they recovered. But despite all of her confidence, despite her charisma and compassion, she had to admit that one patient was very unnerving to her. Nicholas Bird never said a word. Everyone had tried to get him to speak, but before Trixie's arrival, therapists had sat on the other side of the table from the man for cumulative hours. All the while, he stared as if willing the person at whom he looked at to die on the spot. Everyone who... Damn it. Sorry, I'm trying to... There we go. Everyone who worked at the hospital agreed that Bird was the most disturbing of all of their disturbed patients. This wasn't just because of his silence, though. Once, when new to the sanitarium, Trixie had gotten curious about this silent man, always confined to his cell. When the sanitarium changed hands amid its period of reform, most of the patients began enjoying things like scheduled leisure time and therapeutic activities, painting, bird watching. Ooh, bird watching. Actually, let me see if I can do... I'm going to try this instead. Maybe it'd be a little bit easier for me to read. I want to do bird. I love bird watching. So far as Trixie could tell, Burr was never permitted anything. In fact, she wasn't sure that she had seen him liberated from his solitary confinement for so much as a therapist session. Wondering why, she looked up his file. Oh, how she regretted it. It was awful. Nurses tended to exchange patient stories by word of mouth, but nobody really discussed Burr. After reading up on him, Trixie understood why. No crime scene photos were included in the file, but she could imagine it all vividly nonetheless. From then on, every time she happened to glance Burr's hard face through the window of his cell door, she couldn't help but shudder. The face of a man who stabbed his daughter to death. The face of a man who had eaten his infant after killing his wife. Nobody liked to look into that face. Consequently, most people avoided any duty that forced them to interact with Burr. But somebody had to do it. Uh-oh. That's gotta be bad. I just realized I knocked my earrings that I took off at the beginning of the stream somewhere. Yeah, well, there's one. Who knows where the other one is? Shit. And my grandma's. Whew. What the hell are you guys I just let my mental health run wild. Don't fight the tangents. Yeah. Whew. Shit's escalating again. Yeah, no shit. Okay. It might as well have been compassionate Trixie who could find empathy in her heart for anyone in the world. Any alien soul, no matter how dark that soul seemed. So Trixie gave Burr her best smile every night she saw him. She had a lot of other patients understand, which made it tough to find time to get to Burr. And when she did get to him, it was always in and out. You could even have accused her of rushing. One time she dropped his pills before giving him his medication. That was very embarrassing. Trixie had never done such a thing like that before. She had to ask herself what the problem was. Why was she so frightened of him? Of course he had done horrible things, but so had a lot of the other inmates. There was that soft-spoken man who not very many rooms down from Burr. Talk about cannibalism! This patient had eaten his own mother's brains after her accidental death in the midst of a domestic dispute. Somehow Trixie wasn't afraid of him at all. The brain eater was a polite man. He played chess with the other patients. Strike that. He was allowed to play chess with the other patients. That's what was Trixie's problem, she realized at last. It was the hospital's perception of Burr that was getting to her. Her colleagues, her supervisors, everyone had made him out to be some kind of horrific monster. Some enormous demon. The man somehow so much worse than any of the other ill people in the hospital. Why was that? Because of the death of the children, she supposed? The baby. And while, yes, of course, that was incomprehensible, as more privileges were introduced to the higher function patients, and even lower functioning ones earned more second chances, Nurse Trixie's poor, tender heart just broke to see this man, even this worst among the worst of them all, abandoned in his cell. She resolved to be better. It only took one person to make a difference in someone else's life, after all. That was why Trixie had become a nurse. Trixie is a very rare breed indeed, isn't she? She wanted to make a difference, to be there for the downtrodden, like a kind of angel. The other patients responded so well to be treated like that, to be treated like people. Surely Burr was no exception to the rule. But best to start slow. First, Trixie took off the guard who accompanied her while she delivered medication to the more challenging patients. "I'm glad to have you with me," she told him with a friendly pat on the forearm. It's just that this outfit of yours, the tie puts our patients on edge." Now, all right, Trixie. You'll radio for me if you run into any trouble, though, won't you? Oh, trouble. Trouble nothing. Even the worst patients were no trouble to her. Most of them even liked her. The ones that didn't were the sort who didn't like anyone, so it wasn't anything special when something foul came out of their mouths in exchange for their daily dose of lithium. Trixie wouldn't have any trouble. She was confident of that. Just like she was confident that tonight, this crisp October night, would be the first night of Nicholas Burr's better life. Mr. Burr? In the high-security ward, patients' rooms resembled prison cells. This was true even down to the slot in the door, a small rectangular cutout used for restraints, food, and the passage of medication. Worst thing to do naked? Cook anything in oil? I would say that. However, many inmates wouldn't be trusted to take their medication. In that case, nurses would have to let themselves into the room. Though they were not often restrained anymore, staff interactions with violent patients tended to be supervised by orderlies or guards like the very one whose help Trixie rejected. Yes, I know there's going to be a software update. When she was hired, most veteran staff members had advised her to pass Burr his medication through the door slot and move on. All had said that talking to him was useless, if not actively dangerous. Trixie, however, knew better than that. She spoke to Burr through the slot, struggling to see him in his cell. Was he against the wall? "Mr. Burr?" she repeated. "It's time for your medication, but I was thinking, it's a beautiful evening, and you don't have a window in your cell." While straightening up, Trixie removed her keyring and jingled through... Oh man, I don't like where this is going. She seems like a genuinely sweet character. Keyring and jingled through its contents. Her other hand poised casually on the cart, arrayed with paper cups of pills. "Why don't you come out once you've had your medication? You can watch the sunrise from the observation window." Oh, the way the light twinkles on the duck pond, it's just marvelous. Beaming ear to ear, Trixie pushed her master key into the lock of Burr's door. Her own soul rattled with satisfaction as the tumbler clicked. "Just when was the last time you saw a duck, Mr. Burr?" No response. Well, she'd get him to talking soon enough. Pleased as she could be, Trixie pushed open the door to the cell, and Nicholas stepped out to grip the small woman by the head. As soon as he had confident hold of her, he smashed her skull against the stone lining of the doorway of his cell. The overwhelming pain was so instant that Trixie had no time to scream. It reminded her of all the times she had ever hit her head on the car roof or the door of an open cabinet, that feeling of her skull being split. Only now, it really was being split. Now she could feel, on the second impact, the tearing open of her scalp and the terrific shattering of wet, red bone. The man's huge hand clenched her face all the tighter. She at last remembered to scream, but the third slam dislocated her jaw and crunched her cheekbone so severely that the sound was more of a wheeze that trailed off into a gurgle. You know, at this point, these stories that I'm reading, I was like, I can't like anybody. I just have to pretend that they're all terrible people because then this shit happens and I get super upset. Okay. The keys fell from her hand. Burr's free one caught them before they gained much distance. Blood rushing from her nose and mouth, Trixie slid to the floor and convulsed. Burr stepped neatly over her and looked around the hall. Inhale, exhale. This was freedom, Nicholas. The very sanitarium seemed to breathe into him. Its stone rose and fell like the barrel of his chest as, one by one, Burr opened cells. 1, 2, 3. Someone at the end of the hallway shouted, "Hey, you!" Burr crammed the keys into the hands of the man he just released. The killer then strode in the direction of the security guard. The uniformed man's expression changed, moving from a look of authoritarian expectation to sheer human terror. This gig had been a sweet one. Trixie, who lay in a twitching heap on the doorway of Burr's cell, had been lulled into a false sense of security by the culture of the sanitarium. The guard was the same. He had gotten lax. He carried a gun but hadn't used it in years. He hadn't thought he'd ever use it. Of course he never would. Not with that trembling hand. Not with the way he fumbled at his holster. In 12 long strides, Burr cleared the distance down the hall. He was to the guard just when the doughy man had his weapon in his hand. The guard leveled the muzzle with Burr's face in time for the killer to snatch his hand, push the weapon away, and use the heel of his palm to crush his nose into his skull cavity. The guard didn't even have time to scream. While shaking the blood from his hand, Burr snatched the gun from the dying man's grip. The guard was put out of his misery while, not far from Burr, the shouts of more guards frightened by gunfire rose the alarm. Nicholas Burr looked at the ceiling camera poised in the corner of the ceiling, raised the gun, and spat around into the lens. End of chapter 1. So yeah, this is... If you hadn't told me that this was originally supposed to be, or this was originally a Halloween game, I would be like, this sounds suspiciously like like the opening to Halloween. Go Christmas caroling. I beat you to it, Apple. I said cook anything in grease or oil, I think it was. Nurse Lady needs to go watch Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, that is a phenomenal movie. But yeah, as much as I agree you should treat people with respect, you should also listen to with what they did and understand that maybe you should attempt just some bit of caution, just a little bit. Especially if they ate their child, like maybe, and twisted their head off. That seems. Harris has good characters and stories, but I'm not a fan of his prose overall. Yeah. It's so good. Root beer is the only soda, if it counts as soda anyway, that I genuinely really like. Chapter 2. Oh, look at all the hearts! Heart. I don't even know what those are for, but it's cute to see like the little emojis pop up and float up and disappear. It's very cute. Okay, chapter 2. Sarah struggled to listen to a word Jill said. The mall food court buzzed with activity, and through it all, Sarah tried to narrow her focus down to a single conversation. Two girls a few tables away had been saying something she barely caught. Now she strained past the voices of her friend, hoping to hear them repeat it. Her diligence was rewarded. Jack, said one of the girls again. A few more unintelligible words. Then, birthday and... Jill snapped a finger in front of Sarah's face. Hello? Sarah, are you even listening to me? Remember, this is the 80s. Sorry, I just remember I had one more errand to run before we left. Well, you better hurry. Jill checked her watch and leaned back in her seat, eyebrows lifting. The mall's closing soon. Do you want to meet me at the entrance? That'd be perfect. Slinging her purse higher up on her shoulder, Sarah did a few swift mental calculations. Every penny counted, but she was set to make enough on tomorrow's babysitting job that there would be no harm in spending a few extra bucks. Of course, Billy's parents might stiff her again. They were on their last warning, for sure. But making headway with Jack was a worthy cause. After dusting off her hands and patting her friend's shoulder, Sarah said, "Catch you soon." and darted in the direction of the escalators. Was Jack even still around? She happened to see him earlier, a few minutes after she and Jill arrived. No surprise. In their small town, the options for recreation consisted of hitting the mall, going to parties, or bashing mailboxes from their posts while your drunk driver tries to keep from running off the road. Whoa! That is not something I ever partook in, but ginger's a root, so that means ginger ale equals root beer. It's not the A's until someone gags you with a spoon. Terrified. This was all assuming football season had ended, of course. If it hadn't just yet, through October, more than crispy air to give that special autumn buzz. Since Jack was on the football team, he must have skipped practice to come hang out. Weren't people entitled to things like that on birthdays, though? And anyway, it gave her ideas for presents. Like, maybe she could buy him a jersey of some kind. Not that she knew much of anything about sports. An album? Well, maybe. Everybody liked music. She didn't know what kind of music he liked specifically, though. She'd rather buy him nothing than buy a gift that made her look stupid. The mall speaker crackled with an announcement. Something about curfew? She paused near the entrance of the store, trying to make out the tinny words. Very soon she gave up and shook her head annoyed. Two men were exiting the store mid-conversation. Sarah turned back to the entrance just in time for the one with his head turned to slam into her. Sorry, she began, looking up at the person who'd been paying less attention than her. Oh, Jack! Said the jock with a patronizing laugh that his friend shared. Do I know you? Don't act lame. Just be cool. I'm Sarah. She tacked on her last name and, seeing that it got nothing out of his blank stare, tried something else. We had math together for like 2 weeks in a row, or 2 years in a row. Oh, he said, eyebrows lifting. Oh, Sarah, I recognize you. What's up? What's up? He recognized her. Nice of him to say that. Jack was one of the most popular guys in school. Everybody knew him and would have loved to be his friend, even if it was only for social prestige. Sarah wasn't worried about that nearly as much as she was interested in his broad shoulders and his hard jaw. Jack was one of those strapping boys who grew up in a small-town America and, once upon a time, would have found working on a farm in some form of menial labor. Instead, he was playing football and living the life of suburban luxury. Now that Sarah thought about it, Jack was sort of spoiled. The kind of person who was hard to shop for. If only she had somebody to help her pick something out for him. Time to take the risk. Oh, not much, Sarah began casually. Today is like birthday of some hot guy I know, so I'm trying to figure out what kind of present to get him. You know? Blue eyes widening in shock, the good-natured but ultimately not very bright boy put a hand on his chest. Weird. It's my birthday today, too. Oh my gosh, Sarah said, feigning surprise pretty effectively if she said so herself. Happy birthday! Whatever, how crazy is that? I know. Wow, what a funny coincidence. What are you gonna get him? Affecting a pout, Sarah stood and shook her head and said, I don't know. I just realized I barely know anything about him. Like music, sports teams, hello. Sarah knocked herself on the head and laughed. I guess he's so cute. I didn't even think about it before coming here. Bet if he's a guy worth your time, said Jack's friend. He must like the steers. This earned a laugh and a high five from Jack. Go Steers! Making a mental note, Sarah allotted, maybe, I guess is kind of thinking about an album, though. That's tough, Jack said. Music is, like, so personal. Sarah agreed and then casually said, as if it would help solve her problems, well, what do you like music-wise? Oh man, America for sure. Ugh. personal, wasn't it? Sarah maintained a pleasant smile as he also suggested, or like Fleetwood Mac? Yeah, everybody likes Fleetwood Mac. Do you have any of their new albums? Well, Mirage came out in June. I haven't heard it yet, though, so I don't know how it compares. Does he, like, always, does he already like Fleetwood Mac? If not, you might want us to try and give him rumors. You know, I think he does like them, actually. Say, looking towards the entrance of the mall, then shooting her best smile at the athlete, Sarah asked, could you, like, help me look through the record shop? Do you have a couple of minutes? Sure, said Jack, nodding at his friend. You want to get the car? I'll meet you there. Hair swish. Okay. Don't get too excited. Sarah wondered if this sudden awkwardness of her pulse, or sudden awareness of her pulse in her fingertips was just her imagination, or if it was a real psychological effect. Hard to say. Hard to say anything when Jack, big friendly puppy dog that he was, walked with her to the record store and said on the way there, I guess you must, like, be nervous, huh? What do you mean? Oh, what? You didn't hear? Yeah, there was, like, a big breakout at the Looney Bin earlier tonight. This, like, killer guy, hair swish, big guy, I mean, what's his name? Nicholas Burr or something? Whatever. This big guy, I guess he broke out and killed, like, a ton of people. They don't even have any idea, like, where he is, so they're establishing a curfew or whatever until he's caught. Sarah blew a raspberry. Whatever. Jack laughed in surprise. That doesn't freak you out? I mean, I guess, in an abstract way. What does it have to do with me? Not like I live anywhere near the sanitarium or anything. Yeah, but he could be, like, anywhere. You could be waiting right outside now. Boo! Grinning like a jackass, Jack playfully grabbed Sarah's side and succeeded in making her jump. While he howled with laughter, the girl turned her furiously blushing face away and shrugged her purse higher on her shoulder. Whatever, Jack. Anyway, I guess it was a super gnarly crime scene. All kinds of, like, security guards were killed. He even murdered some nurses. My uncle's a cop. He called us all freaked out. Make sure Jack stays home until this guy gets caught. The boy laughed and rolled his eyes as they ducked into the second record store. Behind the counter, the sales clerk looked like she was on the verge of an aneurysm to see customers so close to closing. Sarah smiled at her anyway and went straight to the F section to show her they'd be in and out. It's cute your uncle cares about you, though, Sarah said, running her fingers along the shrink-wrapped albums. I hope my parents don't try to keep me from babysitting tomorrow. She had said this for herself more than him, but his ears perked, laughing again. Jack asked, babysitting on Saturday? I know, it sucks. But it's just for a little while. I'm saving up for a motorcycle. No way, bitchin', hair wipe. What kind of hog you want to get? I'm thinking about a Honda, she said, flipping through the records and smiling to see the cover of Mirage. Is this it? It sure is. Hey. You didn't even need me. He nudged her while she grinned. A Honda, huh? Most people think about Harleys when they think about motorcycles. Why a Honda? Better engineering, she said, trying not to frown at the price of the sticker. Just a little higher than she'd hoped. Well, not exactly like she could put it back and turn around now. The transaction was painful but quick. Once it was over, the salesperson asked if she would need a bag. Butterflies in her stomach. Sarah said, no, that won't be necessary. She waited until they had emerged from the record store to hand the present over to Jack. Here, she said. He was nice, but he really did get a stupid look on his face sometimes. At least it was a cute kind of stupid look. He blinked down at the extended album and said, but I thought this was for, like... It was always funny to watch someone put two and two together. Maybe four in his head, eyes widening all the more. Jack said, oh, hey, was that all... Were you hitting on me? Happy birthday, Sarah repeated, smiling as he accepted the album with unfeigned pleasure. Boy, thanks. I can't believe you really had me going there. You're slick, hair toss. His face had reddened across his cut cheekbones. His grin widened just a little more. Jack pressed the album to the breast of his leather jacket and said, "And pretty cute, too." "Thanks. You're not so bad yourself," she said. With a glance towards the mall security guard, a uniformed man waiting impatiently for them and the rest of the stragglers to leave, Jack looked back at Sarah and asked, "Do you have a pen?" She did, in fact, have a pen. When she dug it out of her purse and passed it over, Jack caught her hand in his. Now her own face warmed. Boy, that hand of his sure was big. Big but gentle. When he wrote his phone number on her hand, he was careful not to press too hard. It was kind of sweet. "Call me sometime, Hairflip. Maybe we can listen to, the Fleetwood Mac album together?" Beaming, feeling like an evil genius for as well as that plan came together, Sarah said, "Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe. That would be cool." "The mall's closed now," announced the intercom. Of course, that statement was clear enough. While they left and made their way to the mall entrance, Jack said, "Well, thanks again. Be careful out there, all right?" "Thanks, you too. See you around, birthday boy." A few seconds later, Sarah slammed shut the white door of Jill's car. "What took you so long?" Shuddering, Jill turned down the news station she'd been listening to. "I've just been, sitting here, totally creeping myself out while you were dragging your butt outside, or inside." "Sorry, but look at this." Gleefully, Sarah thrust her hand in Jill's face. Her friend's expression contorted through several phases before settling on one of shock. Hello? Is this a phone number?" "Jack's phone number." "Shut up. Shut up! Is that who you were walking with just now? I couldn't see from here. Shut up!" Scoffing, Jill slapped her hand away. "You bitch!" Sarah threw her hand back, cackling while her friend put her car in gear. "I hate you." Jill continued stewing with happy jealousy. "You're such a freaking jerk. I can't believe you kept me waiting out here all weirded out just so you could get the homecoming queen's number. Whatever. If you promise to be nicer to me, you can have him when I'm done with him." "Hey!" Sarah had settled back in her seat, hand in her lap, and the numbers in her palms made her think of something else. "Did you hear about that crazy thing at the sanitarium tonight?" No, doy. That was what I was freaking out about." "I knew you weren't listening to me. I'd be sitting there telling you about something super stupid important, and then you'd just be glazed looking at your face like you're..." Sarah stopped listening. Jen's Valley Girl voice makes her come across like Elvira. I was trying to do I was afraid to look at the comments. I was like, man, these are terrible voices. I can't imagine what you guys are saying about. You're really getting into the role. I'm actually 100% sober. I just really love Valley Girl talk. I don't know why, I just really love. Elvira is a lesbian, and her longtime girlfriend actually managed to keep that fact to herself for decades. Really? Oh, wow. I thought Cassandra was married to a dude for some... I had no idea. Hi, Chelsea! I'm sorry I missed you. I was getting into my role. Hi, Shingo! Getting in there. Just got back from the nun. Oh, was it any good? Making voices and all. Well, it is based in the 80s, so I have to do the very 80s go. It was a movie that's watchable. Well, that's such a glowing endorsement. I can't wait to go see it because the first one was so amazing. I have to go. I come back soon. Okay, bye, Chelsea. Yeah, New Nun won't change your mind. Conjuring, Annabelle, Nun. I never saw the Annabelle movies. At least I don't think so. If I did, I do not remember it at all. Don't appeal to Annabelle. I'm not scared of dolls. Clearly, I'm not terrified of dolls. I actually like creepy. Playing games while hearing a Valley Girl is really fun. I'm telling you, I love doing that. I just could never use it because I don't get to see this shit very often. Sorry, my neck was a little stiff there. Okay, chapter 3. Scenic River Park was home to a jogging path so frequently used that no one thought anything of running before dawn. Even as late as October, when the darkness of the pre-sun hours extended beyond all reason, early risers could expect to encounter one another on the path. That's why Aaron Parsons didn't think anything of it didn't think anything of the tall man standing in the distance. Frankly, he wasn't even sure he had seen the man at all. The flashlight he jerry-rigged to his headband in lieu of proper headlamp had a way of bouncing with each step. Though its illumination hinted at a distant silhouette, by the time its beam sprang back up, the figure was gone. Aaron had probably been seeing things. That, or it was a deer. You know, deer that stand on two legs normally. Glad you're having fun. Oh yeah, I love reading these puppet combo games. They're great. At least they're dark, but weirdly more lighthearted than me sobbing at the end of Pen Pal, because God, that ending wrecked me. Like I thought about that ending for days. Okay. Of course, what if it had been something else? That breakout at the sanitarium, it had been all over the news the night before. A man, a criminal presumed armed and dangerous, had killed multiple nurses, several security guards, and set fire to the head office of the asylum, all in the space of an hour. When he had escaped and then he had escaped into the night. Citizens were advised to be on the lookout. But how paranoid could Aaron be? It was River Park. River Park was miles from the sanitarium. The town was safe and quiet. Even the homeless community was friendly. In worst case, this was going to be somebody whose sleep had been disrupted by his jog. Better be respectful, better be quiet. Aaron turned down his light and slowed a little. The way that's... Sorry, it's because it's dark in here and the light is bright. Sorry, I was looking at that weird. Resituating himself for his own skittishness. In fact, he still wasn't sure that he had seen anybody at all. He had just minded his business and speed walked quietly by. 3 minutes later, Burr had finished beating him to death with a very flashlight from his headband. The loose leaves clinging to their trees tremble in the pre-dawn wind. Amid their branches, a murderer double-checked the gun he had taken from the asylum. One more bullet could come in handy. Wow, that, Ooh, I'm actually going to take this off. Because it is... I don't think that this is, like... There, I'll do this, because it's kind of hot in here. Burr searched the dead body at his feet, while River Park looked on in silent horror. Finally, finding nothing of value, he turned his attention to the issue of the encroaching daylight. He was going to have to find some place to spend the treacherous daytime hours. Good thing the town had expanded so much since he had last walked free. The old Puppet Masters. Oh yeah, the Puppet Master movies are phenomenal. I love how goofy they are. In fact, I think... Because honestly, I don't think this microphone even works. I think it's coming from... Or you guys are catching the voice from this. Just to be safe, I'll leave it right here. But I think it's starting to, like, squeeze my head a little bit, so I'm going to take it off so I don't get that headache that I had earlier back. That was a really fast chapter, by the way. That was the end of chapter 3. Actually, how many chapters are there? Let me check real quick. I'm on chapter 4. Woo! There's 22, but again, that doesn't mean anything because some of the chapters are super short. I'm going to turn down the AC too because it is really, really warm in here. Ugh, be right back. Okay, you're not getting weird on me, are you? Oh. actually leave the door open so the air flows a little bit better. If you guys can hear it, or if it's too loud, I'll close it back up. But ooh, no. Okay. Whew. I liked the Boy movie. I think that movie was better than I was expecting it to be. Like, I went in thinking, I was like, God, this is gonna be just a stupid haunted doll movie. It looked really dumb. The doll was kind of like, eh. And I was like, wow, I like this way more than I thought I did. The sound didn't change. Yeah, I actually ordered one of those microphones that hang over, but it was supposed to come yesterday, and it got lost in. I don't know what it is about where I live, but damn, are you wearing your Fatal Frame dress? This one has like the you mean in the was I wearing this when I played the game? Because I was wearing a white dress during the Fatal Frame video. This one I think I was wearing for the Corky doll video. I think that's what I was wearing. Because I was trying to look kind of 90s with the undershirt over the dress. Because this one has butterflies. Or shit, maybe it is just butterflies. I thought it was butterflies and flowers, but maybe it is just butterflies. They're kind of... Oh no, they're flowers too. Yeah. I like the boy up until the ending reveal. Yeah. I don't know how... Where are the ducks? Where are the ducks? I have a turkey. Okay, so if the sound didn't change, I'm going to put this down. Let me know if the sound changes now that I moved it out of my vicinity. If it did, I will bring it back up. From my Instagram post. Oh, yes, I am. Wait, no, that was a different one. That was also a different one. That one wraps in the front. This one is just like the one you pull over your head. Where are the ducks? Okay. Full moon is serious business when it comes to movie making. The sound is still great? Okay, then they must have been broken out of the gate then, because I don't think they ever worked. That's kind of annoying. I mean, they were cheap. It's not like they were expensive, but still, that's kind of frustrating that they're broken right out the gate. Annoying! Can't even get a refund, because that was like a year ago. Oh, the duck slide! Where did I put the duck slide? I know it's still in here. Where did I put you? Where did I put duck slide? Hold on, give me a second. I have to remember where I put it. Because I moved everything around when I brought out all the... Oh my god, what did I do with my duck slide? Oh no! My precious duck slide! Oh my god, what did I do with it? What did I do with it? Oh, I think I know. Hold on. 2 seconds. Oh, whoop! Yes, no, yes, no. No, whoop. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up. Ooh, I forgot. I put it where in I call it studio because I have nothing else to call it, but yes. I love this thing so goddamn much. I genuinely got excited when I... It's not... There we go. I had one of these when I was really little. I had one of these when I was super tiny, but they were penguins, and it was much bigger. I thought this was going to be like way bigger, but this one's like super tiny compared to the one I had. Oh, my ducks! Don't look now, but a tiny skeleton child seems to have lost their hands in your hair. Yeah, it is my it's my trophy. There, that's the word I was trying to think of. My Money well spent indeed. Yeah, I love it. It's so damn cute. Look how the ducks are so, I don't know if you can really see them because of the light. I was like, the ducks are so goofy looking. All of their eyes are like all wonky. I love it. That type of stuff I just adore. Okay. Chapter 4. Sarah waved after her father while his car... Oh, yes. Oh, I'm back with Sarah. Sarah waved after her father while his car cruised off into the night. Thanks again, she called. How she looked forward to the day when she could hop on her bike and take herself wherever she needed to go. Alone on the dark street, she assessed the Johnsons' house and reflexively pressed her purse to her heart. What was she nervous for? This was just a stupid suburban house. Just like any other stupid suburban house. Why, it wasn't even her first night sitting for the Johnsons. The problem was all this talk about the sanitarium incident, she guessed. It was all anybody had wanted to discuss that Saturday, and the subject had left her extremely on edge. But of course, it was all stupid. What were the odds that she, or anybody else related to her for that matter, would encounter this wacko? For all she knew, he'd been captured already. She wasn't sure. She spent her day listening to the radio's rock station, hoping they'd play Fleetwood Mac so she could think about Jack. There was her bravery, forcing her most her pleasant smile to fit upon her face. Sarah made her way up the path to the porch and knocked on the front door. Mark Johnson opened it a few seconds later, barely bothering to hide the fact that he and his wife must have been waiting for her with bated breath. Sarah, Mark said brightly, smoothing his tie while he held the door wide for her. I'm so glad you could make it. Come on in. Let me take your coat. As she handed it over, a child's sour-tempered shout indicated to her exactly how the night was going to go. But I don't want to stay home with this stupid babysitter. Clearly this was an ongoing debate. Isn't that cute? Mark's wife Linda said with a laugh that was patronizing even to Sarah. Remember, Billy Angel, you like Sarah. And I know you want to go out with us, but Mommy and Daddy really need some time to ourselves every once in a while. After escaping from the conversation in the kitchen, the lady of the house appeared and smiled brightly at Sarah. Sarah, we're so grateful to you. Billy's just thrilled to see you again. No, I'm not, said the petulant boy from the depths of the kitchen. Here's the number for Frank's Bistro. Mark thrust a piece of paper to Sarah's hand. Don't hesitate to call and ask for us if you have any problems. Sarah barely glanced at it. Thanks. Say, is there any way I could get paid now? Sure, we'll pay you right after we're back. Sarah came dangerously close to saying, now means now? But had to wonder if these two would have even heard that much. As it stood, the Johnsons were already yanking on their coats. Billy knows his own schedule. Wrong person. Billy knows his own schedule, said Linda, obliviously flipping her hair out of her coat and smiling as she took her husband's arm. Feel free to do whatever he says. I'm sure it'll go fine. Sarah manages Mark open the door. We'll be back around 11, Mr. Johnson assured her cheerfully, ushering Linda out and waving at their hapless babysitter. You kids have a good night now. The door shut. Sarah, now having achieved peak annoyance, stood staring at the front door with her hands on her hips. Something thumped behind her, and she turned to find Billy standing at the edge of the living room, already in his pajamas, thankfully. One less pain. I'm hungry, said the boy. Hello to you, too, I guess. I said I'm hungry, Sarah. Okay, Damien. Sheesh, hold on. Who's Damien? He's a character from a movie? And I'm like Damien? Biting back her smile lest the boy realized she was basically calling him the Antichrist, Sarah said, uh-huh. You remind me a little bit of him, sometimes. Come on, let's get you settled in and we'll fix you something to eat. After dropping her purse on the side table, Sarah bent over the television to hit the power button. Nothing happened except that the button made a limp clicking noise. The sound of a broken spring. Shoot. Is this thing busted? I broke it on Tuesday, he said. I'm hungry. I want cereal. People in hell want ice water, Sarah replied under her breath, trying a few more buttons to no avail. Man, I guess you really did break it. Where's the remote? Oh wait, I thought she said she grabbed the remote. Oh, she bent over to hit the power button. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Or I pressed the wrong button. I read it wrong. Man, I guess you really did break it. Where's the remote? Said the boy with a lame shrug, disappearing into the kitchen. I'm gonna go get cereal. Can you wait, please? I can do it myself. Damn, somebody missed his nap or something. Billy was usually an alright kid. Sarah had to remind herself that the motorcycle was at stake here. She had to keep her temper down. Okay, she said, sighing. Sure, whatever. Just wait for me to help you with the milk, okay? Hold on, let me see if I can find the remote. Sighing, shaking her head, Sarah wandered off. Though she grimaced at the clang of the bowl and the rattle of the silverware, she refused to turn back now and so much as look at the kitchen. That was what the kid wanted. Conflict. An excuse to make her out to be an unreasonable villain. Better to find that remote and put things to rest early on. Now, how was she going to find that remote? The Johnsons' house had a way of turning her around. Its construction was somehow strange, with a lot of nooks and crannies, creepy laundry chutes down into the basement, and weird little rooms with strange connections that didn't always make sense. Not even the hallways seemed logical. For instance, she first thought to check Mr. Johnson's office. Somehow she found her way to the bathroom. Kind of unnerving. They were redoing the wallpaper in the bathroom, apparently. Sarah was startled to turn on the light and find no mirror on the wall. Mark Johnson is always doing projects and leaving them half-finished. During her last shift, she had noticed a car in their garage, a dusty car. It works now, Mark said defensively when she inquired about it. Just needs gas and a bit of a tune-up. I mean, okay, sure, but it does work. Sure, Mr. Johnson, okay. If Sarah didn't like the couple so much, she probably wouldn't have tolerated them stiffing her. But the truth is that, despite their quirks, the Johnsons were pretty nice people. And sure, Billy was alright too, even with everything considered. Sarah assessed the mess before her. Flashlights, torn wallpaper strips, new sample wallpaper, a first aid kit temporarily balanced upon the edges of the sink instead of its usual mount on the wall, plus other clutter that rendered the second bathroom almost unusable. While she snooped, a clang echoed from the kitchen. Sarah grimaced at the sound of the boy saying, "Uh-oh! Be careful in there, please," she said with an impatient sigh, turning off the light with a glance to the shower on the other side of the guest bathroom. Well, if they were going to renovate, maybe they'll get rid of that weird window over the shower. She couldn't imagine living in the Johnson house and using the bathroom. Not even staying there as a guest struck her as a palatable idea. Just stepping in while looking for another room, Sarah felt as if she was being watched. Must have been the uncanny effect provoked by the missing mirror. Or the house in general. Something about it felt off to her. She told herself that this was all due to her imagination and the sanitarium breakout, but it's the little details. The vintage movie monster posters in Mr. Johnson's office, for instance. They weren't creepy in and of themselves, being from like cheesy old movies. Black and white features that she could have watched at any night. That she could have watched any night on Elvira's movie Macabre. But in that house, macabre. But in that house, peering at Sarah even before she flipped on the office light, the posters had a way of adding to the unpleasant atmosphere. More watchers, more eyes on her as she wandered around the perimeter of the room in search for the remote. Glancing briefly over at the books, looking boredly at the VHS recorder, hit play and pause as the result of an almost childish compulsion. Yes, she was being childish, nervous for no reason. She babysat a million times before for them. Nothing was going to go wrong unless she got back to the kitchen to discover that Billy had upended the milk jug. At this rate, teaching herself how to fix the broken power button would have been faster than finding this damn remote. One last wrong door opened to a pleasant second second floor den with a turntable and a towering antique liquor cabinet, tempting with its glass doors. And she discovered, with a frown, locked. No extra reimbursement then. Well, maybe she'd look for the key when she had the chance. The remote turned out to be stowed in Billy's room, of course. Man, kids were always doing stuff like this. Now stewing in annoyance, Sarah clomped down the stairs. She was so irritated she could barely avoided nailing her shin on the squat shelf of the children's books inconveniently placed on the landing. Sarah shot it a hateful glance while she routed the corner into the living room. Bookshelf forgotten, she waved the remote. Hey, little twerp, you could have told me it was in your room. I forgot, the kid said lamely, adding, and I spilled some milk. Well, Sarah was in the middle of hitting the power button. Man, just sit down. The irritated girl set the remote down firmly on the television and didn't even glance at the screen. She turned away while the kid hurried to his seat on the floor approximately 6 inches from in front of it. You are going to hurt your eyes looking at it that close, kid, she told him before heading to the kitchen to see the damage. Ugh, were you kidding her with this? Somehow in pouring the milk in the cereal bowl, managed to drip it all down the side of the counter. Okay, she called over her shoulder. No more kitchen privileges for you, dude. Next time, you have to wait for me. Oh. Good old days when you had to listen to the radio for hours if you wanted to hear a specific song. Oh. That sounds awful. Well, yeah, I won an arm wrestling contest with a skeleton child. Took the hand as a prize. Whew. Okay. Sorry, staring at the break screen in a dark room is probably not good for my eyes, much like sitting 6 inches from a TV in the 80s. Aw, come on, Sarah, it was an accident. Grumbling under her breath, Sarah tromped to the sink, tore a few paper towels off the roll, and then got down on her hands and knees to clean the worst of it. While she wiped up the side of the sink, Sarah leapt in place. The phone on the kitchen wall had rung out at tones so abruptly, so shrill, that it frightened her. Jeez, Sarah. The babysitter shook her head as she pushed off the sink and clambered to her feet. With one hand braced against the counter, she idly wiped. With one hand braced against the counter, she idly wiped. Sarah used the other to pick up the phone and said in a tone that was intended to telegraph mild annoyance at the interruption. Johnson residence. Nothing. An empty line. Open space in her ear. Hello? No sound. Nothing at all. Except, was that somebody breathing? Sarah's still wiping hand at last pause. Is somebody there? Mumbling. Eyes narrowed, Sarah tried to discern the words. It was like listening to somebody rabble under their breath. The kind of externalized inner dialogue most people kept to themselves, but that certain type of mentally ill people could not contain. I'm sorry, said Sarah finally, looking for any excuse to hang up the phone. I can't seem to hear you. You're going to have to call. Don't lie. A man's voice was so sharp, so deep, that it was monstrous somehow. Confused, Sarah could only manage... Excuse me? Don't lie, repeated the caller. The game is up. Sarah's blood ran cold. She glanced over her shoulder to the dark window overlooking the backyard. Her own reflection peered back, and the kitchen's lighting rendered the Johnson's garden shed invisible from the light inside the house. Keeping her tone pleasant and polite as possible, Sarah tried to wrap things up before they got weirder. I'm sorry. I think there might be like some kind of... The demons drag my legs to hell while you sit in your ivory tower. Sarah was so startled that she couldn't have managed a response even if such a sentence was the sort of thing one expected a response to. The caller went on, his hard tone so crisp it might as well have been straight in her ear. A voice in her head, her own heart slamming in her body. Don't you judge me, warned the caller at last. I see all. The line died in Sarah's hand. End of chapter 4. Hey man, silly palm, it happens. People will call at the most inopportune times. It just happens. So, Nicholas seems like an interesting fella, doesn't he? Or Neoclaus, or however the hell I'm supposed to say that guy's name. The Hugo household clamored while its invader hung up the phone. Mostly, that clamor was a series of gurgling, muted cries, screams against duct tape and makeshift gags of old rope found in the garage. Amazing they could still scream. Mr. and Mrs. Hugo had been trapped with their child's dead body at their feet for most of the day. The corpse was starting to smell. While the couple wept in the domicile. Hold on, let me actually make this brighter. Oh, it can't go brighter. All right, I guess I gotta deal with it then. Maybe it'll work better if I lower the lighting so it's not as... Oh, actually, that does... Sorry, I'm trying to find, like, the best way to read without, like, fucking up my eyes from screen time. Whew. Okay. While the couple wept in the domicile, much a captive as they, served as the only witness to their suffering, the killer yanked the phone from the outlet. He tossed it against the wall with the theatrical shatter of plastic casing and metal interior audible from rooms away. Please, gasped Miss Hugo as the murderers stormed back into the bedroom where they were being kept. Mr. Hugo, still bound to his chair, had toppled over while trying to edge steadily towards the bedroom's only exit. The huge monster in their house bent over and set him effortlessly upright without a word. He was considering getting a knife out of their kitchen when it happened. The doorbell rang. Mrs. Hugo, who had somehow managed to get the gag out of her drooling mouth well enough to speak, gasped, "That's my sister. That's what we've been trying to tell you all day, please. You don't want to be here when she comes in, do you? You don't want her to see you. What if she saw your face? Then she'd be able to tell the police it was you who did all this." Big tears flowed down the woman's cheeks while the doorbell rang another time. "You could just go. Please, just go. We'll never tell anybody what happened. We'll think of something to tell the police about our son. Please, something, anything. Just don't hurt us. Wait, don't hurt my sister either." The killer's long strides carried him briskly out of the room. Mrs. Hugo's heartbeat seemed to hammer throughout the very house, seemed to echo off the walls and back into her ears. Oh, what if she had a heart attack? That would have been just like her, having a heart attack while murder was in her house. It would have been almost funny. Yes, almost. Somehow. Wow, this mom is weird. The doorbell rang a third time. Mrs. Hugo grew sicker by the second, and she wondered whether she had left the sliding glass door unlocked. Yes, of course she had. That was how the man had gotten in, after all. He simply let himself in while the family was getting ready for the day. Mrs. Hugo had been in the kitchen. She exited in the adjacent laundry room and got her linens from the dryer. When she turned back around and re-entered the kitchen, there he was. She had heard the sliding glass door, of course. The thing was old and off its track and made a terrible grind when you opened it. She had a warning then. She just hadn't listened, confident it was only her husband coming back in from looking across the garden. Instead, she found the man who would end both their lives. "She's going to try the back door," she whispered. "She's going to try the back door," whispered Mrs. Hugo to her husband, shutting her eyes against the agony of knowing that her sister was about to walk into certain death. "Oh, Anthony, she's going to try to come in through the back." To think. All those fights she had with her sister, all because Catherine kept letting herself into the house. Maybe Mrs. Hugo had been in the right after all. To think she'd ever doubted herself and her right to privacy. To think this is how it was going to end. Her chest heaved with sobs as she struggled to repress. Sure enough, the familiar clatter of the house's side gate reverberated through the architecture's wall. While Mrs. Hugo exchanged a glance with her muted husband, she tried one last futile time to work her wrists out of her binds. "Do you hear him?" Her voice was a whisper to her husband. as she begged to know. "You hear if he's gone?" Anthony Hugo shook his head, eyes grim and dark after a day-long ordeal that left his only son dead at his feet. Mrs. Hugo inhaled, exhaled, nodded, and braced herself. Off on the other end of the house, the poorly aligned sliding glass door opened with a noise like a scream of agony. "Hello? Erica? Anthony? It's Catherine. Hello?" She had no choice. She had to save her sister's life. She had to do something, anything. After all, strapped to the chair the way she was, Mrs. Hugo was already doomed. No reason for her sister to risk her life when that result wasn't likely to be changed. Gasping great lungs full of air, Erica screamed, "Catherine! Get out! Turn around! Turn around and get help!" What was that? What was that? Oh, what was that? Okay, that's supposed to be Catherine, or her friend, her sister talking. Sorry, it wasn't clear who was talking. Mrs. Hugo threw back her head and sobbed in frustration at her sister. Catherine had an incredible ear for all matters of gossip, but naturally couldn't be relied upon to listen to the most vital of moments. Catherine's footsteps carried lightly throughout the house as she made her way to the bedroom. Mrs. Hugo almost couldn't bring herself to look, but realized this was going to be the last time she would ever see her sister. Erica forced herself to open her eyes when Catherine appeared in the doorway. The more welcome of the Hugos' two guests took in the room. Her face fell. "What? Erica? Tony? Oh, God!" Now she saw the boy and stepped forward and then back. What happened? "You need to run, Catherine! You need to run! No!" Too late. Too late. Much too late. The elongated blade of the boning knife looked so alien after penetrating through her sister that Mrs. Hugo didn't recognize it at first. Not while it was covered in blood so red it seemed black in the low light of the house. Her sister shared her surprise, mouth opening in a cry that was more of a short noise signifying astonishment, and then a scream of mortal agony. While the knife slid out and blood pumped from her chest wound, the killer put a hand on the back of her head. He simply pushed. Catherine toppled face first upon the floor, and Burr stooped over her in an instant. Mrs. Hugo and her husband were a captive, wide-eyed, screaming audience as the madman stabbed Catherine again and again, puncturing through the flesh of her back so many times that if anyone had kept count, they would have swiftly lost track. Soon the act somehow abstracted itself. The meaning was lost, and Mrs. Hugo screamed The meaning was lost, and Mrs. Hugo's screaming calmed to a kind of hyperventilation. Wet sobs still hiccuped up from her chest from time to time, but for the most part, the depth of her horror died with her sister. Being forced to sit with her son's corpse for so long hadn't been enough. It hadn't been proof of her fate like this, but seeing her sister's blood spread out across the floor, everything was made quite clear to Mrs. Hugo. This really was how she was going to die. Not in a car accident, or of an illness, or in her sleep when she was well advanced in age. No, she was going to die here, amidst the blood-stained tatters of her suburban life, her child already dead at her feet, the only question remaining one of whether her husband would go first or second. First, it seemed. She couldn't have explained it, but she knew as soon as the killer sat back on his haunches and locked eyes with her. He wanted to save her, maybe. It was a thought so matter-of-fact amid her state of shock that she didn't realize how chilling the notion would have been any other time. How hideous it was to be left for last, like the final last bites of the best part of a meal. But there was no touching her now, not her mind. It was so strange. That clarity, that coldness. What else could she do, though? Her hands were literally tied. Her husband didn't seem to share her sudden, lamb-like acceptance. As the criminal stepped over the pool of blood and closed the distance between them, Anthony's struggling doubled in intensity. His shoulders jerked, his body writhed in his seat. Mrs. Hugo watched impassively and tried not to think of her husband as a coward in his final moments. Was that a cruel thought to have? She had to be cruel. had to dissever herself from him, along with the rest of the world, along with the rest of the world, she soon would be leaving. The killer having jammed the knife down into Tony's eye, through the brain beyond, worked the blade back and forth. A massive seizure twisted his body as a result of the trauma, and Mrs. Hugo felt nothing. Nothing. The only feeling left was the severe nausea produced by the gore that spilled from her husband's open face. Such horrible things could happen in this world. Such terrible sights. From that perspective, Mrs. Hugo wasn't sad to leave it behind. These damn kids are always racing. Someone's gonna get into an accident and get themselves killed, because I swear they have to be going super fast down that back road, and it's dark. Like, there's not a whole lot of light. Sorry. It's just every time I hear kids racing down that back way, it's terrifying. Rich parents need to stop buying their kids souped up cars, because, man, they do not know how to drive it. They're going to get somebody killed. This hideous moment was just one last thing. One last disgusting trial to endure before she needed to endure no more. Then she would be with her husband, her child, and her sister. The killer turned on her. The knife dripped with her husband's gray matter, not so gray beneath its coating of vivid crimson. Mrs. Hugo forced herself to meet his eyes. She stared in defiance. She waited. The killer let the knife clatter to the floor. She expected him to say something, anything at first. He didn't. He turned around and left the room. All of her bravery flowed out of her. All of her acceptance vanished in a second. Incredible. With a renewed hope of survival, fear was reborn again. Fear that most powerful of all survival instincts was perhaps the result of desperation. The result of failure again becoming only a potential rather than a guarantee. It had seemed mere seconds before. Why had he done this? Why had he left this knife for her to use? This was all part of his game to him. She was very sure of that. But, God, there really was a chance now, wasn't there? If only she could get down to it. Erica strained to listen for the killer's footsteps, but couldn't determine if he'd exited through the sliding glass door. Had her sister been given time to close it behind her? And if so, she would have heard it squeal shut and then open again when the killer left. But did it even matter if he is still in the house? Mrs. Hugo had to keep trying. Erica had to keep trying. Clenching her teeth, Erica threw herself down sideways. She had to bite back a sob as her face landed inches from her dead son's. The shock and bitter betrayal of life against him was so plain on the corpse's face that she had to look away rather than ruminate on it a second longer. Instead, her elbow worked in unison with her hip, and her weight rocked back and forth. Erica managed to get her back to the knife. Slowly, carefully, amid a lot of blind groping, her fingers brushed the cool, wet handle. Okay, great. Holding her breath, Erica struggled for a better grip, then grimaced as the blade bopped up against her forearm. The killer had picked up the longest knife in the kitchen. It was, to say the least, unwieldy to use from a position like this. Hands bound behind her back. To use it to free herself from such a bind was nearly impossible. Certainly impossible without injury. But these were desperate times. Erica had to do whatever it took to get herself out of danger and into the arms of the law. Yes, she had to do whatever she could to get herself up. Out of the chair, out of the house, and far, far away. Though she jabbed herself 3 times with the blade, she realized she was bleeding only when she found the handle slippier than it had been before. While it slid from her hand and jammed up against her wrist, she hissed, wiggled her arm back, worked to reclaim her blind grip on the knife. And to her good fortune, the duct tape, already worn through, at last tore. Gasping, Erica wiggled her wrists victoriously back and forth. Yes, just a little more, just a little more. Perfect. The two halves of duct tape separated. Free. Erica was free. Joy filled her. She was so happy that she almost laughed. But laughing and attracting him back to that laughter was an idea that terrified her. Even so, giddy enough that she no longer saw the corpse of her family, Erica sprang upright and rubbed her wrists. Then, body low, she made her way out of the room. She hadn't cleared the threshold into the hallway by the time the man, waiting for her outside the door, all that time, snatched her by her bleeding wrist with one hand. His other massive flat fist grabbed her neck. Soon both hands were at her throat. Erica gasped, eyes widened in fresh terror as he squeezed. He wanted me to be afraid, she realized, as amid the buzz of oh my God, sorry. He wanted me to be afraid, she realized, as amid the buzz of asphyxiation, encroached darkness obscured the face of her murderer. He let me think I had a chance to flee because he saw that I wasn't afraid anymore. This bastard wanted me to have hope again. Erica might have been impressed by Burr's dedication to misanthropy if she hadn't died seconds later. End of chapter 5. How are we doing on time here? Oh wow, it's way earlier than I thought it was. Still though, I don't think I'm going to be able to get through the whole story. I might have to pick it back up next week, but I'll get as far as I can. Until we all fall asleep. Chapter 6. Ooh. Well, that was disturbing. Sarah tried not to let the phone call rattle her. But with everything going on around town, how could she avoid it? She liked to consider herself, if nothing else, a brave person. The general atmosphere of the past few days was clearly starting to get to her. Maybe she just needed to be a little more rational. The call had to be some kind of prank. Yeah, a prank. But by whom? Somebody who knew she'd be at the Johnsons'. Somebody who knew she'd be alone. There had to be one person who knew all that. Sarah rolled her eyes while dialing Jill's number, preemptively annoyed before even her friend picked up the phone with a brisk, "Hello?" "Hey, it's Sarah." "Sarah who?" "Shut up, bitch." While Jill responded to this with an asinine laugh, Sarah rolled her eyes. "Where do you get off? Freaking me out with bogus calls like that? What a jerk move." Alright, I get to do two. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I get to do two, Valley Girl voices again. "What do you mean? Your phone mumbling bullshit just now? You scared the hell out of me, dude. Good job, I guess, but I literally have no idea what you're talking about. Phone mumbling? What?" Maybe it wasn't Jill. Stomach twisting in the notion that her friend had nothing to do with the prank, Sarah leaned back against the wall and said, Forget about it. I guess it was like a wrong number or something." "Bitch, you're so paranoid. Paranoid as hell. Why don't you just call Jack and get him to come over to protect you?" "I just can't invite a random guy to somebody else's house. Why don't you just come over? It's super spooky here." "Aw, poor baby. Do you need me to bring your banky and your bottle with me too?" "Okay, you know what? Never mind. Stay home." God, I'm kidding. Lighten up. "Sure, I'll come over. Be there in like 10? Please and thank you." Sighing in relief, Sarah recited the address and said, "I'm sorry. I know it's stupid. That phone call just really rattled me." "Whatever, loser. I love you anyway. See you soon." The call ended and Sarah hung up the receiver. What a moron she was being. She couldn't believe her own anxiety. Jill was right to tease her. It was a nice night outside, and inside, Billy had even started to clean up his act. Though when Sarah came in to collect the empty cereal bowl from him, she frowned. The scene on the television depicted a few ghouls stooped over a black and white grass of a farmhouse yard. While they gnawed away at the molten molded flesh still attached to the large bones clutched to their blood, and meat-smeared hands. Sarah glanced at Billy's mesmerized face. Should you be watching this? You were the one who put it on. Yeah, but I was, like, distracted. Is this Night of the Living Dead? Dude, you are way too young for... No! Come on, Sarah! She had been reaching for the remote, but the boy lurched forward like one of the film's own zombies. Tone urgent, he grabbed the hem of her shirt. Mom and Dad let me watch whatever I want before bedtime. Well, yeah. Billy's parents seemed to let him do a lot of things that Sarah personally wouldn't have, but they were the parents, she guessed. Shrugging, shaking her head, Sarah said, whatever. When you're having nightmares all night because of this, don't come crying to me about it. And anyway, it was a good distraction for him. Sarah had a mission now. If she was going to have Jill over and feel anything other than lame about it, she might as well try to make it fun. That liquor cabinet had been pretty tempting. But the question is, where did the Johnsons keep their key? Wherever Billy couldn't find it was probably the answer. The kid was beyond precocious. He was a troublemaker. He was going to grow up to be one anyway. That was why Sarah liked him. Probably. He reminded her of herself. So, if Sarah were a kid Billy's age, and their parents hid a key from her, where would they put it? The bedroom? No, probably in her dad's office. Better check both. I would not want to be snooping around in people's bedrooms like this. You're going to stumble across stuff that you can't not see or unsee. Ensuring the boy was occupied with the gory movie, Sarah moved in silence throughout the eerie Johnson house. She soon found herself once more in that renovation state bathroom. After trying out the flashlights and discovering one was conveniently sized for a pocket, Sarah selected it, made it at home in the fabric of her golden white striped shirt, then crept to the master bedroom. Mrs. Johnson kept a neat bedroom, and Sarah therefore avoided touching anything unnecessarily. But she did peer into a nightstand drawer and blush. See, I told you, and blush at the contents. No key, though. What was in this cabinet against the wall? She tried it, frowning, and found it locked. A gun cabinet, maybe? Now that she thought about it, Mr. Johnson had talked once about going shooting from time to time. Yikes. That was one cabinet she was fine with keeping locked. Figuring the liquor cabinet key had to be elsewhere, she doubled back to have a second look at the office. Nothing stuck out to the underside of the desk, which was her dad's old trick. Junk in one drawer, files in another. Mrs. Johnson's craft supplies stored haphazardly in the third for want of a better space. They needed to get more storage space arranged in their house. For a place with so many weird closets and strange turns, there wasn't really an organizational system to speak of. She even found a VHS on a bookshelf of another room while on her hunt for the key. It was tempting to put the movie back where it belonged, but then the Johnsons might have gotten the impression that Sarah was snooping. Couldn't have that after all. Sarah was on her way back downstairs when the beam of the flashlight caught it. No, not the liquor cabinet key, though for a moment the metallic sparkle gave her an inner glimmer of hope. Instead, the flashlight illuminated something wedged behind a small bookshelf at the base of the stairs. With a frown and a glance towards the artificial movie screens from the adjacent living room, Sarah knelt to push aside the small children's bookshelf. Filled with little more than picture books and thin novelettes as it was, the blue shelf was easy to move. It scooted a few feet to the right without a problem, and Sarah marveled at the thick line of dust between it and the wall. This shelf must have been put here when the Johnsons moved in, and she could see why. The shelf, it turned out, concealed a tiny door. Man, Sarah hated tiny doors like this one. Boiler room doors, furnace doors, attic doors, even laundry chutes spooked her, and the Johnsons' house had a couple of those. Sarah supposed it followed logically that a house with creepy little laundry chutes would also somewhere have a creepy little door. Much like Coraline. As a small child, say Billy's age, she'd always felt something horrible, some small and crippled thing lay in wait behind the tiny doors. They seemed to house the sort of things that came out only at night, when nobody was there to watch them emerge from their dens. No question, tiny doors freaked Sarah out. But she had to admit that they sparked an insatiable inner sense of curiosity. Okay, so maybe she was a little nosy. Was that really such a crime? Well, it wasn't like the liquor cabinet key was going to be in there, but if she didn't settle her mind by checking, the question of what lay on the other side of that little door was going to plague her throughout the night. With one last glance towards the living room, Sarah tried the knob of the squat door. It was unlocked. The babysitter bent down to stick her head along with the flashlight inside the dark crawl space. The vacant face staring back at her was so hideous that she screamed. Uh-oh. Ooh, what'd she find in the tiny room? Maybe it was like the little girl's mask from the prologue, I'm guessing. Chapter 7. Ooh. The town was transforming. There was no doubt about it. Quiet suburbs were no longer so quiet. Quiet neighborhoods now overflowed with screams. Quiet houses ran red with blood, their clean floors filthy with the remains of human beings. Quiet streets were hosts of fast-moving broad strides of Nicholas Burr, who made his steady way down asphalt paths. His instincts were devoted to one goal. Well, two goals. One goal in service to the other was the goal of remaining unseen. To stay out of sight, Burr moved mostly through backyards and drainage ditches. Are they ever going to explain why he suddenly just murdered suddenly went like Charles Manson on and killed everybody and went fucking crazy? I kind of feel like we're missing like a key part of the story. I guess it'll be revealed later. But I'm curious how he went from like a normal 60s husband to I'm gonna slice everybody up and eat my baby. To stay out of sight, Burr moved mostly through the backyards and drainage ditches. These unwilling strips of land served him well until he stole behind a fence while a fleet of cop cars sped past. The caravan reassembled in so many ways. The parades that were better fit for the small town's quiet roads. Lights flashing, sirens blaring, an ambulance and television news van both in hot pursuit. The whole procession lacked only a parade float, or maybe a hearse. Satisfied that the cops had missed him, Burr now risked taking a street. The concrete sidewalks were faster than the obstacle course presented by creeping through yard on yard, and if he kept his head low, no one would recognize him. He should have checked the house he'd just left for a stocking cap or a head covering. If only he had something to hide his face behind. Nobody would figure you out after that. Yes, if only. If he had such a thing, the already devastated town would not have witnessed yet another death. Vernon Brown was a prime example of a man with community concern. He had to be, after all. Vernon was a family man. The community was his children's community, or before it was his, and he had to make sure it was safe for them. Therefore, Vernon was a very vigilant citizen, and his time as a Green Beret made him confident that if anyone could maintain a one-man neighborhood watch, it was him. The big German Shepherd he trained to follow his every command. I swear to God, if they kill this German Shepherd, I'm going to be pissed. Alright, I'm already preparing for it. That he trained to follow his every command, practically before he even thought it, only added to his comfort. All this was to say that Vernon never thought twice about walking at night. No, not even after the sanitarium breakout. In fact, he sort of daydreamed about encountering that bastard. Wouldn't that be righteous? Yeah. Hell yeah! Just try to start a fight and see what happens, lunatic. That was what Vernon told himself every day, all evening too. His wife had listened boringly while watching the news of the dead jogger. Vernon assured her, "If that guy met me and Titus here," the dog panted happily while he was patting his head.
We'd give him a couple of things to think about while he waited for the cops to come collect him. In fact, he'd probably be begging for him to show up. Huh, boy? Isn't that right, Titus?
Somewhere along the line, his attention had shifted from his wife to his dog. Maybe this was because the dog was so much more interested in what Vernon had to say. "Oh, that's nice, dear," said his wife, barely looking up from her TV dinner, even though she went on to tell the kids, "Come on now, if you guys don't finish the vegetables, I'm not even going to bother with that pie you were so excited about before." Having finished his own tray of microwave food, Vernon dusted off his hands and grinned down at his dog. "You ready, boy?" That was all Titus needed. At his human's question, the dog sprang up to dash across the living room floor. There he circled, pranced a few excited times around the foyer tiles before sitting neatly upon his haunches. "What a good boy," Vernon said with a chuckle. "And so smart. Dogs are smarter than me." "Practically lassie," agreed his wife. Her eyes finally lifted, not to her husband, but to her television screen. "Don't lose any fights while you're out there." "Ha! As if that's even possible. Why, I really do wish that jerk would try it. Yeah, then we'll see." A few minutes later, master and dog both enjoyed the crisp night air. Was there anything quite like the freedom of the neighborhood after dark? Yeah. Vernon always felt like there was the whole world was to himself. Especially with this curfew. Boy, it made everything weird. Very quiet. Sure, it was always a quiet neighborhood, but now hardly anybody was out. There were definitely no kids playing, and you could usually find at least one or two trying to squeeze in a few extra minutes after dark. Maybe that was why Vernon had such a funny burst of intuition while seeing the guy from a block away. There were other indications, more obvious or logical ones, outside of the hairs that rose on the back of his neck. Who else was going to be out on a night like this, after all? Vern had a reason to be outside. He was walking his dog. This guy didn't have a dog. This guy didn't have anything but a red boiler suit of some kind, old and faded, and somehow ill-fitting. Like this guy, who was already huge, had once been even bigger. Like this guy maybe spent some time incarcerated. Like maybe he had as many opportunities to move around because he had spent so much time medicated in a cell. Vernon narrowed his eyes through the dark. He tried to make out this guy's face. That family killer's mugshot had been plastered all over the news all day long. If this were really the guy, Vernon would be able to tell when he was a little closer, and by then he'd have to be ready to make a decision. Had he brought his utility knife? Vernon tapped his pocket. Yep, there it was. But would he even have time to take it out to get it open? Boy, this guy moved fast. Huge legs, big steps, fast strides. Something about the motion clearly unnerved Titus. The dog's low growl mumbled from its muzzle as the men grew near. I think it's supposed to be the man, not the men. As the man grew nearer, the noise raised to a bark when the huge guy was about 20 feet away, and at that point, Vern's hand was in his pocket for the knife. Somehow, even that was too late. At the dog's bark, the guy looked up. Oh yeah, years older, paler from... Wait, did I skip a part? Oh no, I didn't. Years older, paler from spending so long in a crazy ward. But that was the child-killing son of a bitch. "Hey!" shouted Vern, chest puffing up. The Green Beret expected the man to stop. He didn't. "Hey!" Vern shouted again while the dog barked. "What's your name?" 10 feet separated them now. "You don't have to tell me. Burr, right?" 5 feet. Titus whined sharply. At once the dog spun on his heels and dashed back home as fast as he could. The leash jerked out of Vernon's unready hand, and he cried, Hey, Titus! Damn, see, you listen to dogs. Dogs have much stronger intuitions than we do. Run, you run. Thrown off balance, looking back towards the dog as he was, Vernon was completely unprepared for Burr to grab his shoulders with one hand. By the time Vern looked back at him, the killer's other hand had raised the D-cell flashlight, taking off the body of Aaron Parsons. On On the first impact of the hard metal flashlight against the top of his skull, Vernon made a noise like a gag. That was the sound of him biting off his own tongue and being subject to the blood that flowed in his mouth upon the forceful clamp of his jaw. The Green Beret stumbled forward in astonishment. Burr grabbed him in front of his shirt and used the flashlight to cave his teeth in. Blood, along with fragments of bone and chunks of red tissue, flew in all directions. Vernon sobbed against the pain, more wretchedly. It was perhaps worth mentioning than had Miss Hugo, or even Burr's confused wife, all those decades before. Oblivious to the suffering, Burr used one hand to squeeze open the emptied cavity of the Green Beret's mouth. Of course, to Nicholas Burr, Vernon wasn't a Green Beret. He wasn't even Vernon. He's not even really a he, really. Vernon had been reduced far past his humanity, perhaps because Burr was himself so monstrous. No one with whom he had interacted could long maintain many of their own traces of whatever it was that made them human, distinct from the other animals in the world. After peering down into the blood-coated throat of this victim, Burr turned the flashlight around. He jammed it handle first into the gaping black and red orifice. Vernon had already been drowning in his own blood, but the new gurgle of more immediate suffocation was distinct from even that. Confident the stranger was seconds from death, Burr released his grip of the body and let it drop to his feet. The captive streets could not intervene as Burr bent and searched the still struggling corpse's pockets. He thought about taking the knife, but it was such a useless little thing that instead he stuck it into the dying man's left eye as life faded from the right. Ooh! Blood surged out over the idiot's face and oozed down his cheekbones. Burr would have left it at that, but at the police sirens against the rising distance, he twisted the blade to add insult to injury. This was just for his own gratification. By now, Vernon was completely dead. Then, long before the cruisers were ever visible to the killer, Burr darted down the fence line dividing the two nearest houses. He learned from his mistake. He began again and make his way through the backyards. Had to double back a little before he made new progress, though. Let the cops deal with the dog walker, and these cops had to come from somewhere. Nearest place they'd just been, the last house where Bill had killed, of course. If he had been a betting man, if he had been any kind of a man at all, instead of a homicidal monster, Bill would have guessed the investigators could have dropped everything to respond to a phone call that so much as reported a firecracker going off. The sound of a man being beaten to death in the middle of the sidewalk? No wonder they were rushing to the latest crime scene in hope to apprehend the killer. No wonder they left the previous one undefended. So that was Burr's destination. That last house. Maybe he could steal a car now that there were fewer cops on the road. All the small-town officers had clustered together. It made them easier to avoid. The car in the garage of the house where he had just spent the day seemed a logical choice. What was that family's name? Oh, Hugo. Burr heard a reporter say the name into a camera poised in front of the pitifully taped-off crime scene. The paramedics had already driven off. The only ones left at the scene were that reporter, his cameraman, and a big white van conveniently parked along the side of the road. Little is known about the state of the crime scene, the oblivious reporter rambler, as officers have forbidden our entry. However, from what we've been able to glean from this devastating tragedy, all members of the Hugo residence had been dead for several hours prior to police response. End of chapter 7. Y'all fall asleep? All tired? Tired from your emoji fight from earlier? I thought for sure I accidentally ended the stream because I looked up and it said end stream. I was like, wait, no! I've been reading to myself this whole time. Alright. So try to... My eyes are hurting a little bit. Whew. Okay. Whoa, you guys like jumped. That was weird. So chat froze, and the last thing that was on the chat was Silly Palm saying somebody called them during story hours. So I thought like everybody got super tired and were falling asleep. I was like, oh no! Plans are made. Don't you have some blue light glasses? I don't, but it's okay. At least it's all finalized. You could turn on a nightlight. Oh, that is a good point too. And it's not a big deal. Wait, look out. Look out, Sarah, that homeless guy I saw drinking whiskey at the bar is calling you. Forget about killing our son. We don't care about that. Not my sister! Yeah, I missed all of this because I thought there was like, I can't believe it did this. I should have clicked on it. Maybe it was something. This is all gold. Has anyone here seen Xavier Renegade Angel? Of course I have. And I've seen Ghost Club too. Ghost Club is hysterical. It's a lowercase t for time to go. Not the puppies. I'm sorry. You don't mess with the puppies. Babies are equally as annoying as dogs. We didn't have an emoji fight. The other guy put up a few fist boxing gloves, but I resisted the urge. That's so weird that it. I started to feel bad. I was like, oh no, I think everybody fell asleep. Stupid. Stupid YouTube. Okay. Chapter 8. We are back with Sarah now. Sarah gripped her chest, breathless amid the rapid hammer of her heart. Suspended a few inches from her face, a clown mask seemed to laugh at her in terror. Yeah, real funny. Who kept a creepy mask like this in a hidden crawl space anyway? Billy called without getting up. Are you okay? Sarah stuck her head out from the cramped door. Yeah, don't worry, I'm fine. Back in the dark of the crawl space, she ran her flashlight's beam over the old plastic mask and scowled. Was this the previous homeowner's idea of a prank? Sarah thought about tearing the mask down, but the beam reflected off something else. A dull shine at the edge of the light. With a sidelong glance at the creepy mask and a sigh for the cramped space, Sarah cursed her curiosity. She twisted in a little farther to see what it was she was even looking at. A kitchen knife. Weird. Very weird. She wasn't sure why her hands went numb at the sight. No more than she was sure why she had to tighten her grip on the flashlight to keep its aim true. What was a knife doing in a crawl space like this? The Johnsons hadn't put it there, that was certain. In fact, going by the sheer level of dust coating its blade, the knife had been there far longer than the bookshelf. Sarah had to wonder if the previous owners had even known about it. Maybe it was from owners before that, people who built the house. The plastic of the mask looked old and degraded, brittle from the onslaught of time, and as for the knife, it was covered in rust. Oh my god, kids, pack it in. It's too late. Chapter 8, in which Pooh and friends discover the most disturbing mess. A thick layer of brown corrosion obscured so much of the silver blade that it was amazing Sarah had seen it in the first place, even with the flashlight beam. Frowning, she once again considered taking down the mask to throw it away along with the old knife, but, well, Sarah wasn't exactly eager to touch either item and disturb, say, a colony of spiders that happened to be nesting underneath. Deciding it was better for her to just forget the whole thing, Sarah wiggled back out and shrieked again to find Billy standing over her. The boy was curious, too, to care what she had startled her, which he no doubt would have found hilarious under normal circumstances. What are you looking for? Oh my god, Billy! Don't freak me out like that! Sorry. What are you looking for, though?
Oh, the fuse box, like, for emergencies, you know? That's in the garage. I watched Dad use it one time. You want me to show you? You know what? Not right now, but, hey, Billy, you know anything about a clown mask? Like, did you ever get one for, like, Christmas or a birthday? Clown mask. The boy hummed and shook his head. No, I don't think so. I don't like clowns. Yeah, me either. Sarah shut the tiny door again. She would have moved the bookshelf right back, but Jill's familiar shave and a haircut knock pattern rang out the front door. 2 bits. Billy dashed for it before she could stop him. I'll get it! Hey, get back here! You are in your pajamas! Why don't you just go ahead and go to bed, Billy? I'm not tired! Annoyed, Sarah said, well, then go watch your zombie movie. Another knock. She waved him off impatiently, saying, just let the grown-ups answer the door, okay, buddy? Only as she opened the door herself did Sarah realize she should have checked the peephole first. Seeing Jill's smiling face, though, Sarah dismissed the fear. What was she worried about? Did she think that she was so special that this house, of all houses in town, would be the one that the killer was attracted to? Hey, scaredy cat! Jill stepped past Sarah, adding with a grin, uh-oh, and this must be Billy. What's going on, little dude? The little boy hovered on the edge of the living room. Who's that? This is just my friend Jill. She's, Sarah got all freaked out because of the spooky month, said Jill. Sarah was relieved that her friend was good enough with kids to whitewash over the whole lunatic escape from the asylum situation, making all the grown-ups so paranoid. So, I came over to keep you company for a while. Isn't that cool with you? Or is that cool with you? Her explanation seemed to please the boy, even more than did being asked permission for the visit. Sarah's a big old chicken, he crowed in delight. She wanted me to turn off my movie because it was scaring her, but it was just like a goofy story. Zombies aren't real anyway. Oh, zombies! I love zombies. What movie are you watching? Night of the Living Dead? I love that one. Imagine being stuck in a house in the middle of nowhere like that. The people in that movie are worse than the monsters, though. Seeing a potential kindred spirit, the boy asked, do you want to see my zombie figures? Oh, bless Jill and her tact. If only she were as understanding with her peers. Hey, cool idea, but, you know, maybe you should show them to me some other time. I think Sarah had her fill of undead tonight. Okay, buddy? Totally, said Jill with an eye roll and a grateful sigh for her friend. Sorry, Billy. You go enjoy your movie without us, okay? While the boy trotted off, Sarah told her friend with real gratitude, thanks for coming, dude. Oh, for sure. Anytime. Plus, well... Sarah glanced around to make sure Billy was out of earshot, and nonetheless lowered her voice while saying, I know you told me that Eddie before, and I knew I recognized the street, but, like, I didn't realize it was the house. No wonder you guys are all, like, freaked out. Sarah's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Shit, dude! Sarah sharply hushed her friend's foul mouth. Wincing, Jill glanced towards the living room. Sorry. Is there a place where grown-ups can talk? A couple minutes later, Sarah and Jill had made themselves comfortable in the upstairs den. Before Jill could get too excited about the heavy antique liquor cabinet, Sarah revealed that its glass doors were sadly locked. Instead, Jill busied herself by thumbing through the Johnsons' record collection. Sarah asked, so, what were you talking about? Starfield. I've never heard of it. It starts to get good after 21 hours. I love this. More people need to use Budinsky in writing. Sarah's a big old Budinsky. Alright. Well, so what were you talking about? Well, I'm just surprised that you didn't know about this place. The guy who lived here came home one day in like the 60s or something and totally murdered his wife and kids. Sarah's eyes widened. What? Why? Do I look like a psychiatrist? I don't freaking know. It was just brutal though, like mega warped. I guess he walked in and started like stabbing his wife, and then he killed his daughter and his baby while the cops were on the way. The baby? Straight up. Not only that, he ate it. While Sarah felt herself pale, her stomach churned at the hideous thought. Jill's eyebrows lifted. You think a dude who kills his wife and daughter is going to let a baby live? Like, come on. People get fucked in the head. I guess. Just eating it? I mean, what the fuck? Dude has problems. But, like, they found him, right? Oh, yeah, they found him. They caught him right after he killed the baby, and once he was convicted, the court locked him away in Monroe State. As Sarah's chilling understanding of what was being explained to her slowly swept over her head, Jill's dynamic eyebrows wiggled in appropriate enthusiasm. You want to guess what his freaking name was? Burr, whispered Sarah, flashing back at her conversation with Jack. Then with an even more violent twist of her guts, the strange phone call. That's right, dude. This used to be the Nicholas Burr's house. This wasn't just any old murder house. It's the murder house of the guy who broke out of the sanitarium yesterday. In retrospect, Sarah should have gotten up, called Frank's Bistro right then, and forced the Johnsons to come back early. Yes, she should have. But if she had, what would have happened to the Johnsons? It was better then that Sarah had to put on a brave face or risk the merciless teasing of her friend. Better that she should have gone through all she was doomed to go through that night. If the only other alternative was knowing that the Johnsons had died in the pattern of the Burr family, then Sarah would have done it all again 1,000 times. You are trying to freak me out, said Sarah, at that moment oblivious to the dark night ahead of her. Jill's arch look said it all. Believe what you want, Jill said, drawing an ornate Coleman vinyl from the collection. Why is this sleeve all wonky on the end? Hey! Jill had spread the cardboard with her fingers to peer inside. Now she flipped the record over and gave it a shake. A small pair of keys slid out of the turntable. The sort of small, easily lost keys designed for a safe or a liquor cabinet. Of course! Sarah sat up with a gasp of delight while Jill laughed, more grateful than ever for her friend. The designated babysitter continued. I knew they had to be keeping it somewhere weird. Ooh, it sounds like the cops are like right outside. I think they got the kids. Ooh, you guys are in trouble! Ooh. Okay. I knew they had to be keeping it somewhere weird. And what kid is going to look through their parents' jazz albums? Like, duh. Hold on. Producing a drum roll noise with her mouth, Jill sprang across the den and made sure Sarah watched while she slid the key into the tiny lock. Hold on. Jill urged her again, turning it until it clicked and cheering when it did. Ta-da! You know what? It's good that they caught them while they're doing that instead of after they crashed or hurt somebody. So he's like, I'm fine with it. Sarah buried her face in her hands, relieved. Oh my god. Yes. See, dude, you just needed me around. Wearing an ear-to-ear grin, Jill opened the glass front of the cabinet and removed a tumbler of whiskey from the shelf inside. I don't like whiskey.
All right, we got the drinks, and now some tunes. And even if they're old ones. Now, if we just had some guys, it would be a party. So, do you have Jack's number? Still uncertain about the whole thing, Sarah glanced at the shut door of the den. I don't know, Jill. If Billy tells his parents, I could lose this gig. Whatever. They didn't even pay you last time, did they? So there's already like a 50-50 chance they're gonna stiff you again. You might as well have some fun. Tongue running over her dry lips, Sarah began. Man, no. Quit it. Sarah jolted in surprise at Jill's indignant shout. Oh, she paid her friend closer attention. One hand on her hip, Jill went, "Stop making excuses. You really are such a scaredy cat. Come on, you know you want him to come over here. Nothing is going to happen between you tonight. And if you're worried it will, then I'll be your chaperone and remind you to leave the room for Jesus when he gets too fresh. Are you really going to wait a week until he's forgotten that you even exist? Well, do you want to make out with the coolest guy in school or not?" Well, when she put it that way, who could resist? Sighing, Sarah stood up. Her vindicated friend clapped her hands together and looked up at the ceiling in gratitude. Finally, she sees reason. Beaming, Jill grabbed Sarah's hand. "Come on, babe. I'll coach you through the call." A few minutes later, they were giggling on the line like a couple of middle schoolers. Jill bent over the phone that Sarah held so both could listen. When a few rings in, Jack at last picked up. Sarah had to stifle a gasp. She stared fearfully into Jill's grinning face, mute for the first few seconds. "Hello? I'm sorry. I love doing Jack's voice. "Hello? Hair flip?" Jack's voice. Sarah's diaphragm did flips. She would have forgotten to repeat the word back to him if not for Jill's helpfully mention it back to her, mouthing it at her. Hey, Jack. Hi. It's Sarah from the mall. Sarah. Sarah. Hey, what's up, hair flip? Totally loving this chance to spend Saturday night inside, babysitting somebody's kid. How's the album? Man, totally righteous. Thanks again, hair flip. That was sure cool of you. Hardly anybody else even knew it was my birthday. It was no biggie. Hey, Jill had been miming drinking liquor out of the bottle in the background of the call. With this prompt, Sarah managed to get back on track. What are you up to tonight? Nothing, hair flip. It's stupid curfew because of the sanitarium outbreak. There's nothing going on this weekend, and there's nothing to do but drive around and tip cattle or whatever. Hey, charming. Ha! Said Sarah, her tone somewhat weaker at Jill's eye roll for the athlete's boyish pastimes. Yeah, well, I know the feeling. But yeah, why, if you're not going to be doing anything tonight, do you? I'm dying to do, something. If you knew where to get a beer, sorry, I'm looking at this wrong. I'm sorry, I was doing girl voice, it should be, no, does the book keep saying hair flip? No, that's me just being a dumbass, because I don't want to flip my bangs, so I'm just doing hair flip. Yeah, hey, but you don't know anything going on tonight, do you? I'm, dying to do something. If you, knew where to get a beer, I'd owe you for life, hair flip. Well, Jill theatrically mouthed the words. Oh, my God. Jill grinned a little crookedly. She glanced towards the ceiling, the upwards then beyond. I'll stop doing the hair flip thing. I just thought it was funny. Good morning, sepsis. She glanced towards the ceiling, the upward den beyond, the liquor cabinet waiting within. Oh,
totally I do. Would you like to, like, come over here? There is a whole bar. Whoa, really? Alright, cool. Like, where are you? I think I can, like, walk there? Is it off of... Oh, sorry. She gave him the address and he said, oh, cool, right. I think I can walk there. Isn't that off, like, Maine or whatever? After Sarah had given him more directions, he said with morbid enthusiasm, wait, hold on. I know that place you're talking about. Isn't that... Sarah shot Jill an annoyed look as though it were her fault. Yeah, it's the Burr house. Does everybody know this but me? Would have been super freaking cool if the Johnson had said something about it. It probably didn't want to scare you off. No kidding. Well, my friend Jill is here too, so come anytime. I think Billy is about to have his bedtime. But I'm not tired, protested the eavesdropping child from where he was hidden around the kitchen doorway. Jill sucked a tooth while Sarah glanced sharply in the direction of the kid's voice. So, we can just relax and have a good night for an hour or two before his parents get back from the bistro. Sounds like a plan, Hairflip. See you later see you later, Sarah. I was just confused. No, I'm sorry. Because he sounds... The hair flipping is implied. I know, but that type of stuff is really funny to me. I've somehow managed to avoid that particular man baby on my... Oh, Alright, I won't keep saying hair flip. I'll... Hair flip. With stupid butterflies whizzing around her stomach at the sound of her name on Jack's lips, Sarah hung up the phone. She let her dorky grin drop only when she turned around and quite literally rolled up her sleeves. All right, Sarah said, briskly clapping her hands. I think we've had enough horror movies. Let's get this kid to bed and finally start the night. End of chapter 8. Alright. In front of the Hugo residence, Chip Winston... Jesus, with these fucking names. Chip Winston rapped his report. Citizens are urged to stay in their homes until this... Oh, it's the... Of course, the reporter's name is Chip Winston. Citizens are urged to stay in their homes until this is confirmed or denied, until more facts come out to light about this killer and his or hers intentions. Reporting live from the scene, I'm Chip Winston, PCB Channel 5 News. And we're good, said the cameraman with half-assed wave. Chip lowered his microphone with a sigh, not wasting a second before he began digging for his cigarette case. Thank God, the reporter said, extending a case to his coworker. The cameraman waved his hand. You quitting? Sure am. Had my last one 2 days ago. Okay, so the cameraman's 100% gonna die. See, I actually thought it was the character being sardonic and referring to the girl's hair flip. Oh, I'm so sorry! I'm sorry, I confused the shit out of you guys. That's way fucking funnier, though. It's like, Jack's so stupid, he keeps calling Sarah hair flip. Sorry, it's just really funny. Oh, man. God, I love 80s, I guess, way of talking. It's so damn funny. Good for you. This shit's going to be the death of me. Ha! Get it? Chip hair flip. Cigarette hanging from his mouth, Chip ducked his head over the lighter and then glanced back at the Hugo place. What a creepy building this is. Like it was always waiting to be a murder house. The camera guy laughed uneasily. No kidding. I hate the upstairs windows. They look like eyes. Let me just... Oh, never mind. They were either waiting for the cop to leave or what, because that guy just buzzed right by. You guys are ruining my scary story time.
No kidding. No, it's okay. Let me just deal with the footage in the production truck. Could I ask you to wait outside for a minute? If I have to smell the smoke, I'm gonna ask you for one. I know it. Yeah, sure, whatever. Waving him away, Chip puffed on his camel and turned to study the facade of the building. The Hugo residence loomed towards the starless October sky, seemingly infinitely taller than it did on any ordinary day. Chip knew its height because he drove by it frequently when visiting his mother-in-law with his wife. She didn't live too far from here. It gave him the creeps just to think how close this murder had come to invading her home instead of the Hugos. Christ. When Chip got home, he was going to have to give her a call and check up on her. He didn't really like the lady, but he didn't want her dead either. Footsteps scraped across the sidewalk. Chip didn't bother turning around to speak to his coworker, saying, "Change your mind that fast, huh? Well, I hate to be the one to foster your bad habits. No, I'm going to enable you for a moment of weakness. Don't even ask." The footsteps, which had paused for the duration of Chip's disencouragement, now trailed back towards the van. A door opened. His voice muffled from the back of the vehicle where he still dealt with the footage. The cameraman shouted in surprise as the van started. "Hey, what?" At last Chip whipped around. He couldn't understand how close to sudden death he came, not until a moment later. For now, he only saw one thing. A guy stealing the production van. Chip's cameraman still in the back. Hey, you son of a bitch, stop! Throwing his cigarette away, the reporter dashed in front of the van, waving his arms, and threw himself atop the hood before the driver could get it into gear well enough to peel out. Chip banged on the windshield, squinting through, shouting again, "Stop!" until the face clicked in his mind. No. Oh no. Stomach dropping to his feet, Chip left off the van and backed away with his hands in the air. Take it! The reporter urged the man he recognized as the escaped killer holding the town hostage. "Go ahead, man, take it. Just take it. Please just take it." If Burr listened to a word Chip had to say, if he even was aware of Chip's existence, he gave no indication. With the ignition roaring away, the startled cameraman burst out of the van. The door swung shut behind him a second before Burr got the vehicle lurching into motion, and he was mid-sentence shouting, "What the hell's going on? I thought you were going to..." What? He had been prepared to rant at Chip through the driver's side window. The cameraman instead found the reporter standing on the sidewalk, helplessness draining his features. Following his gaze to the side mirror, the cameraman glimpsed the face of Nicholas Burr. The van sped off. From the look of shock on the cameraman's features, he recognized Burr a few seconds faster than Chip had. Was that? Yeah, said Chip grimly, watching the van careen around the corner. Yeah, it sure was. The reporter looked down at the case of cigarettes in his hand and shuddered before looking around himself. Well, shit. What do we do now? What we do now is give you... I see. What do we do now? What we do now is you give me a fucking cigarette, Chip. Forget quitting. I'm going to smoke for the rest of my life. That was looking very likely. Yes, very likely indeed. With trembling hands, Chip went back on his previous decision to support his friend's new and healthier lifestyle. While they smoked, the cameraman demanded details that the reporter, perhaps ironically, wasn't able to offer. What had Burr sounded like? He hadn't said anything. What had he been carrying, if anything? The reporter hadn't turned around in time to see. What did Chip think Burr was going to do with the van? Hell, I don't know. He was going somewhere, I guess. Well, yeah, sure, but where would he be going? Chip spread his hands. I'm a reporter, not a psychic. I couldn't begin to guess. Hell, the guy really must be crazy. I mean, why go into the heart of the town? You spend 20 years locked up in the loony bin. You bust out. You don't run away? Away from civilization? Away from the cops? You go anywhere else but the town that's on the lookout for you? I don't know, suggested the cameraman. Seems to me like he'd have a lot of rage. I would at least, wouldn't you?
sure, but I wouldn't be killing anybody over it. Well, then I guess that's why you're not in the loony bin, huh, Chip?
With a light laugh and a shake of his head, Chip agreed. I guess, and exhaled a column of smoke through his nostrils. Sniffing against the sting, smoothing his tie with his free hand, Chip stared at the looming Hugo house, its windows and glass-paneled front doors dark. The facade had the effect of a face in the middle of a terrible scream. Why was the human imagination so vivid? Chip shook his anxiety off and tapped ash from his cigarette before turning to ask his colleague, "So, what the hell are we going to do now?" The cameraman wasn't listening, though. He had paused in the middle of his first cigarette in 2 days to frown. Chip began to ask, What is it?" His colleague lifted his free hand. "Listen." The cameraman urged Chip softly. A vehicle in the distance." "Oh, listen." A vehicle in the distance. A van? "The production truck," said the cameraman seconds before the Channel 5 truck careened around the block, blazing down the street. Chip barely had time to realize that Burr had driven around the block for the specific purpose of returning to kill them. The cameraman, crying out, instinctively shoved the reporter away from the edge of the sidewalk, while Chip careened into the yard of the deceased Hugo family. The cameraman made the fatal mistake of trying to run across the street. Perhaps he hoped to split Burr's attention. All it did was focus it. The killer didn't even need to mount the sidewalk to hit the cameraman dead in the center of the van's bumper. The wind was knocked out of him in a terrible groan and a series of snaps. Whether these were the sounds of breaking bones or spidering window shield glass, Chip couldn't tell, and he certainly wasn't going to stick around to find out. The van rumbled like a beast pawing the earth before its next charge. Chip scrambled upright, threw off his coat, and sprinted around the side of the Hugo house without looking back. The trouble was that Chip, like most reporters, was somewhat of a doughy older man. He hadn't gotten fat with his middle years, but he wasn't in good shape either. Certainly not enough to flee a killer like Burr. And when you factored in the cigarette smoking, forget it. With Chip's arm pumping at a rapid clip, the panting started right away and only worsened by the step. His heart hammered in his chest. Jesus, he had heart problems. He was on medication. He could have dropped dead from the stress before Burr even set hands on him. Somehow, gasping old Chip managed to scramble over the fence of the Hugo backyard. He wondered for a few seconds if staying there wasn't the right thing to do, but the terror drove him on. The terror told him that if Burr didn't see Chip emerge, the solution to where he had gone would be obvious. Breathless, slower all the... Are these cops just chasing these kids down? I'm not sure what the hell's going on. I keep hearing my idiot neighbor's super loud truck muffler, and I think we're having another thunderstorm. Yeah, throw yourself on the hood, because that totally didn't end up with someone just driving off. That type of stuff is so funny. Sorry, I just pictured Sloth from the Goonies in the driver's seat of the truck, like, "Hey, Chippleman!" You guys are goofy. Let me see. Breathless, slower all the time between his fatigue and inflamed smoker's lungs, Chip paused only briefly at the Hugo's fence before he forced himself to scale it. He was not a climber, and the fence was a high-privacy fence at 9 feet, but desperation drove even unhealthy men to great feats of stamina. Soon Chip was at the top. He covered his head in his arms before diving down to roll through the neighbor's yard, steering only softly as he hit the ground. Or swearing only softly as he hit the ground. Disoriented, sore, Chip scrambled up to see where he had landed. A family home. A family home with lights on and a television glowing bright blue inside. Chip heard a laugh track. He heard comfort. His heart soared as he looked at the ranch-style house. Here he could get help. Here a Rottweiler snarled to have its territory invaded. Its foaming jaws snapped at Chip's heels. The devoted dog chased the screaming reporter along the fence, through the gate and out the front lawn. Evidently left to roam the yard unsupervised in the nighttime, the mongrel pursued this interloper to the edge of the grass and the sidewalk. But there it stood and moved no farther. "You stupid fucking mutt!" shouted Chip, rolling upright. dusting himself off, checking his ass for injuries. When he looked back at the growling animal, he noticed the dog's shock collar. The reporter grinned. Ha! I get it now. You can't leave your yard, can you? Well, screw you, Pooch. I'll find help elsewhere, and your family will miss their chance to be the heroes who saved Chip Wilston. This is not funny. People are dying. While the dog snarled in an effort to scare him off, Chip laughed. Oh, you're mad, huh? What a stupid dog you are. Too bad your family never bothered to train you. Chip turned away and laughed. The dog barked all more wildly, while the reporter limped his way to the next house on the block. The dog barking was such a constant and vicious refrain that by the time Chip heard the sounds of the production truck, it was already barreling down the block right for him. Its headlights surged past him, drawing his own shadow from a leaf until its head spilled up into the darkness with which it was conjoined. When Burr left the dog's barking was such a constant and vicious refrain that by the time Chip heard the sound of the production truck, it was already barreling down the block right for him. Its headlights surged past him, drawing his own shadow from a leaf until its head spilled up into the darkness with which it conjoined. When Burr left the body behind, Chip's skull had been splattered open across the sidewalk, just like that shadow. No dog would have been able to resist this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Rottweiler leapt through its invisible barrier, absorbed the punishing zap to its neck, and hurried over to eat the dead man's face. Inside the house, its family guffawed along with a final burst of canned laugh track that signaled the end of their sitcom. They turned to another station as soon as the news came on. End of chapter 9, and the end of Chip and his cameraman that didn't even get a name, I don't think. Alright, water break. Dogs eating people is cool. I just think it's hysterical that people are like, oh no, my dog will wait until they're starving before they would eat my face. I was like, oh no. The minute you are dead, they're gonna start snacking on your face. They usually start. Cats usually start with eyes, and dogs usually start with noses and lips and ears for some reason. And I don't know why I know that. I just know I know that. Putting Billy to bed took an impressive 20 minutes once the reluctant boy had brushed his teeth, mostly because he insisted the girls tell him a story. Jill had been kind enough to whip up one of those that wasn't too scary. The kid had even dozed off a little by the end, though he did demand as they were creeping out, leave the door cracked, please. I want a hall light. So they couldn't be too loud, but at least Billy was out of the way for now. In the den, the girls chatted about what music to play from the Johnsons' somewhat lacking collection. This old stuff sucks, Jill decided unilaterally. Let's just watch TV instead. Just 2 days away from retire. I thought for a second that they were going to become like main characters, because when the cameraman said, hey, listen, I thought the cameraman put it together. I was like, maybe he's going to his old house. But nope. I gave him too much credit. Not the best idea. Night of the Living Dead had reached its grim conclusion already. Its Romero-approved sequel, Dawn of the Dead, was now being played, with plentiful commercials to take advantage of the movie's relative newness. Jill rolled her eyes to recognize it after a few frames. For real? No thanks. Back off, zombies. Sarah's scared. Shut up, bitch. Bite me, loser. I want one of them needs to say "gag me with a spoon." That was a thing, right? That was a saying. That's not just a stereotype from the Robert Paulson. He's just 2 days away from retirement. Jill laughed while changing stations, asking seconds before the newscaster with his tweed suit and trench coat fizzled into relief across the screen. Hey, do they have, like, any nosh? Like popcorn? I am mega starved. Several hours prior to police response. Jill fell quiet. The young woman exchanged a glance before focusing together on the grim expression of the local reporter, whose face they'd both seen many times. Chip Winston stood in front of the nice suburban home. One of the newer ones in the development Sarah recognized with a chill as being not very far from her own home. The front lawn had been cordoned off with yellow police tape and that twisted in the October wind. While viewers absorbed the scene, the reporter continued. It is currently suspected that the serial killer is the same escaped mental patient responsible for the riot at Monroe State Hospital on Friday night. Hugo. Jill looked at Sarah. Isn't Mr. Hugo like a music teacher or something? The Meatloaf. The guy Meatloaf played in Fight Club. Katrina Bixby had class with him. Sarah couldn't reply. She was too focused on the broadcast to think of anything to say. The reporter continued grimly. Citizens are urged to stay in their homes until this is confirmed or denied. Until more facts come to light about the killer and his or her intentions. The camera cut back to a well-dressed female reporter who sat behind a desk at Channel 5 station. She stared blankly for several seconds before receiving her cue. That was Chip Winston on the scene of an ongoing murder investigation. Our hearts go out to the friends and family of the Hugos and of Vernon Brown, whose body we are learning was found mere moments ago. He is another suspected homicide victim police are tentatively linking to the Burr escape. For those just tuning in, the Monroe State Sheriff's Department has issued the warning to stay inside. Citizens are urged to avoid answering the door for any unexpected visitors until further notice. We'll bring you more information as the situation develops. Stay tuned for emergency updates. No, bitch, that's okay. Jill flipped to the station next with a look of absolute derision. Ugh, there is literally nothing on. Whatever, zombies it is, I guess. We'll just have to turn it down to keep from waking up you-know-who. Dude, are you okay? Jill had glanced over at Sarah to read her mood and clearly didn't like what she found. You look like super pale. Yeah, of course, I'm fine. You don't really think it was Burr who killed all those people, did you? Or do you? I don't think the 80s bothered to assume gender of murderers. I mean, statistically, I was like, considering, like, the type of murder is, like, it would have to be a big dude or multiple people. Like, come on. Do you think I could tie up multiple people? No. Definitely wouldn't kill them. Other updates, the policeman's ball is still in need of a DJ. Oh, and other breaking developments. We are now hiring a reporter and cameraman as soon as possible. Well, like, it would be way freakier if he didn't. For sure, agreed Sarah after thinking about it for a second. I guess I'd rather there be, like, one escaped killer than, like, one escaped killer and then, like, one secret killer. Ugh, now you're creeping me out. Fuck this. We're being stupid. We should be partying. You got Jack to come over. Aren't you, like, totally excited? Totally, agreed Sarah as her friend went on with great enthusiasm for things Sarah just couldn't make herself care about. She tried to relax. The truth is, though, that she was so wound up by all this talk of Burr and his killings and the sanitarium escape. How could she think of anything else? How could she think of anything but the phone call? How could she think of anything but that mask? You're doing it again, said Jill in an openly hostile tone. Sarah tuned back into the conversation, lifting her face from the hand where it had come to rest. Jill waved her rum and coke with a belligerent air. You're such a freaking space cadet. I started talking about anything and you just, like, drift right off. I'm surprised you didn't fall asleep along with Billy just now. That would have been an awesome addendum. got distracted. Can I be honest with you? Sheepishly glancing into her drink and then back up at Jill, Sarah confessed, I guess I am kind of freaked. Oh, whatever. Nothing bad is gonna happen. It was just a weird coincidence that this all turned out to be the Burr house. I'm sorry that I brought it up. Sarah was not so easily consoled, but I don't know. When I was looking for the liquor cabinet key earlier, there was God, this is weird. There was a weird crawl space I found. It had this knife all covered in rust and this mask. I don't know. You don't think that's not something related to Burr, do you? Crash test dummies. Thank you. God damn, you are real good at that, Adam. I lost my spot. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. At last interested, Jill lowered her drink. Oh, shit, dude. Maybe. What kind of knife was it? Where's this crawl space? Sarah led her to the moved bookshelf, explaining, I don't think anyone's even been in it since the Johnsons moved in, or maybe before. It's a super small door. I don't think anybody can really fit in there. Dude, that's way small. You're so petite. What a bitch. I'm so jealous of you. Laughing mildly, Sarah admitted, being small has its benefits. Anyway, come here. Borrow this. She handed her friend the pocket flashlight and tugged open the protesting little door while saying, if you kind of stick your head in, you might be able to at least see the mask. Hold on. There aren't spiders in there, are there? Probably a whole freaking colony of brown recluses. Shut up. Shoving Sarah aside, Jill rolled her eyes and knelt while muttering, trying to freak me out? Get bent. Okay, so where is this? Ah! Jill's whole body jumped so sharply, noticing the freaky mask, that she slammed her head into the small doorway. Ah, shit. Oh, ow. Rubbing the top of her head, Jill admitted, damn, okay, you're right. That's super spooky. Right? Can you see the knife, too? Oh, I don't know. Where is it? It's way in the back of the wooden beam back there, kind of leaning against the wall. Oh, whoa! Yeah, dude, there it is! Way back in the wood beam back there. It's kind of leaning against the wall. Oh, no. You know what? I wonder if they never found the murder weapon. Sarah's heart skipped a beat at that. Really skipped a beat. She hadn't known that there was just a cliche metaphor and found herself leaning against the wall. You really think that's the murder weapon? Oh my god, you're upset about the murder spree currently happening outside on the front lawn? Ugh, gag. Hold on, is Sarah's last name Paulson? Ermager. Well, the cops didn't find one sticking out of the bodies or dropped on the floor or whatever, so I think they just assumed it was one of the kitchen knives in the sink. That's that he cleaned or something. Cops are so fucking lazy. Don't repeat that when Jack comes over here. I think he said his uncle is a cop. Lame. You sure do like meatheads, huh, biker bitch? I am not a biker bitch yet. You can't call me that until I actually have a motorcycle. Anyway, you're not just messing with me, are you? I sort of wish I were, because it's legit pretty freaky to know that this might be the murder weapon. But, I mean, look. Doesn't that stuff look like blood to you? Paled, Sarah accepted the flashlight back once her friend's upper half wiggled out of the cramped opening. Bending and squeezing first her arm, then her head and shoulders through the hole, Sarah illuminated the blade. The whole time she tried, for whatever paranoid or superstitious reason, to avoid shining her light on or even looking at the face of the mask. Looking at the knife again, Jill was right. That wasn't rust. At least, not all of it. Something had coated the surface of the blade, discoloring it before corroding it, and the overall effect was gnarly to say the gnarly. Hey, there's one that was said a lot back in the 80s movies. This is so warped, said Sarah more to herself than to Jill. Right? Way to go, Sarah! Even I've got the creeps now. It's happening in the American Horror Story universe. Sorry. How do you think I feel? I'm the one who's been babysitting at a murder house without realizing it all this time. With a murder weapon still in the walls, no less. Jeez, well, that sucks. Ugh, I don't know. Fidgeting from foot to foot, Jill at last suggested, let's throw that stuff out. The Johnsons don't want it in their house for sure. Don't you think we should, give it to the cops or something? For a solved case that's 2 decades old? Whatever. No way. They don't care. We don't care. Let's just throw this stuff out. Sarah frowned at the knife, the hollow grimace of the clown face waiting in her periphery, staring through her soul as she mustered a response. I don't want to touch it, Sarah reluctantly confessed, glancing over her shoulder towards the doorway and making accidental eye contact with the empty holes of the mask. Her skin crawled and she averted her gaze as quickly as she could. You baby, well, I can't get out of that crawl space, and Jack's gonna be too big for sure. You want Billy to be fooling around and find it someday? He'll have freaking nightmares for life. Human feelings over babies. Yeah, I know, this is pretty funny. It's almost like severely distressing things cause, I don't know, severe distress. It's so weird. Ugh, you're right. Whatever, this is extra morbid. Right? Hold on. Let me get you, a towel or something so you don't actually have to put your hands on it. Jill stepped away before Sarah could wiggle out to join her. Then, there she was. Then, alone, upper half inside the crawl space, the mask staring her down amid the silence of its hateful laugh. And you know what? This was stupid. She was being stupid. Jill was absolutely right. Sarah was being ridiculous. There was no proof this had anything to do with Burr in the first place. So the house had once been his. So people had died there. So the night had been horrific. Okay, fine. 20 years had passed since that crime, though. The house had exchanged hands more than once, based on Billy's age, and some things Jill and the Johnsons both had said. Surely this stuff could have found its way into the crawl space since then. Surely this didn't mean anything. Sarah forced herself not to illuminate the mask, but to stare into it. Its empty eyes stared back, the wooden beam to which it was stuck by an exposed nail lending its gaze to kind of a strange texture, a kind of shape to its otherwise absent orbs. She frowned. What was this mask doing here? The knife she could almost understand. She could see how a killer with no real concern about being caught might just toss his murder weapon anywhere, not caring if it was found or not. But the mask? This mask was something else. Somehow it bothered her far more. Maybe because it was a child's mask. Or maybe because, as Jill approached, Sarah noticed a chunk of human hair was stuck to the nail. A little piece of scalp, tangled in the decayed elastic of the brittle plastic mask. Here, Jill said, interrupting Sarah's thoughts by briskly thrusting a pair of yellow dish gloves down to her friend. I grabbed a garbage bag too. Let's just... I wonder... Hold on, I'm going to close my door. I think I'm keeping my poor little birds awake. I can hear them chirping. Oh, I feel bad. I probably woke him up multiple times with my voice acting. Never rule out any possibility and stop calling me Shirley. I was waiting for somebody to make a "Don't call me Shirley" joke. Quick, let's break up the crawl space of the people you're being paid to babysit for. believe Sarah did just as her friend advised. She yanked the gloves onto her hands and delicately, grimacing the whole time, extended an arm while she squeezed herself farther into the crawl space. Oh man, was she even going to be able to reach it? This space was so small. Maybe they could just get the mask out and enlist Billy to get the knife. Tell him it's, her fingertip barely brushed the blade, tickling its rusted edge and coaxing it towards her. It listed like a falling tree in her direction. She managed to catch the handle with a cry of victory. Pleased, Sarah squeezed out from the crawl space and brandished the knife in the light. Somehow, it was even worse in the open. Sarah and Jill both stared down at the blade coated almost to the handle with dried red fluid that had, in most places, decayed to jagged rust. Speaking as a can, there would be no thought given to eating a dead person's spine. I'm telling you, man. It's just the way animals are. I feel like I need a tetanus shot just looking at this thing, Jill marveled grimly, remembering at the last second to actually open the garbage bag she clutched in her chest. That's sick, dude. I'm totally gonna hurl. Hurl! There's another one. Can you believe that thing was used to kill a kid? I don't even want to think about it, Jill said. She turned... Oh, it's kind of felt like... I think some of the stuff around me went to sleep. That's sick, dude. I'm totally gonna... Oh, sorry. I don't even want to think about it, said Sarah. She turned away and reached again into the crawl space, this time without looking. Her hand groped blindly around the wood beam until it brushed the mask. After feeling around to the back, she tugged the elastic loop over the nail and freed it from its long confinement. There. Oh, there, said Sarah with pleasure, tossing the mask into the garbage bag without even looking at it. Jill shut the bag with a pleased smile and didn't bother tying it, what with how little garbage it contained. Sarah unpeeled the yellow rubber from her hands. Are these gloves disposable? They are now, said Jill, plucking the things from Sarah's hand and adding them to the bag with a grin. While Sarah rolled her eyes, Jill said, oh, whatever, like they're going to miss dish gloves. You can buy them new ones when they cough up your payment from last time. Come on, let's get this shit thrown out and get to partying. No wonder our vibe was so bogus. Well, yeah, Sarah couldn't help but feel there were plenty of other reasons for the bogus vibe, but she couldn't deny that the thought of getting a 20-year-old murder weapon out of the house made her feel a little bit better. At Jill's suggestion, Sarah agreed to throw it out in the garbage can alongside the house rather than the kitchen garbage. You have to come with me, though, protested Sarah. Jill didn't even roll her eyes, though she didn't look too happy. Sure, said Jill, glancing at the window. It's mega dark out there already, huh? Oh, good night, Adam. I think I'm going to finish this chapter and go to, or like finish it off, because I think I'm about my normal super long, and I'll finish it off next time, or next week, and then what am I at? Yeah, 4.5 hours. Yeah, that's about what it is. I quickly throw out the crime scene evidence before the kid sees it, or send him in to get it himself because I don't want to go down there. I know, it's so weird. Good night, Adam. Being offered a slice of pizza. Pizza is good. The magic of October, both far tenser than they would have been on any normal night, but neither willing to admit it. Sarah and Jill opened the front door. They stepped together into the darkness. The wind whipped up Sarah's ponytail while Jill's thoroughly sprayed hairdo failed to budge. Oh, the 80s. Sarah peered down the length of the house's garage into the corner near the garbage cans. Her friend sucked a tooth. Where's that freaking flashlight? Good idea. Sarah turned it on, then scoffed to find out how little the beam did when it had so much space to work with. Wow, said Jill dryly. Okay, that's somehow almost worse. Like a... Don't say it. Like a horror movie. Get your old person sleep. I want pizza now, too. As Sarah rolled her eyes and shoved past her friends, wow, they rolled their eyes a lot in this book. At least it'll keep us from, like, tripping over something. Do you have to cling to me like that, Jill? I'm just supporting you. I don't want you to be scared. This reminds me of that haunted house we did last October. Now that I think about it, you were, like, squeezing my freaking hand. Or squeezing off my freaking hand. Maybe it's you who's been scaredy cat bitch. Almost home free, Sarah lifted the lid of the trash can at the garage corner while her friend gasped indignantly. Sarah, you whore. I am not scared. You're the one who's scared. Like I said, I just want you to know that I'm... As the figure leapt from the corner of the garage, Sarah and Jill both screamed. Okay, I lied. I'm going to keep going. The blood-splattered production van crawled the town street at a slow pace, its headlights off. Its driver was oriented well enough without them, and though such a thing would have attracted the attention of police, low visibility kept random citizens from noticing the vehicle by means of its lights or the unfortunate rumble it produced at higher speeds. Leisure could be afforded. If the police resources had been stretched thin before, they were at breaking point now. The number of crime scenes left along Burr's spree meant it only a matter of time before additional resources were called in. Maybe the FBI at this rate, the National Guard. The poor town was just wasn't psychologically equipped for a thing like that. But had it been equipped for anything that happened that night? Certainly not. The cops hadn't been, at least, and their uncertainty combined with their thin resources to give Burr a very low sense of urgency. And anyway, such a homecoming has to be savored. It had been so long. 20 years? Would the house still be the same? The yard? The crawl spaces? I was a child. It was the 80s. We could hardly see straight for the entire... Too much, like your hair was in the way from all the hairspray. During the trial, the prosecution hadn't been able to provide a definitive murder weapon. Amazing they hadn't been willing to tear the wall down and investigate the crawl space. Burr was more than willing to gut the structure to get the one weapon that mattered to him. The night had been a matter of so much improvisation. Improvised tool after improvised tool had claimed one life at a time and been thrown away. Even that first gun taken off of the first security guard, that had been empty by the time Burr finished with the jogger. All he really wanted was his home, his true, bloody home. Burr's only tangible desire was the knife that had felt like home in his hand while he plunged it again and again into the unprepared body of his wife. If he could have enjoyed 1 minute of his life over again, it would have been that one. The knife couldn't literally bring him back in time, but it would certainly help him relive his happiest moments. Only once on his way through the semi-familiar town did Burr narrowly avoid the police cruiser. This one must have held up at a separate crime, something unrelated to Burr. It now rushed through the streets with its lights flashing and its siren blaring loud through the paralyzed neighborhoods. Might have been on the way to the scene of the reporter's death. If it was, its driver wasn't the most attentive cop on the force. With such advance notice, the killer had ample time to pull the van to the side of a dark street down which it crawled. Two seconds later, the screeching cruiser blazed past. It whipped right by the blood-splattered news van that had parked nose to tail with a nearby family sedan. So far as any onlooker could have told, the cop didn't even turn his head towards the Channel 5 logo emblazoned clearly on the stolen vehicle's side. Burr waited in the dark, temporarily parked car until the cop was out of sight and had been given a good 30 seconds to drive down the street he'd taken. Then, with a miserable grumble, the production van restarted beneath its thief's hands and reluctantly eased onto the road again. Wasn't far now. These corners, these mailboxes, these houses, even with the occasional alteration here and there, Burr could have driven this route in his sleep. He frequently dreamed of it. He didn't remember much else about his dreams. Finally, after turning down his old street, Burr found it completely unchanged. The neighborhood had been stopped in time. crime had rippled out as death froze the body in motion. The murders in the Burr household had stopped the development of the street. Nothing was modern about these houses, these yards. Everything was still. Everything except a bit of motion. An animal? No. Well, yes and no. A young man in a letter jacket walking down the sidewalk. The production van slowed to an even more agonizing crawl as Burr stalked along the sidewalk a few feet. Then, unexpectedly, the boy stopped in front of the same house that had captured the killer's attention from the distant corner. His house. Burr's house. The boy walked up the driveway to Burr's house. The production van picked up its pace. Nicholas cruised by without looking too long at the boy. The home, two girls who emerged from the front door and caused the boy a second of delay to duck around the corner of the garage. Alright. Maybe he did look too long. At the opposite end of the block, Nicholas parked the bloody van with its hood pressed against an oleander bush to obscure the gore smeared across the bumper. Turned out Chip wore a toupee, apparently. This cluster of blood and false hair disentangled itself at the touch of the oleanders and dropped in the street while the van was shut off. Burr paused only to search the glove box for another improvised weapon. He found a passable solution almost immediately. The screwdriver palmed in his hand. Burr left the truck and made his way down the unlit suburban street. Cars, trees, shrubs, fences. Everything provided him with camouflage as he neared the house from which a pair of shrieks rose before he had even completed his approach. Then, his keen sense caught it. Just a single snippet of the children's chatter, but most welcome one. Burr caught his valuable information as he crouched behind the white car parked along the house's sidewalk, where he was invisible in the thick darkness of the autumn night. The teenagers stood with their heads bent over a bag. "Wowee," said the boy. "Holy cow, is this like for real? Like, this straight up the knife they used to kill the family?" That, and certain parts of the following conversation were extremely interesting to him. Sheltered behind the white muscle car, Burr bowed his head and listened carefully. The minute they were inside, he popped the hood of the car with his screwdriver and got right to work. Everybody had to eye roll to see around their giant, awful bangs. I grew up in that area. I still hate everything about 80s and 90s fashion. You know, I kind of like 80s and some 90s fashion. Like, some of it, not all of it. I have noticed that, like, a lot of 90s fashion have come back. And it is stuff that I did like, so I was like, ooh, cool. Alright. So I think I'm going to finish this chapter, and then I will pick up next week, if you guys are cool with that. This is like my vision's starting to get a little blurry from looking at screens in a dark room for hours on end. I'm not a kid anymore, so I can't play games and stuff or read in a dark room. Oh my god, my parents are right! Sarah's scream was so loud she couldn't hear Jack's laughter until long after Jill's matching shriek reached its conclusion. As Sarah fell back a step with her hand to her chest, Jill recognized him and burst out in absolute fury. "You fucking twerp! You stupid punk, jumping out at us like that when there's a killer on the loose! You should have seen your faces! Holy shit! Whatever, loser. That is super not funny." Sarah now had frame of mind enough to join in. Though she bore a hint of a grin, she struggled to hide while telling Jack off. "We could have seriously hurt you. What if we had punched you or something?" Jill's hands had settled on her hips. "Yeah, or Sarah could have hit you with a garbage bag and you could have been stabbed by like a 20-year-old murder weapon. Like, enjoy your lockjaw, shit for brains." Scoffing, Sarah agreed and asked, "What are you doing looking around the garage anyway?" "Oh, come on. I was just kind of fooling around, you know." Hair flip. Sorry. Still laughing, Jack straightened his leather jacket and said, I was just about to come up to the porch, like you two coming out of the door, and I guess I picked, like, the right spot to hide. It was perfect." "Total jerk," said Jill, shoving him in the arm. Her expression soured against the effort it took her to avoid being amused. I guess it was, like, sort of funny, admitted Sarah, dumping the bag into the open can until Jack bent his head. Peering at the bag, the boy asked, "So, what are you talking about, like, murder weapon? I just saw a news truck drive by. Is this about the burr thing?" Jill quickly forgot her anger in the face of excitement. Okay, so check this out. Sarah found this in, like, a crawl space or whatever. Give me that flashlight, Sarah. With Jill manning the beam, Sarah opened the garbage bag, and all three of their heads over to see, or they all three bent their heads over to see. The athlete boggled at the contents. Wow, holy cow. Is this, like, for real? Like, this straight up is the knife they used to kill his family? I don't hate bangs now, just 80. Oh, yeah, the ones that are, like, yeah, I'm not a fan of those ones either. Jill laughed snidely. Well, dude, I don't think it's clamato on that old-ass knife we found in the wall. Far out. What's the freaky mask doing in there? No idea. Don't even really super want to know, Sarah said, and shut the bag and dumped it once and for all in the garbage. What a triumph it was to slam that lid down. There. Good riddance. Jill gave the garbage can the finger. Yeah, fuck you, bad vibes. Get out of here. Let's go party. She lifted her hand for an enthusiastic high five that Jack was quick to return. Woo, party. Let's get some brewskis going. The trio laughed all the way up the porch stairs, cares forgotten, and continued laughing until Sarah tried the front doorknob. Oh. She whispered sharply, "Shit!" Sarah. Jill stared at her wide-eyed. Don't even tell me. Sarah. Jack leaned around them both. What's the problem? Hi, Dr. Mason. Shit, Sarah repeated, this time with more vigor. Jill slapped herself on the forehead, stomped her foot like a child. It's freaking locked? You locked us out? Way to go, Major Tom. This bitch. Sighing and shaking her head at Jack, Jill said, Sarah's always off in outer space, dude. It's amazing to me that she wants to buy a motorcycle. You need, like, reflexes and attention and shit. Shut up, you bitch. While laughing, Sarah nonetheless punched Jill in the arm. Jack laughed along. Do you ride a bike too, Jill? You guys are so cute. Now, my car is over there. I'm going to sound like a freaking grandma, but I hate bikes. Like, buy your son a motorcycle for his last birthday, you know? Pfft, whatever. I guess Sarah's just, like, cooler than you. As F. Hey, there's another one. Oh, it's Brandon. Hi, Brandon. I think I vaguely remember you signed into this one before because for some reason you couldn't get into the chat or couldn't log into your previous one. Where'd I go? Normally, Sarah would have been flattered by Jack bringing her up in any brand of flirtatious teasing, but she was a little distracted. Yeah, the door was locked for sure, and no happy key waiting under the mat. She had only one unfortunate choice. Sighing, Sarah began to knock vigorously at the front door. Billy! Knock, 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 she called while Jill groaned in displeasure. No, we gotta keep that little shit asleep. He's not a little shit. He's a nice kid. He was just in a bad mood tonight because his parents suck, and I think they're letting him do whatever he wants to make up for not giving him enough attention. Billy! The door opened. All three teenagers beamed at the kid, sleep ruffled and blinking as he stood at the threshold. In a drowsy voice, the half-asleep boy asked, How come you woke me up? Sarah laughed awkwardly. Sorry, little dude. We got stuck outside while putting away garbage. Oh, said the boy while watching the older people trail past. Hey, who's that? this is my friend Jack. Man, one of the reasons Sarah called Jack at all was because the kid was finally in bed. That way she wouldn't have to worry about him telling his parents that this babysitter had a boyfriend over. But now, though, Ooh, yeah, I was about to say, I bet you're exhausted. Walking around Disney all day is it's probably also hot, isn't it hot in California right now? The Johnsons were totally going to use this as an excuse to stiff her. She could just feel it coming. Well, might as well party. The curious boy, more awake by the second, continued probing. But how come he's here? Because now I'm freaked out, Jill answered helpfully. Talking with you about zombies got me way scared. Way scared, man. We had to call a boy to keep us from getting spooked. My mom never gets scared of anything, Billy curtly informed them, as if to prove his mother's superiority to all other females in existence. Laughing, Sarah shepherded the boy into the direction of the staircase. Well, your mom's sure cool. You guys go ahead and hang out down here for a minute, okay? I'm just gonna go put Billy back to bed. Back in 5. Sarah took him by the hand. Come on, little bro. Night, the boy called while Sarah guided him back upstairs. Sorry my movie scared you, Sarah. That's okay, little buddy. With a fond chuckle for the genuinely cute kid, Sarah patted his head and led him to his room near the top of the stairs. Let's just get you back into bed. Hopefully you'll have better dreams than I will tonight, huh? Oh, I'm not scared of anything except the boogeyman. Huh? At least the boogeyman isn't real, so you don't have to be afraid of that. Really? My grandma always said that if I didn't go to sleep when she told me to, the boogeyman would come and get me. Adults tell kids all kinds of lame lies about stuff like that. I don't like to mess around. I just say, go to bed. And on that note, go to bed. Billy laughed despite himself. Will you tuck me in? Sure, let's get cozy. Here you go. And will you tell me a story? Sarah rolled her eyes. I should have a counter on how many times these people rolled their eyes. Try not to smile too much as she smoothed the blankets over her shoulders. You already got a story tonight, babe. But another story. Nice try, but that's not how that works. One official bedtime story, one official bedtime, and one official bedtime story. I can't help your breaking curfew right now. Trying to bust out of prison. Billy sat back up right away. His eyes were wild with the same enthusiasm that leaked into his voice. Like that crazy guy? Like on the news? The killer they were talking about? Hey, were you listening to that news broadcast from up here? At the boy's sheepish grin, Sarah rolled her eyes savagely. Oh, savagely this time. She was never going to hear the end of it if he had nightmares because of this. Okay, no more eavesdropping. That is a bad habit. I was just curious. Is he really killing people? Sarah spread her hands helplessly. I guess you know about as much as I do. You don't think he'd come here, do you? Oh, Billy. She glanced towards the door and its golden stripe of hall light, then patted his head one more time. I wish you hadn't listened to that broadcast. You shouldn't scare yourself. I'm not scared, protested the boy instinctively, and then glancing and admitting, well, okay, maybe I am a little scared. I wish Mom and Dad were home tonight. They'll be home soon, Billy. Until then, you got me. Plus, it's nice to know my friends are here, too. Yeah, the boy nodded, willing to agree that he was mollified, even if he didn't actually feel it. It feels safer with more people in the house. That's right. If anybody tries to pull anything, they'll have all 3 of us to deal with. The boy nodded at that. Dad says when I'm older, he'll teach me how to shoot. Then I'll be able to protect myself and I won't have to worry. Until then, I'm glad you're here. I'm
glad too, Billy.
Yeah, you know, in a weird way, she really was. Sure, Billy was kind of an unreasonable little punk, but so was every other kid his age when you got right down to it. They were sensitive kids, and they had so many changes of temper from moment to moment. All those hormones still finding their feet had a way to really mess in with their moods. And as far as kids went, Billy was among the better tempered. Sarah had to remember that he was smart. Smart and more capable of picking up on the tensions of adults around him. Even when they thought they hid their feelings, adults had a way of telegraphing everything to children in their lives. Yeah, any of you guys who have small children in your lives, careful what you say, because they absolutely will pick up everything. They are sponges. The shit I have heard these kids tell me about their life, and like it's real interesting. Oh, it's real interesting. The funniest thing a kid has ever told me is that their dad likes to spank their mom. I'm assuming it was like pats on the butts and everything, you know, butt pats. But it was really cute. It was really cute and really funny having this tiny little child voice say, "Mom, my daddy likes to spank my mom." I'm like, okay. Even when they thought they hid their feelings, adults had a way of telegraphing everything to the children in their lives. Sarah, therefore, smiled confidently as she patted the kid's hand. "You go to sleep now, okay?" "Okay, Sarah. Good night." "Good night, part 2, Billy." Hell yes. While the boy laughed, Sarah smiled, cracked the door, and practically skipped with joy on her way back down to party with her friends. "Thanks for going to bed easy, Billy." Truly grateful, Sarah hurried towards the sound of the television, bracing for more zombies. Instead, she entered the Johnsons' living room to find her friends glued to a news broadcast. "Received another bulletin from police mere moments ago, once again urging citizens to stay indoors at all costs. Turn off your lights, ensure doors and windows are bolted. If you have a gun, be prepared to use it in an emergency scenario. But by no means are civilians advised to engage with the suspect or make any attempts at vigilantism." Typing around my cat on my cat, who decided to join me for the stream. Keyboard kitties. Those pesky Maine keyboard cats. "Mom got cake." Sarah's expression tensed as she sat with her friends. The reporter went on, her tone as grim as the atmosphere in the living room where the teenagers sat. "Burr is considered extremely dangerous. Until he is caught, Monroe County Sheriff's deputies urge strict adherence to these guidelines." "I wish Frank's Bistro had a radio," said Sarah to herself. "Or a television at the bar." Whatever. Snapping out of it and flipping the channel back to the zombie movie, Jill insisted, "They're just, exaggerating. The news always wants to keep butts in seats. I'm sure they've just been, besides themselves all day with the opportunity to drag out their reporting and get people super scared. Fear is how you control people. That's what my dad always says." Yeah. I'm sure there's a lot of things your dad says, too. Though not disagreeing, Sarah smiled a little and teased. Your dad says that because he's a hippie." "Whatever. He's not a hippie. He fought in Vietnam. He taught me how to shoot. Just because his hair is long now, you stuck-up bitch." That was weird. Sorry. The stream page refreshed, and I was did it kill itself? Pizza. Stuck up? I'm not the one who's suddenly all anti-motorcycle. Plastic bracelets clinked on her wrists while she waved her drink. Jill scoffed. "I just don't want you to get killed, okay? Sheesh." Jack, glancing between them, laughed a little. "You two have, a really weird relationship." "Oh, her?" Sarah grinned at Sarah and insisted. "As if. Who would want to be friends with Sarah?" "Yeah, nobody wants to hang out with Jill. What a bitch." While the girls laughed, Sarah leaned down and hugged her friend around the shoulders. Jill patted her back. Sarah, emboldened by the camaraderie, straightened up and said, I'm gonna go grab a beer from the kitchen. I think I saw a couple back in the fridge earlier. You guys want one? Hell yeah, said Jack, looking down at his nearly empty glass. Liquor before beer. You're in the clear. Oh, no. Get one for me too, babe, Jill called while Sarah ducked in the living room down the dark hallway to the kitchen. And she was very nearly there when the crash rang out from the Johnsons' backyard. Ah, shit. Alright, I'm gonna do this last chapter because I wanna get at least to where the killer, sorry, my leg is all itchy. To where the killer gets in, and then that 13 is 13 is a good spot to end, so we'll stop at 13, or at the end of 13, and pick up at 14. Sarah would have been so happy if she could have just convinced herself she was hearing things. Yes, it would have been great. Great to live in oblivious bliss, in safety and comfort. Great to not suffer from the plague of paranoia. But there are no two ways about it. There was no convincing herself she had managed. Sarah had heard a noise in the backyard. What was it exactly? She wasn't sure. But when she tried to play it back in her head, a kind of grinding followed by a metallic thump, it reminded her of a way the gate to her grandmother's garden sounded from inside the house. Feeling the blood drain from her face, Sarah turned around and burst back into the living room. Her friends looked up as she asked, Did you guys hear that? Jack lowered the rum and coke from his lips. Hear what? That crash. A noise like the side gate opening and slamming shut or something. What? No way. Wrinkling her nose, Jill said, Quit trying to mess with us. No, for real. I am not playing. I heard something here. Turn down the... I don't know why I went, suddenly... I had, a twine for some reason. For real. I am not playing around. I heard something. Here, turn down the TV. Upon hurrying to the remote, Sarah lowered the volume of the movie. She stared into the distance with unfocused eyes while waiting for any other out-of-place noise. And she waited. And she waited. You are so full of it, Jill declared, breaking Sarah's concentration and producing a scowl from her. I swear, I heard something. I guess I did kind of hear a thump or whatever. Jack admitted, glancing at the screen. Though I thought it was the movie, though. Sarah looked between her friends, brow furrowed. With everything that's going on and Billy upstairs, we can't just stand here. Aggressively unimpressed, Jill propped her cheek upon her free hand. She whined, This is so lame. What do you want to do about it, Sarah? Because I think we should just ignore your imaginary noises. And instead of freaking out over nothing, maybe we should try, I don't know, how about having fun? Jill's starting to piss me off. You can't have fun when you're dead, Jill. Says you. You ever seen Beetlejuice? Says the bitch saving up for a fucking motorcycle. Ugh. You can't seriously think we should do something about your noise. We shouldn't. You're right. While Jill looked at her dryly and waited for her to complete her thought, Sarah admitted, I think we should call the cops. Better safe than sorry. What? Glancing sidelong at the boy who she had been recently informed was related to at least one cop, Jill opted to keep her opinions relatively mild. Are you kidding? We are sitting here with hard liquor in our hands, and you want the cops at our door? They'll take one look at us and say we had one too many and slap the freaking cuffs on us for wasting their time. I don't want to deal with it. Well, Sarah said, we have to do something. Jill sighed far more heavily this time. She looked at Sarah for a sustained length. Then, slowly, she turned her gaze towards Jack. The quarterback had been staring off as if lost in thought. Only when Sarah also looked at him, seeing the possibilities, did he snap out of it. Jack looked between the girls and suddenly understood the meaning of their stares. and looked almost frightened. I mean, he looked somewhat desperately over at Jill. It was like probably a cat or something, right? I mean, Sarah tapped her foot in an emulation of her mother's most impatient habit. She forced herself to stop when she realized what she was doing, but she still pointed out, cats can't open doors, Jack. How do you know? Is this actually? Oh yeah. How do you know it was like the sound of the fence opening? It could have been like a raccoon leaping down, like claws scraping or whatever. Please, Jack. Clasping her hands, Sarah put her best helpless expression and urged the boy. It would mean like so much to me, like really. I'm sure you guys are right, and it's like totally nothing, but it would settle my mind if you could just like check. And there's like a kid here, so could you please? Man. Sighing, pondering the contents of his glass, Jack forced the rest of the burning liquid down his throat and grimaced. Why don't you guys just look at the fucking window? Nobody needs to go outside. I've never understood that. Ugh. Drives me crazy. Shaking it off, he rose unsteadily to his feet. Is there like a baseball bat or something around here? Well, you guys had a knife, but you threw it away. I don't know. We don't really have time to look, do we? Just pick up. Just please stick your head out and see if there's somebody out there. All right, Jack said with a heavy sigh. All right, I'll just check and scare your raccoon away. Thank you. With a sigh of relief, Sarah led him towards the kitchenette's back door. I really appreciate it. I know I'm being like a total loser tonight, but nah, I get it. It's responsibility or something, or like whatever. Jack shared a glance with the doughful bloodhounds arranged in the oil painting poised over the couch. His hangdog stare reflected the ones that came naturally to them. Just, what if like we did call the cops though? Oh my god. Sarah stomped her foot and pointed at the light spilling out down the hallway in the kitchen. Go out there and just get it over with. Come on, there is nothing there. Smoothing the front of his Letterman jacket with a reflective hand, Jack shuffled through the kitchen, sighed, opened the back door, then shut it behind him. You're gonna feel like a total dweeb tomorrow morning, Jill warned Sarah as both girls hovered nervously on the edge of the kitchen. And if all this opening and closing the back door disturbs that kid again, I'm going to be super freaking annoyed. It'll take Jack 2 minutes. I just need peace of mind. Jack's scream, almost a wail of anguish as much as agony, was so abrupt, so sharp, and so prolonged that the girls froze in place. The sound was impossibly horrible. They didn't even jump or grab one another. Instead of provoking normal fear, the scream seemed to have some other power, some means by which it altered the teenager's consciousness. Yes, that was it. Sarah felt not a chill, but a shift in her own internal body chemistry. Her awareness of every sound increased threefold. Only when the scream ended did she grip Jill's arm, and then, only to catch her eye and find her as pale as Sarah was. What was that? Jill's desperate whisper made Sarah realize how terribly afraid they both were. All her friends' bravado vanished. With it went Sarah's final traces of hope that she was just being paranoid. That was Jack. The door! We have to lock the door! Call the police, Jill, quick! Fuck, said Jill, rushing to the phone mounted on the kitchen, while Sarah hurried to snap the lock shut. Fuck. The screaming seemed to echo still in Sarah's ears, while adrenaline pumped through Sarah's limbs at the behest of her racing heart. Jill gasped and hit the phone hook a few times. Oh man, the phone's dead, Sarah. What do you mean? I mean, the phone's dead, bitch! What are you, deaf? What are you, fucking deaf? Holy shit, oh my god! Total darkness enveloped the house. Holy shit, repeated Jill uselessly, now rushing over to grip Sarah's arm. Oh no, what are we gonna do? What the fuck? Okay, said Sarah. Okay, let's stay calm. Oh shit, okay. Trying to steady the tremors in her hand, Sarah pulled the flashlight out of her pocket and illuminated the corner of the Johnsons' kitchen. As the beam flooded the sink of dirty dishes, then swept towards the hall, Sarah told her friend, Billy said there was a fuse box in the garage. I don't know if it's going to do any good. The power is out, Sarah. It's clearly out. I don't think we have time to fuck around with the fuse box. And what about Jack? Oh, holy shit, dude. Oh, Sarah. Oh, Sarah. I don't know why I went into like a Southern belle there. Just stay calm. Stay calm. He could have been surprised. Yes, you scream in agony and terror and like sheer terror when you just get startled, right? Swallowing back her fears best she could, Sarah put her hand on the knob. Reluctantly, she unlocked it and then opened the door to the back screen. Or maybe he was just messing with us again? I don't know, dude. I don't know. With a look of helpless horror at what they were about to do, Jill said, Hold on. She leapt away from Sarah to collect a kitchen knife. When Jill returned, it quivered in the light along with her hand. The girls took a deep breath together. Sarah pushed open the screen. Then they were outside. The door behind them, and the two scanned the darkness in the yard, whispering, Jack, are you there? Absolute silence was the only response. Sarah noticed with a further, altogether more awful chill that the house of neighbors still glowed with electric comforts. The Johnsons' house was the only one with the power out. This is too warped, whispered Jill. She clung to Sarah with one hand, and the other prepared to slash into the darkness at any moment. The beam of Sarah's flashlight flooded across the yard. It shone across the edge of the padlocked shed, pulling it out from the rest of the nothingness along with a hint of motion. Not the motion of a person or an animal, rather the motion of something falling down the fence. For some reason, Sarah thought of an apple falling from the tree, but no tree stood there. Something's by the fence, Sarah whispered. Can you see it? We have to get closer. Now Sarah reached back and, with her free hand, caught one Jill used to grip her. Hand in hand, they edged forward, not directly through the lawn, but along the fence line. With their backs to this friendly obstacle, this simultaneous cause of privacy and isolation, the girls navigated around the perimeter of the dark yard and pressed against the edge of the shed. We should be ready to fight, Sarah whispered to Jill, her intense expression legible even in the most total darkness beyond the flashlight's beam. Jill nodded. She brandished the blade. On 3, whispered Jill. 1. Sarah, in time with her, chanted, 2, 3. Releasing one another's hands, Jill and Sarah walked around the corner of the shed. They had been prepared for anything except for the sight of Jack's dismembered corpse. Well, shit, she didn't even get to make out with him. Time to bust out the Ouija board and summon a monstrous abomination. Hold on, how long is chapter 14? It's a fun book so far. I mean, like, fun in it's so ridiculously 80s and all that shit, but pretty dark with the subject matter. But other than that, the characters are hilariously stupid. So, and that's what I like about it. All right, I think 5 hours of reading Babysitter Bloodbath. Blah blah. A Schwift? That's Schwifty? Oh, did I say Schrift? That's funny. I must be tired. Okay, ladies and gents, I am going to call it a night. I think what I'm going to do next week is the co-op stream, or the co-op game with people who are probably in the chat right now, possibly asleep. But if you guys want to join, I'm getting the details all out, but it's probably going to be next Friday just because it's just the way I do it. I want more people to be able to play, but I'm going to have to figure out a time and day where most people can play. So I'm going to go to bed because I'm very tired. It's super late here. And I'll see you guys next Friday. If you want to join, find me on Discord, send me a message. You guys, I'm under Jenny Fear, and I will drag you into the Discord. Okay? Everybody have a great night. Super tired. Everybody, what game? Yes, Dead by Dawn. That's what. Dead by Dawn is what we decided on, and then like maybe there was other suggestions of other co-op games that are probably going to be like more people can play, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. All right. So everybody, you guys have a great night, and be safe. Don't race like the way these jackasses were doing. All right. Good night, guys. Whew.